Okay, my friends, we have lots of new events going on today, and it's all just happening at the tips of our fingers. Oh no. I was supposed to just do some stupid reacts and maybe some slop. There wasn't even that much on the agenda today. Can you believe it? Hang on, chat. There you go. Lovely shirt, my lord. It's my Oasis phase. Discord's in a frenzy. Yeah, that's big. This is big news. Big fat news. The biggest kind, like you've never seen. And I guess we have to get to the bottom of it, don't we? Israel just bombed Doha. Did they? Is that true? Is that a fact? Is that crazy? I never. What? You covering the bombing? As much as I can. It's making me really regret that I didn't do my Qatar research sooner because I'm just gonna have to speed run it over the next 24 hours if I want to talk about it with any kind of with any kind of original fucking analysis tomorrow. Do you condemn the genocide in Qatar? You know what? We'll say yes. Because they're Gulf Arabs and they're more important. I'm joking. That's a joke. Hey. If you watch me enough, you know that's a joke because I fucking hate Gulf Arabs. Fuck them. With their castles. With their castles and their little bidets and their solid gold toilets. Right. There is so much to cover. And my fucking browser is freezing. Thank you so much, Times of Israel. Why is it still doing it now, though? Is it because of the updates? In first, that's okay. Here we go. Give me the updates. Give me the updates page. Are there any Arabs you do like? Yeah, Itamar Ben Gavir. He's also the only Kurd that I like. Okay, so where do we start? I seem to recall there being a warning from Trump to Qatar like 2 days ago because he warned Hamas, but didn't he allude to Qatar as well? Did we cover that on stream or was that over the weekend? It might have been over the weekend. Do you guys remember this? Trump gave his warning to Hamas, but I swear to God he mentioned Qatar. He mentioned the leadership in Qatar. Or was that Bibi? It was one of them. They're easy to confuse. Why would Israel take credit for the attack? Why not maintain plausible deniability? What? And an airstrike on Hamas leadership in Qatar? They're gonna. Do you think they should paint fucking North Korean flags on the planes so that everyone remains confused eternally? Who could have possibly done this? Right. Here's our little timeline so far, just so you guys know. This was the 8th of September, 3 in the morning, really, so it was early. Trump issued his last warning to Hamas, and Hamas said that they were ready to restart talks. This is because Trump had fronted a new ceasefire / end to the war deal. He has, as of today, as of like a few hours ago, claimed that Israel is up for it, even though there are measures of this deal that the right wingers in Israel would not be happy with. The right wingers in the government would not be happy with parts of this proposal, which include Israel withdrawing back to not the border, but to the buffer zone corner. And then obviously the right wingers don't like that because they want to settle Gaza. Most people are describing this ceasefire deal as a long shot. Hamas have said that they are as usual, up for an end to the war, but then you read the rest of the paragraph and they're still saying, yeah, as long as it involves release of all the Palestinian prisoners and Israel completely withdraws from all of Gaza and, a Palestinian something that might not be us, but probably will be, is in charge of rebuilding. So this was, yeah, I don't know what this is. So this deal seemed like a long shot. 17 hours ago, roughly, Qatar reported that they were pressing Hamas to accept Trump's deal, the prime minister in particular urging Hamas to agree to the US proposal. Qatar's prime minister urged Hamas to agree to the latest US proposal for a ceasefire and the release of hostages in Gaza, a source briefed on the talks in Doha told Reuters on Monday. The Qatari Prime Minister pressed Hamas to respond positively to the latest American proposal, which was conveyed through the mediators and aims to secure a ceasefire agreement and the release of the hostages held in the Gaza Strip. That's the Qatari Prime Minister, looking incredibly normal. After Hamas announced on Sunday that it had received American proposals, sources within the terrorist organization told the Saudi newspaper Ashraq al-Awsat that the ideas passed on by the mediators contained many traps and pitfalls that must be cleared. So it's another thing like, yeah, we like this, but also we're going to change everything. Yeah. At the same time, the sources said the ideas also include conditions that meet everyone's demands. First and foremost, ending the war, which is the main focus of terrorist organizations. The sources stressed that Hamas was open to considering any proposals brought before them without taking rigid positions that could complicate the situation further. 17 hours later, about half an hour ago to be exact, Israeli Air Force strikes Hamas leadership in Qatar. The IDF said the Israeli Air Force carried out a strike in the heart of Doha, the Qatari capital, in an attempt to eliminate the leadership of the Hamas terrorist organization. This is the building that was hit. There's been smoke rising and some civilian videos of that happening. Qatar initially refused to comment, but I believe they have commented just in the last 10 minutes, so... According to the IDF and Shin Bet security agency, the targeted strike was aimed at senior Hamas leaders who have directed the group's activities for years. The army said those leaders were directly responsible for the October 7th massacre and for overseeing the ongoing war in Israel. Senior Israeli official told Israel Hayom that the strike in Qatar targeted the Hamas leadership, including Khalil al-Haya and Jabarin. I don't know who that is. Jabarin? I don't know. Khalil al-Haya, the most recent statement I saw from him, was him telling the civilians of Gaza to hang tight because, standard. I think he said something actually quite gross in relation to that, but... The military emphasized that steps were taken ahead of the strike to minimize harm to civilians, including the use of precision munitions and additional intel. I'm not sure if there's actually a video of the explosion yet. There's just videos of the smoke rising afterwards. So I guess this means they would have heard it from what looks like 2 miles away, 1.5 miles away. The leadership of the Hamas terrorist organization is based in the city, with its offices located in the Al-Qatara neighborhood in the heart of the capital. This is Khalid Mashal and Khalil al-Haya. Khalid Mashal is one of who I consider to be the sort of left-wing whisperer of Gaza. He's not left-wing himself, but he is very good at speaking the language of Western leftists. He was also the one who was in charge at the time that Hamas rewrote their charter for 2017 and replaced all of the Jew mentions with Zionist, that kind of thing. And they really tried to reframe the Israel-Palestine narrative away from one of religious and Islamic redemption and anti-Semitism and changed it towards something of human rights, even though all the goals remain the same and everything. That was kind of his role. He's been there for a long time. In completely unrelated news, what is this? Why is this appearing in Israel Hayom? Anti-Semitic streamer receives platform. Oh no. Okay, no thank you. Well, no, not now. Not right now. Come on. IDF comment on Twitter. The IDF and ISA conducted a precise strike targeting the senior leadership of the Hamas terrorist organization. For years, these members of the Hamas leadership have led the terrorist organization's operations, are directly responsible for the brutal October 7th massacre, and have been orchestrating and managing the war against the state of Israel. Prior to the strike, measures were taken in order to mitigate harm to civilians, including the use of precise munitions and additional intelligence. The IDF and ISA will continue to operate with determination in order to defeat the Hamas terrorist organization responsible for the October 7th massacre. Wow. A lot of allegedly confirmed kills already. Al Arabiya, which is the Saudi source, citing unnamed sources, saying that Khalid Mashal was present at the targeted meeting, formerly head of the Hamas Politburo and now leads Hamas's diaspora office. So, might have survived, but. Zahir Jabarin, I don't know how you say that, head of Hamas's financial bureau, eliminated. Okay, that's from unconfirmed reports as well, but okay. Serves as the head of Hamas's Office of Martyrs, Wounded, and Prisoners. Took over as leader of Hamas on the West Bank after the elimination of Saleh al-Aruri last year. Oh, they are saying Al-Haya was killed. So Al-Haya, they're saying, is killed. Jabarin, they're saying, is killed. They're also suggesting quite strongly that Khalid Mashal was killed. Mishal, I don't know. Ghazi Hamad, I don't think he is listed here, even though he is in Qatar, right? Is he? Because he has still been yapping away. Public face of Hamas. Okay. Abbas, in 2011, after Abbas asked the United Nations for Palestinian statehood, Hamad stated that Hamas was not consulted and that the territories were ill prepared for it. Interesting. Who else do we have? Who is the guy, Osama Hamdan? Osama, is it Osama Hamdan? This is the guy who got interviewed by Dropsite. A very friendly, cordial Glaze interview, to be clear. He is also the one whose name comes up quite constantly from the anti-Hamas protesters. How did they kill so many leaders in one strike? Well, I believe they were meeting to discuss the ceasefire deal. Potentially, that's the consensus. Or that's the gist so far, the assumption, not the consensus. Sorry, there's no consensus on anything right now. Qatar has strongly condemned the strike, calling it cowardly. That's their last little warning there. You know what? Not making a guess here, okay, but just like a what if, okay? What if? Because again, I don't know that much about Qatar. I don't know that much about their role. I know that pro-Israel people accuse them of being like basically the heart of anti-Israel propaganda in terms of funding, and to the point of even funding like education courses in the West and shit. I don't know if that's true, but they do say that. I also know that they say, well, we know that Qatar houses Hamas's leaders and shelters them. I know that from more neutral sources, you'll hear that Qatar is in a very unique role because they are one of the only parties that's able to communicate fairly smoothly with the US, with Hamas, with Egypt, with Israel. Like they have a lot of, they have a very unique kind of middleman's position because of them making themselves useful to people. I saw from one Twitter account, I have no idea if it's true, that Saudi Arabia actually hailed this attack. I really don't think that's the case, though. I don't think they would say that publicly, but they probably are happy with it. My guess. I was going to say, though, what if this timeline so far is just making me think, what if Qatar was involved in this because they're just kind of fed up? What if for the 12th or 15th time they've told Hamas to take negotiations more seriously or whatever? What if they just were like, maybe if we just get all these eggs in one basket, the IDF will just I don't think that's true, but that would be a very funny conspiracy. Of course they're involved. You think so? I don't know. I don't think that's a pretty strong claim. The response is an endorsement of the attack. What? They called it cowardly. I mean, they're not going to do anything. Does Qatar even have the means to do anything? Severalizer.
Oh, loaner box. Why do you say my phone? Just say Sev, dog.
Wow.
Just say Sev.
Okay.
Come to think of it, I don't think you used my real name when we met either.
Did I not?
Yeah, no, you did what that Zionist girl did, which was just call me Sev in front of people and my family, and they were really fucking confused.
Yeah, but it's also like whenever I've done meetups with people or even like creators or fans, like half of them just call me loner. It's like it's a
Yeah,
habit,
I
right?
called you loner because, like, for example, if someone asked what your name was from my family, I told them your actual name, but I wasn't
Yeah.
gonna I wasn't gonna call you that name.
Okay. What are we talking about?
Anyway,
What's the story here?
Qatar.
Yeah.
The only way anyone from like I'm gonna say the 2 million Arabs in Israel would be okay with this attack is if Qatar was like in on it. There's no shot anyone from the from the Arab population in Israel is gonna be okay with this because
Yeah.
they always keep in mind that's their main news source, which is Al Jazeera.
Do people tend to associate Qatar with Al Jazeera? Like, do they think
Yes.
I'm watching Qatari media right now?
Yeah. They know it's from Qatar. They just like it that it's from Qatar. They look at Qatar as like a really respected country.
Oh, didn't know that.
So I don't know, man. This was like a bit too much. Like Iran funds terror groups, so an attack on them makes sense. But like attacking Qatar, like Qatar, I guess you could say Qatar funded Hamas, but they funded Hamas through Israel.
Yeah. Yeah, they did.
So
Although I think
like
maybe Qatar was well, not again. It's like it's not the Qatari state, right? It's Hamas in Qatar, and I'm
yeah,
guessing Hamas in Qatar were slightly more aware of
Qatar.
what that money was being used for than Israel apparently was.
No, so like it's probably just like the middleman. Qatar is like being the middleman. Like they are obviously providing funds because remember the funds they can be allocated for something and not used for that something. And that's usually the issue with the PA too, that they get money allocated for some things and then they just pocket a lot of it. Uh, that's the issue. I don't
Hmm.
know. I don't know. Any fucking rodent that is defending a fucking strike on Qatar is retarded, and you're a warmonger.
Whoa.
Like I'm over it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like there will never be a justification for attack on Israel, but there will always be justifications for attacks on Arab countries.
Would you feel that same way if the only people who were hit were the Hamas guys? Like, there might not have been a
If the
single
only
Qatari national
people,
who was killed here, right?
no, I told you why I would be okay with it. I would be okay with it if Qatar was in on it.
If they were in on it, all right. Well,
Yeah, like because
Qatar has
again, you're
absolutely
still
taken that to the grave, though, right? We will never know if that's the case, right?
yeah, of course not. They would
Yeah.
never say it, but again, if they're in on it, yeah, that's okay. Makes sense. They had fucking permission to attack their country, but they would never obviously fucking state that. But if they're like without their permission, without their knowledge, just attacked in their country, airstriked in their country, yeah, no,
Do you feel the
that's a
same way
different.
about bin Laden getting targeted in Pakistan?
Bin Laden killed 3,000 people.
So, would the responsibility of if these guys had any responsibility for October 7th, would that change anything?
If the guy, like, if Qatar themselves,
No, the obviously because Pakistan wasn't involved in 9/11, right? We're talking about bin Laden in Pakistan. So these Hamas guys in Qatar,
I mean, if Pakistan was intentionally hiding Bin Laden, then yeah, that's a different situation. But for Qatar, are they hiding? They're just like living in that country, right?
yeah, I mean, some people say it's like they're shielding them, but or protecting them, because obviously, if it was a country that had more cordial
All
relations
I'm
with
gonna
Israel,
say
they would
is
like extradite them or some shit,
it's
right?
a different situation because I know for a fact if Qatar had the military capabilities to rival Israel, they wouldn't have attacked it in this way. Because
Yeah.
Turkey also hides Hamas leaders.
Oh yeah, Turkey's not giving a
Do you
shit.
think Israel will ever strike Turkey?
Probably no.
Yeah, because they would fucking get fucked up the ass. Like they will never do it to a country that can defend themselves. The only time Israel ever operated in Turkey without Turkey's knowledge is when they were trying to get the Israeli citizens out in threat of an Iranian attack on their citizens.
Mhm. I'm just letting you speak because I'm kind of agnostic on this. I don't know
No,
enough about Qatar or these
I'm
guys, so I'm just doing the
I
news.
don't know. I think just attacking a country that's never attacked you, like just because someone's in it, like I don't think we'd ever have these standards for any other country. I don't think we'd ever be okay with it for any other country, or if it was any other country, we would never be okay with it.
I think it's just because situations like this don't really happen very often. Where, like, assuming what the IDF says is true, and again, like, I don't know because I feel like the story always changes with how many people knew about October 7th. But assuming these guys knew about it and they supported it and they've been using their platforms to urge more of it since then. I know at least one or two of them have. If that's the case, then I can understand, like, if this country won't give them up, is just kind of shielding them, and they're just and they're in Israel's eyes like roadblocking any end to the war. Then it might make sense for them to, if they can get them in one building, not hit any Qatari nationals, etc. Then they can do it because that's kind of like what they
Another
did with
thing,
Bin Laden. But I don't know, like.
another thing, wasn't the Qatar leadership, like the Hamas Qatar leadership, like asking Hamas to take the deals, and the Hamas leadership in Gaza were not agreeing? Like there was a
Uh,
disconnect between them.
this was the case with Sinwar, I think. I don't know now, because now it seemed like the Qatari prime minister was urging Hamas in Qatar to take the deal. And Hamas in Qatar said the usual, yeah, we're up for peace, but then also we're going to make like 5 alterations to the offered proposal, right?
It's so easy to just like not be rushing to make tippies when you're not the one paying the price.
Hmm.
It's fucking annoying, man.
I don't
I
know.
mean, again, if Qatar was aware of it, I think it's fine. If Qatar is not aware of it, absolutely fucking weird and gross and warmongery.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What do you said that people tend
Let's
to
see.
hold Qatar in high regard, like in the Arab
In the
population?
Arab world.
Yeah. What what for? Is it for their like status or wealth or
Well,
diplomatic positions or
well,
what?
think of it of what's it called? Like how Israel Palestine is viewed. This might not be aware to like a lot of European countries. Like Israel Palestine's like an underdog story, right? Like, oh, the Palestinians are the underdog in this fight, etc., etc. And that's why a lot of people would automatically side with Palestinians.
Hmm.
It's the same with Qatar and the rest of the Gulf countries. They all sided against them, and like Qatar still came out on top. Like it's still like did really well for itself. And that's why a lot of the Arab world looks at it like the Arab world betrayed Qatar, and Qatar still like brought itself up to the way it is.
Interesting.
David, go fuck yourself, retard.
Whoa. Okay.
He's being retarded. Any attack on any Arab country is always justified. Like I said, I explained this to other people. My issue with David is he draws a red line, and then once that red line is crossed, he'll fucking erases that red line and make a new one.
Oh no. Wait, what's the? Do you know the story about Khalid Michel and how they tried to assassinate him in the past?
Khaled Michel? Huh?
Yeah.
What's
How
his
about
name?
how
Michel?
Michel? I don't know. Meshal.
Um, Michel?
Michel.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you know the story
Sounded
about
like
the IDF how they almost killed him like before? I remember reading the story, but
no.
I've forgotten how it went. Didn't they actually have him? Didn't they? No, the Jordanians had him. He ran to Jordan. Fuck! What the fuck happened?
Jordan also hides like Hamas members.
But what happened? I think
Like
with Jordan, it was because Sharon made some kind of. It was Sharon, wasn't it? He made some fucking threat about cutting off water or some shit because obviously they had the water deal from the peace process. But then Jordan gave him up. Yeah, they poisoned him, and then they had to. But then Jordan something. Fuck yeah, the poisoning. What's that story? Fuck, my head is
the
completely
poison
scrambled
of
on it.
the poisoning.
They poisoned Michelle, but then they had to give him the antidote afterwards because there was some consequence for letting him die. They poisoned him, but then they saved him and then had to give him back to Gaza. But I don't remember why. I think it was part of a hostage
I
exchange.
don't I
Was it
don't know the
or
story. Maybe like they banked on the hostage exchange for that?
He was the suspected assassins were. Oh yes, wait. I'm gonna read this. I'm gonna read the story. Okay, you can stay here if you want.
I want to hear it.
It's a story about Khalid Mashal. Okay, I don't know why, but my head's just completely scrambled the story. Right. Mishal has lived most of his life outside the Palestinian territories. Born in Silwad near the West Bank city of Ramallah, Mishal moved as a boy with his family to the Gulf Arab state of Kuwait, a hotbed of pro Palestinian sentiment. At the age of 15, he joined the Muslim Brotherhood, the Middle East's oldest Islamist group. The Brotherhood became instrumental in the formation of Hamas in the late 1980s during the first Palestinian uprising against Israeli occupation, the First Intifada. Michel became a schoolteacher before turning to lobbying for Hamas from abroad for many years, while other leaders of the group have languished for long periods in Israeli jails. He was in charge of international fundraising in Jordan when he barely escaped assassination. Netanyahu played an accidental but important role in establishing Michel's militant credentials when he ordered Mossad agents to kill him in 1997 in retaliation for a Jerusalem market bombing that killed 16 people and was blamed on Hamas. The suspected assassins were caught by Jordanian police after Michel was injected with poison in the street. Netanyahu, then his first time as premier, was forced to hand over the antidote for the poison, and the incident turned Michel into a hero of the Palestinian resistance. So Jordan held on to him and caught the assassins. I think the assassins were maybe going to have to get handed back, and that's why they saved Michel, I think. Jordan eventually closed Hamas's bureau in Amman and expelled Mishal to the Gulf state of Qatar. He moved to Syria in 2001. Mishal ran Hamas, a Sunni Muslim movement from exile in Damascus in 2004, until January 2012 when he left the Syrian capital because of Assad's fierce crackdown on Sunnis involved in an uprising against him. Mishal now divides his time between Doha and Cairo. His abrupt departure from Syria initially weakened his position with Hamas, as ties with Damascus and Tehran, which were vital for the group, gave him power. With those links damaged or broken, rivals based within Gaza, the birthplace of Hamas, began to assert their authority. Mishal himself told Reuters that his move affected relations with Hamas's main paymaster and weapon supplier, Iran, a country Israel believes poses by far the greatest threat to it because of its ambitious nuclear program. In December 2012, Michel paid his first visit to Gaza Strip and delivered the main speech at Hamas's 25th anniversary rally. He had not visited the Palestinian territories since leaving the West Bank at age 11. While he was abroad, Hamas asserted itself over its secular rival, the Western-backed Palestinian Authority, which has been open to negotiating peace with Israel by seizing control of Gaza. Friction between Michel and the Gaza-based Hamas leadership surfaced over his attempts to promote reconciliation with Mahmoud Abbas. Mishal then announced that he wanted to step down as leader over such tensions, and in 2017 was replaced by his Gaza deputy Hania, who was elected to the head's political office operating overseas. In 2021, he was elected to the head of Hamas's office in the Palestinian diaspora. There we go. That's the story.
So they caught the guys that poisoned him, and the only way they could get it back if they give the
يا
antidote.
حسن
I think
Mohammed
so.
Da-
I've seen this. I've seen a video on this before, but I can't remember how it actually goes. I don't know why the exchange actually happened. I know it involves some kind of threat to turn off fucking Israel's obligations to Jordanians to Jordanian water.
My question here: do you think if there was a valid target for another country and they striked in Israel, do you think Israel would never retaliate?
They might retaliate, but it depends on who. So if Israel's hiding,
point.
who's Israel hiding in this analogy? Like say they're hiding
Let's
Saddam
say
Hussein.
someone.
Say they're hiding Saddam Hussein, and Iran strikes them, right? Because
Let's say a spy who stole information or something that like fled to Israel afterwards from like one of the Arab countries. Do you think any single person defending the strike would ever defend attack in Israel in this case?
Don't know. Depends on who the dude is. Should we ask? We could ask David if he would support like an assassination of fucking Ben Gvir or some
nuclear. Let's say fucking nuclear secrets stolen.
Okay. Hold on. Let's say, for example, a Russian, I don't know, informant or somebody is in Israel, right? And Ukrainian Secret Service went and assassinated him. Do you really think Israel's gonna do something to retaliate against Ukraine?
Depends how the assassination was. If it's like an airstrike, Yes, if it's like poisoning, like what happened in Jordan, that's a completely different situation then.
What if they airstrike him in a building
Let's
that's
say
only got the
it
Russian
was a
in it?
detonation or something like that.
I don't think, from what I know about Israel, they are never gonna let like an airstrike or an explosion, even if it didn't kill anyone, like go unresponded to.
Like, I really don't think Israel would respond in that scenario. They might like be a bit upset about it.
I think they would respond. Israel responds to like
They would
far
respond
less.
against they would respond against like non-state entities. Yeah, but I don't think they would respond against like
Again,
a different country
I'm
like
saying
that.
this as clear as possible. Israel's only attacking countries that they know cannot militarily retaliate against them. There's Hamas leadership in no, I understand, but there's
I'm not-
Hamas leadership in Turkey. They would never go
Okay.
after them. Never, because Turkey would absolutely fucking demolish Israel afterwards. Iran is not at the level of Turkey militarily. And also Iran is like the
Yeah, Iran
funder of all
is
these groups.
yeah, Iran is they have reason to attack Iran. This is not
Yeah,
like
like,
I
they
just,
don't have
I knew
reason
this
to.
fucking, I knew this tweet would come up. It's like, I feel like it's like this is the same level as fucking. I don't even know. Like, it's like Ben Shapiro every year being like, "Oh, is it racist? Is it sexist to call it male man instead of not male person?" Fuck me. It's Owen Jones saying, "Does Qatar have the right to self-defense
But
after
do
Israel's
people
terrorist
not like
attack?" Okay,
do
whatever.
people not like realize that Qatar might have just approved this? Like,
Yeah,
why
that's
are
what I'm saying.
they?
I'm like, we don't have that information.
Yeah.
That's why I said if Qatar is aware of it, then yeah, I'm
Qatar has
fine
been
with it.
sick and tired of Hamas since the very beginning.
Sure, but we
Like
don't have like if they haven't said it, and they would never say it, so we won't
they've
know.
been wanting to get rid of them since the very beginning of the war.
To be clear though, that is the idea that Qatar
Yeah.
signed off on this is like still it's an extraordinary claim that has no evidence so far. But yeah, just to be clear, even though it
Yeah,
would be
no, like
quite
even
funny.
it would be funny and it would be fucking great if like Qatar allowed it, because like the Hamas leadership is just fucking annoying and they won't ever concede to anything. They're like it would be perfect if they got rid of them. But my issue is attacking a different country, like that never attacked you.
I think they're just gonna move to Turkey and that'll be it. Because clearly they're not safe in Qatar now.
They'll never be able to like fuck it with them in Turkey.
Yeah.
Why would they use
Also,
explosive as
I
a
think they also
mechanism
believe
for
they would have
assassination
never
in a
been
country
fucked with
that's
in
not an
Qatar
immediate
either.
or existential threat to Israel? That seems way too risky, with the
no,
potential for civilian
Turkey
death.
has a bit of a higher bar.
Yeah, I know, because they're part of
retaliation,
NATO. They have an actual military that can like go to probably also like
Well,
beat Israel. They have
NATO is a
mandatory
bit of a
service.
NATO is a bit of a mixed bag. Like just saying okay, Turkey is a NATO country, like it's a bit of a mixed bag.
No, but they have access to weaponry
it's-
that Israel has access to, and maybe even more advanced.
Okay. I'm going to
Anyways.
do a bit of rotating now, so if anyone has any final thoughts, now's your time.
Anyone that agrees for the strike is a warmonger, and you can cope and seethe.
Damn. All right, Mina?
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean,
I don't think it's that
It's two different positions.
warmongery. Yeah, I just don't think
if Qatar allowed it, yes, I agree. It's not warmongery. If Qatar didn't allow it, it is warmongery.
I can't see how this went through without Qatar's permission, not gonna lie.
Whoa.
But that's why I say it's more warmonger without their permission. Like, because like it's just like nonsensical to attack Qatar in this fucking situation.
Well,
okay.
I just don't see how it could have happened without Qatar's permission. That's just how I think. But yeah. Anyways, I'll let you do your thing then.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Take care, guys. Bye bye. Okay, I'll bring in other guys from the VC in a minute. Okay, we're trying to organize our coverage here of the fuck in what is probably unrelated news. I would say this is probably unrelated, but Hamas claimed responsibility for the attack yesterday in Jerusalem. 6 people killed. Remember the bus? They actually did say, because they initially didn't. Their initial post called it courageous and a natural response to occupation in Gaza, whatever. But now they've actually just said that they were responsible. Although this did come like maybe like an hour before the strike in Qatar. I really doubt they took this as a reason to okay the attack. I feel like this attack would have taken a lot of intel and a lot of preparation. So, but just so you know, they have claimed, and I did say yesterday, it was very unlikely that this would have been lone wolf actors. I thought it might have been another organization rather than Hamas and PIJ, but like getting into East Jerusalem or getting at that intersection with 2 guns in the middle of the road, like that takes planning and intel and equipment and all that shit. So yeah. Anyway. Associated Press. Israel launched a strike targeting Hamas's leadership in Qatar on Tuesday, officials said, further widening its campaign against the militant group, as negotiations over ending the war in the Gaza Strip appear stalemated before a new military offensive there. This is also, I think, just the full evacuation orders of Gaza City have gone out, so it looks like there's going to be a huge flight of people outside of that city as Israel continues operating. Black smoke over the skyline of the Qatari capital, Doha, with authorities there acknowledging the strike. It wasn't immediately clear if anyone was hurt in the attack, marking the second time the energy-rich nation has been directly attacked in nearly 2 years of war that have gripped the wider Middle East since Hamas's attack on Israel on October 7th, 2023. It wasn't immediately clear how the attack was carried out, though an Israeli spokesman referred to Israel's Air Force carrying out the strike. Qatari Airways continued landing in Doha amid the strike, even as at least 1 Qatari Air Force aircraft took off on patrol over the country. Oh no. Not the conspiracies. They're mounting. It's mounting. Qatar didn't worry about that. They saw that smoke rising, that fucking airstrike, and they were like, keep chugging, guys. Nothing to see here. Oh no. Qatar condemned what it referred to as a cowardly attack on Hamas's political headquarters. Foreign Ministry spokesman Majid al-Ansari called it a flagrant violation of all international law and norms. Qatar's vast Al Udeid airbase, home to the US military's forward headquarters for its Middle East-based Central Command, came under Iranian attack during the 12-day Iran-Israel war that saw American bombers attack Iranian nuclear sites. The US Embassy in Qatar said that it had instituted a shelter-in-place order for their facilities. The embassy instituted a shelter-in-place order. Oh, stay where you are. Okay. US citizens advised to shelter in place. Isn't that a smoking gun? No. That is total fucking conjecture. Again, if you want to believe that Qatar okayed this strike, you need to acknowledge that you are doing it on a whim. It's a whim. It's a whim. Don't be that guy, okay? Go watch anyone else but me, okay? Fuck. We're just memeing here, okay? This is breaking news. Nothing is solid, okay? A senior Hamas official called it a humiliating surrender document. Wait, what? Oh, the peace proposal. Oh, sorry. Okay. Earlier this week, US President Donald Trump said that he was giving his last warning to Hamas regarding a possible ceasefire as Arab officials described a new US proposal. A senior Hamas official called it a humiliating surrender document. I'm so sorry that happened to you. But the militant group said that it would discuss the proposal and respond within days. The proposal presented by Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, calls for a negotiated end to the war and the withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza once the hostages are released and a ceasefire is established. According to Egyptian Hamas officials familiar with the talks. Okay, Associated Press. Okay. The only confirmations I have got so far, unless something's changed, is from Saudi outlets getting informed by unnamed sources that Khalil al-Haya is dead. Khalid Mashal was there. We don't know if he's dead yet. That's where I am so far. Things might change. Who knows? Israel won't stop blowing up our phones. Good one. Do I want to watch this video right now? No. We need to get updates. God, I Absolutely. Oh yeah, Jabarin, whatever. I really hate not having Telegram because you know in the UK a bunch of Telegram accounts are censored. Like you can't look at Hamas Telegram in the UK, and even with a VPN because you need a number, you need a phone number. It's really annoying. I need access to these Telegram accounts. Apparently, Telegram is going absolutely insane right now. They're ahead of everything. Qatar updates. CNN. They'll be quick enough, I guess. Quick enough. Mainstream media, eh? Step them up. This is the scene after the attack.
We got our first statement from Qatar, the nation where the Hamas leadership was targeted. A spokesperson for the Qatari Foreign Minister's office called the attack cowardly and a criminal assault that constitute a blatant violation of international laws and norms. While strongly condemning the attack, the state of Qatar emphasizes it will not tolerate this reckless and irresponsible Israeli behavior. Let's go to Doha right now. CNN producer Andrew Potter is there. Andrew, I understand you heard.
Check Khaled Michel's wiki. Are you fucking mental? No, I'm not checking his wiki, dick. His Wikipedia.
Heard the explosion. Describe the scene as best you can.
Yeah, well, that's right. The explosion took place about 50 minutes ago. I was in my hotel room. The windows rattled over a period of about 10 seconds. I thought there were window cleaners on the glass, but turns out there's been a massive explosion here in Doha. And as you just heard, the Qatari state has been very quick to condemn that explosion. Let's not forget, this is a country with a large U.S. military presence, is a large U.S. military base just outside Doha, and President Trump was here just a few months ago. And so now we've seen this Israeli strike here. We've seen black smoke on the horizon in the area just surrounding where the strike has happened. I'm currently en route to the site of the explosion to see what we can see.
Israel Hayom. Apparently, Al Arabiya has given a further update. They're saying that Khalil al-Haya, Zahir Jabarin, and Khalid Mashal and Nizar Awadallah, they were all killed in the attack. Okay. So Al Arabiya is a fairly reasonable source, I think, from Saudi. But their sources are all anonymous. Someone saying Mashal reportedly survived. Dude, Khalid Mashal is actually fucking invincible. If he survives this, he has been... Can you imagine what that does to a religious dude, right? Like, this guy survived getting fucking poisoned and had to get given an antidote by the people who poisoned him because they were caught and they had to go back to fucking Israel. Dude. But yeah, this is all just anonymous sources talking to Al Arabiya, so I don't know who their sources would be. Israel increasing air defense readiness. Does Qatar even have weapons? What? I'm not being funny, right? Like, wait, hang on. If he survives, he's converting to Islam. What? Khalid Mashal is going to convert to Islam. Okay. Okay. What do we have here? Oh. According to Al Jazeera, a Hamas official is claiming that Khalil al-Haya, that the leader survived the strike. Oh no. That's embarrassing. It wouldn't be the first time that they have denied the death of a leader, but we'll see. We'll see. There's only one thing to do, is to get profiles of these guys from Memory TV. We're learning a good bit about Khalid Mashal, so let's have a look more about him. Hey, this is the same scarf that Hassan wore in his debate with Ethan. No, wait. Okay, the theme tune. Sorry.
أن الخطر لم يعد محصورا في غزة
2025.
والضفة
I'm so sorry. I should be translating, shouldn't I, for the idiots who are just listening to me through headphones or washing their dishes or whatever other gooning. This is him on Telegram, March 10th, 2025. The danger is no longer limited to Gaza and the West Bank. Egypt is in danger, and so are Jordan and Saudi Arabia. After all, some leaders in the region or in the world are thinking about the deportation of Palestinians to some of these countries. Without October 6, 1973, Sinai would not have returned to Egypt. And without October 7th, we will not take Palestine back. Okay. It is the path of jihad and resistance that can take one's homeland back. Restore honor and freedom and liberate the prisoners. The Oslo Accords brought about the release of a small number of prisoners, but the ceasefire deal and the Al-Aqsa flood have brought back thousands of our people's prisoners with the help of Allah. The world, in its big capitals, respects only the strong. So we want our nation's leaders to be strong. Therefore, I would like to make it clear that Gaza will only belong to its people. No one will leave Gaza or the West Bank to an alternative homeland. The people of Palestine will only be governed by themselves. No political regime will be imposed upon the people of Palestine. The weapons of the people will not be taken from them, so long as they are under occupation. The future will not be drawn up in the capital cities of West or East. The people's rights will be drawn up on the battlefield. These rights will not be restored in the Security Council, but in the recruitment office. 2,000 verbal shells are not worth one made of steel. Dude. Is memory a reliable source? Their translations are reliable. Context might not always be, but I mean, it's not like a fucking secret that these guys still support October 7th and still support fighting. This is into Al Jazeera on October 7th, 2024, the anniversary. Oh yeah, this was him talking about the losses. He says our losses are tactical, whereas our enemy's losses are strategic. That is a fact. Facts. Our losses are tactical, pain and death, which is martyrdom. We are suffering, but it is all for the sake of Allah. Today we are making tremendous and painful sacrifices. But they will lead to great horizons, inshallah. As for our enemy, its losses are strategic. The enemy is losing its strategic path and is accelerating its certain annihilation. It is lost on all levels. In addition, all Muslim and non-Muslim nations throughout history had to pay steep prices. The resistance axis has joined us, and we are thankful for that. But today, the rest of the forces of our nation need to do two things. They should open new fronts for the resistance. This is the duty of jihad. The second thing is that we need to open new political and legal fronts. We should persecute this. Oh, fuck me. We should persecute this entity. What does he say there? No. We should persecute this entity on the international level. Jihad is by money is great, but it's no longer enough. We want jihad with weapons and the sacrifice of lives. We should open additional fronts. The enemy is fighting us everywhere, and we should fight it the way it fights us. Yeah, okay. Does Arabic Al Jazeera just play this as it is? They do interviews, right? It's like a Noah Samson video. Again, it's like people, the first instinct is obviously to be like, okay, these guys are absolutely fucking insane. That's not actually, like, the beginning, ending of the story, though, right? There's an internal logic to it. If you believe what they do, which is that the nation and the religious redemption or whatever comes first, then yeah, like the human, like the civilian life or the infrastructure and everything else in Gaza, that's like secondary, right? And it's not as if it's a bad strategy. You know, we talk about how Israel's losses on the world stage are it's mostly symbolic, like most of these countries that are condemning and recognizing a Palestinian state and everything else. A lot of it is symbolic, but there have been some arms embargoes and everything. But you know, long term, that's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem for Israel to have like zero friends in the world stage, and like they've got Trump now, but what happens in America 10 years from now? Do you think support for Israel is going to go up or down? It's probably just going to keep going down because they've had this issue ever since the withdrawal from. Ever since the Second Intifada, really, they've had this issue because the world just doesn't like watching one of the most sophisticated armies in the world fighting against people with fucking Kalashnikovs in tunnels, right? There's no way to do that without you looking like a fucking barbarian. And obviously the rightward shift of Israel doesn't help either with fucking psychos like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich in front of the microphone all the time. It's not a good position for Israel to be in. And for Hamas, like to them, there's an internal logic there that's worth it because that damage is long lasting. It's hello?
Hello. Would you think Smotrich or Ben-Gvir are valid military targets?
Yeah.
So if any Arab country attacked Israel and killed those two, and just those two, do you think Israelis would be fine with it? I think majority of Israelis would be fine with it because they hate him. But the legality of the strike, I don't think they would allow it.
I mean, they're like literally right now, Netanyahu is saying that or Israeli officials are saying that the government wants to go with Trump's deal, but Ben-Gvir and Smotrich are going to oppose it. Like they've opposed aid resumptions, they've opposed ceasefire deals, they've opposed quite a lot because they want to settle Gaza and fucking take over everything. So yeah, they are properly like a thorn in the side of peace. Yeah, they should, and not to mention what they do to prisoners under Ben-Gvir's system or what they do in the West Bank with the settler movement. Yeah, they're probably worth a few collateral deaths as well. Jesus.
No, I'm saying legality wise, like attacking.
I have no idea what the legality is, but
like for like a different country that's not involved at all, like that hasn't been attacked. Let's say Egypt, right? Egypt hasn't been attacked. And they launch a strike that kills Ben-Gvir and Smotrich.
I don't know how that works. Morally, I'd be okay with it, but I don't know how it works
morally. Yeah, I'm morally fine with the Hamas leadership getting killed. It's just that like we would never allow this for another country.
Mm-hmm.
Like
I don't know what the morality is of like a non-involved party. Even Egypt is kind of involved, but a non-involved party targeting like a war criminal in another country. I don't know how that works. I mean, Egypt does have some obligation to protect Palestinians in a way because they are one of the negotiating parties with the PA and Hamas. So they do have some connection. It's not like they're disconnected. I don't know.
It is a bit like a different comparison because Egypt is uninvolved in the case, which is like they're the attackers. But like the problem is the victim is unrelated here, which is not technically the legal victim, which isn't like Hamas but like Qatar.
I don't know.
So yeah,
I think if you supported NATO bombing Serbia, you're probably okay with any random country bombing Ben-Gvir and Smotrich. Probably.
Yeah. Morally, the strike to kill the Hamas leadership, I'm okay with it because fuck Hamas. But legally is what I was arguing, and I think if Israel was in this predicament where they got attacked for morally justified targets, we wouldn't be arguing the same way.
Okay.
All right. Chat.
Take care of it. What is the supreme moral leader saying? Our spiritual guide.
Dream Squad HD.
There ain't no way this guy is just watching the Qatari skyline for 8 hours where nothing's going to happen, right? Do you think they'll double tap?
All right, hold on. I'm going to check.
So far, we have anonymous sources claiming that 3 leaders died and then other sources saying they survived. That's where I love breaking news. Breaking news makes me so happy.
reporting on this.
Oh, it's Hamas saying they survived, yeah. Anonymous sources saying they died. Hamas saying they didn't die. Oh. Oh yeah, what?
Manny Fabian reports.
Oh, Manny, he's good.
That
we like him.
the
Sometimes.
IDF strike on Hamas's leadership in Qatar is called Operation Summit of Fire. Summit of Fire. I guess maybe referring to the fact that Hamas leadership was meeting at the time.
Yeah.
Also, let me show you this here. This is from Manny Fabian of Times of Israel. He says the Shin Bet Security Agency publishes photos from its Special Operations Command Center during the Israeli Air Force strike against Hamas's leadership in Qatar.
Okay, fuck off. I'll read that. Excuse me. Let me do. Don't tell me how to do my job. During the strike, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Defense Minister Israel Katz, Acting Shin Bet Chief MEM, IDF Intelligence Directorate Chief Major General Shlomi Binder, and other officials were at the command center in what has been dubbed Operation Meeting of Death. Israeli media says Trump gave the green light for the strikes.
Let's bring in our US correspondent Mark Stone, who joins us now from the White House. Mark, good to talk to you. So we've heard from Israel that there was a conversation between Israel and the United States before this attack went ahead, that apparently the US gave a green light. How significant is that?
Well, I'm just looking at Donald Trump's Truth Social feed, because that's usually where we hear from him first. Nothing at the moment on the events in Doha. He is here at the White House. He is due to appear on camera in the Oval Office at around 4 o'clock this afternoon. His press secretary, Caroline Levitt, is due to give a news conference, a regular news briefing at 1 o'clock this afternoon, so in a few hours' time. I'm struck by the fact that the Israelis are saying that they had notified the Americans before this strike. You would expect that to be the case, but it doesn't entirely align with the US Embassy in Qatar's statement on X, which says we have seen reports of missile strikes occurring in Doha. The sort of inference of the language used there is that they were somehow surprised by this. So we await clarity on the extent to which the Israelis did, in fact, inform the Americans on it. I've also been speaking to a Qatari diplomatic source here in Washington over the last 10 minutes, who has said the following to me. Says Hamas received the new proposal from us, that is the American-Israeli ceasefire proposal, Witkoff, which was obtained from Witkoff in Paris last week. Witkoff is the Trump's Middle East envoy. It goes on to say the Prime Minister met with them yesterday. They decided to meet again today to discuss the proposal arriving from Turkey. And then it concludes, and this is the key bit, however, as has happened before, the Israelis undermined hopes for peace, further prolonging the war and complicating efforts to bring the hostages back. Now from Qatar, from the Qatari government, to have a line like that is so directly critical of Israel is telling. Remember, the Qataris have been the mediators in all of this. They have been...
Sorry, wait. This is apparently the footage from Doha of the strike.
Oh my God.
She's saying, oh my God.
Oh my God.
You guys don't speak Arabic, I do.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Yes, hosting the political wing of Hamas in Doha, but as part of a process to try and find common ground between Israel and Hamas to bring around a form of peace. And so to that end, hitherto, the Qataris have not, in quite that language, been quite so critical of the Israelis, although behind the scenes they have believed this all along. But now, really, really upfront in black and white, they're saying that the Israelis are undermining hopes for peace. I mean, the question is, why has Israel chosen to do this now?
Why was she speaking English? Ooh, American intel. Wow, American intel. American ops. Good Christian girl. You know that Christian Arabs still say Ya Allah, right? They still say Allah. Because Allah just means God, right? You understand that they do that? Okay.
Now, at this point where, yes, we've been here before, but at a point where the ceasefire appeared to be really, really very close. So in that sense, Qatar believes that Israel has undermined what was a ceasefire deal in the making.
Mark, talking about the dialogue between Israel and the United States, it's important for us to clarify that it's the Israeli Channel 12 being cited via Reuters, that they say that an Israeli official told them Trump gave the green light for the attack on the Hamas leadership in Qatar. So it is coming to us rather third hand. So it's worth flagging that. Where, Mark, do you think this leaves the US peace plan in the Middle East?
Yeah, I mean,
the correct answer to this is that US peace plan was going nowhere anyway. That's but
Reuters, as you say, is reporting this. We haven't had it directly from the White House. There's been no comment from the White House so far. One of their Homeland Security officials is currently at the outdoor podium here at the White House giving an update on domestic issues. I mean, it's worth saying that the president right now has got a heck of a lot on his in tray. Just over the course of the past 24 hours, so much has emerged from this Epstein letter, the book that has been released in Congress. That's a massive challenge for the president. He is in it.
Yeah, that's okay. Now I know why Trump okayed the strike.
And it's clearly going to be a focus at the press briefing. Now we have this news of what's been going on in Doha. There is also a massive amount of domestic stuff going on, with the president saying he is, to quote his tweet from the weekend, going to declare war on Chicago. He's dialed that back, but he's certainly intent on sending in both the National Guard and ICE agents to carry out immigration raids. So that's the sort of context from an American perspective of just how much is going on. It's going to be one heck of a news conference at 1 o'clock here when Caroline Levitt gets to the podium. But in the context of America and Israel, well, we know, we have seen that Donald Trump appears to be kind of dancing to two tunes. In one sense, it is sort of implicitly clear that he is allowing Israel to do what it wants in Gaza, and yet at the same time, he is consistently saying that he wants peace, that he thinks peace is close, that he thinks a ceasefire is close. Well, plainly, what has happened in Qatar, in Doha today, will set that peace process that Donald Trump says he wants. It will set it back significantly.
Mark, thank you very much for that. Mark Stone, our US correspondent.
Okay. Little post here from Doron, who is, for those of you who don't know, this guy is the main character from Fauda, the useless baldy guy who is very good at fighting, but also is insanely erratic and just gets his own people in trouble all the time. But anyway. New details on the operation to eliminate the Hamas leadership. 1, this is an operation that has been planned in Israel for several months already. 2, during the past month, that is, since Hamas showed significantly more rigidity regarding the deal, it was decided in Israel to accelerate the combat procedure. 3, every week, discussions were held in the IDF to ensure the readiness of all intelligence and operations entities for the action. 4, the air operation. About 15 fighter jets participated in the strike, more than 10 aerial munitions that struck the target within a difference of a few seconds. Only one target was attacked. Aerial refuelings were carried out. Our pilots landed safely in Israel. Wow. And I think Fox are reporting something similar. Fox! I wonder if Fox ever has any kind of like reporting advantage here, because like they're one of the only outlets that Israeli intel people would actually bother talking to. Which is a bit sad, because Fox News is disgusting. But
unfolding in the capital of Qatar. Just moments ago, the Israeli military says it conducted a strike against senior Hamas leadership there. There have been multiple explosions reported.
Also, I believe Yemen fired a rocket at Israel, but it got intercepted before the sirens even went off. So, yeah.
In the capital of Doha. This is just happening now, and Dan Hoffman, our Fox News contributor, joins us on the phone. Some people think this is 2 years too late, that Qatar was harboring Hamas leadership for years on end and giving them billions of dollars, and now apparently they are no longer given safe harbor in Doha. Dan, over to you.
Yeah, there's clearly no safe zone for Hamas.
Wait. Good question in chat. What's the flight path? So obviously they can go over Jordanian airspace. That's, I think, normal. But they would have gone over Saudi airspaces. When Israel strikes Yemen, do they go over Saudi airspace or do they go over the sea? Would they have gone through Iraq? Because like that, Kuwait as well.
Is an escalation by Israel, but it's worth emphasizing that there was a Hamas delegation in Doha led by their leader Khalil al-Hayya, and another senior official, their co-chair, Khalid Mishal, who spent a lot of time in Doha. They were meeting with senior Iranian officials, including the Iranian foreign minister. And so Israel decided to take this opportunity to take out the Hamas terrorist leadership. There are issues here, intelligence questions about, obviously they knew where these guys were, but all the work that the Israelis had to do to ensure that there was no collateral damage on innocent civilians in Qatar's capital city. It's an escalation diplomatically, and Israel will have to deal with the ramifications of that in their bilateral relationship with Doha. But Israel has emphasized that if Hamas doesn't release all the hostages, then Israel will take further action and escalate their strikes in Gaza and their military operations there. And obviously that now it's clear it doesn't exclude Israeli operations outside of Israel.
Bill Hemmer's with me as well, in case you want to jump in.
Dan, when you think about the war in Gaza and the warning that Netanyahu gave those in Gaza City just even 48 hours ago for up to 20,000 residents there to move out. So they're making a move on that city. At the same time, they're going after the leadership. What's the impact of taking out the leadership with regard to the war in Gaza?
I think if you ask General Jack Keane, he'll tell you that Hamas is going to carry on fighting. Israel is engaged in an insurgency right now. And even if Israel is able to decapitate Hamas, which they largely have, Hamas is down to way down the line from their battalion commanders who've just been decimated by Israeli strikes. But Hamas is continuing to fight. And in a classical sense, and I can tell you from my experience serving in Iraq during our counterinsurgency in 2006 to 2008, the goal is to try to divide the innocent civilian population from the irreconcilable terrorists and think about what the post-conflict reconstruction plan is going to look like. Israel hasn't done that. They have taken the fight to Hamas effectively, but it's the question of what next. And that's one of the reasons I think why almost 3 years into this war, or 2 years into this war, there's concern, certainly among Israel's staunchest supporters, including Germany and Australia and France. They're all talking about recognizing a Palestinian state in the next UN General Assembly.
One of the things I think is interesting is the fact that just a few weeks ago you had President Trump reinforcing his commitment to whatever Bibi Netanyahu decided to do. And I think one of the very real frustrations inside Israel and then around the world, if you support Israel, is that there are many people who believe that Qatar could have pressed Hamas to release the hostages on October 8th. That they are, this is not my words, but some will say, complicit in continuing this war because Israel has maintained that the war could end tomorrow or right now.
Was Qatar one of the Arab League countries that told Hamas it was time to wrap things up and fuck off? Or was that just the rest of them? Who are the... It was July this year, wasn't it? July, Arab states calling Hamas to disarm. It was Qatar as well. They were part of them. So this has been, it was admittedly quite a bit later than it was with the Arab League and Lebanon, to the PLO in the 80s. They were a couple of months in when they said that. But it seems like Arab Muslim states, including Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt, have for the first time issued a joint call for Hamas to disarm and relinquish power in the Gaza Strip. Yeah, they were calling for Israel's terms, yeah. This is a while ago. Almost all of Israel's terms. They didn't call for excluding the PA. All of these countries would have wanted the PA to be part of future governance in Gaza. That is where they are at odds with Israel. It's like a key area, anyway.
Now, if the hostage is released, and now I believe that Israel doesn't want to go into a third anniversary of October 7th with these hostages still underground.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Qatar has the leverage anymore to influence on the ground how Hamas is dealing with the hostages. And I would just emphasize that for Hamas, the war is their oxygen. They're going to lose every battle. There's no question about that. But they feel like they're winning the propaganda war because they are embedded with the civilian population. And in order to take the fight to the terrorists, Israel is accepting a certain level of collateral damage on the civilian population, on infrastructure, on buildings. We've just seen that in Gaza. It's an extraordinarily challenging urban environment for the Israeli military. I've never felt like Doha has the leverage to do anything about it. But I think what Israel is saying that, look, if Hamas wants to carry on their relationship with Iran, they can do so at their own peril. That was the message today.
You know, Dan, one of the things, and one of the many things we learned when we went into Gaza in August, is that you have 2 million people who are trying to live there, and it is a very difficult and harsh life. And what the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, told us is that he believes there are 20,000 Hamas fighters who are still alive and willing to carry on the fight. I don't know how you separate 20,000 fighters from 2 million civilians. But the big challenge within Gaza is how you're able to successfully feed and house to an extent and give medical care to 2 million people while you're trying to root out a guerrilla war in an urban area. And Dan, you know, this is a significant challenge if you're trying to succeed. And I think it's a fair question to ask, can it be done?
It's almost an insurmountable challenge, Bill. From my experience on the ground in the Middle East, in Iraq, look, Hamas is deliberately putting Palestinian civilians in harm's way. They are preventing civilians from evacuating areas where they know the Israelis are planning strikes. Typically, when you're talking about targeting 20,000 Hamas terrorists and protecting the rest of the population, the millions of the population, you need a lot of boots on the ground. And we saw that with the surge, when we surged U.S. troops and supporting elements to Iraq to help make that happen. I'm not sure that Israel has the wherewithal to do that. They are stretched thin. Israel was meant to fight short wars and win them quickly. This is already an extraordinarily long and extremely costly war for Israel.
Dan Hoffman, thank you for getting on the phone with us. And it is 10 a.m. Eastern. This is America's Newsroom. I'm Dana Perino with my cohort.
Hello to you. Yeah, I'm Bill Hemmer. Good morning at home. This is significant news, as we've reported here. Trey Ying's our correspondent in the Middle East for the past 7 years. Right now is on duty covering the war in Kyiv, Ukraine. And
Fox News understanding the task more than Bibi. Yeah, dude. Here's an interesting little fucking bit. If TOI doesn't stop fucking freezing my computer, we'll have to wait. Obviously, all the updates. Go IDF. What? Is this live? Oh, this is just Fox News. No, this is a segment. Why is the chat here? What the fuck? Whatever. Does anyone know who Nick Fuentes is? Nah, mate. Sounds like a little punk. You saw what happened in Nepal? What? An Asian country that's not the Middle East. Why would I ever? Are there Jews? Where are the Jews? Tell me that. Never mind. This is an old story, obviously. Netanyahu was warned twice that Qatari cash was funding Hamas's military wing. Oh no. 2019, 2020. The IDF told him that Mohammed Deif was seizing millions from monthly payments. Oh, no. I mean, we knew that. That's not really news. That's crazy, chat. I believe Qatar for the second time has suspended their role as mediator. They did it once in November last year. I think this one might be a bit more long lasting. Qatar condemned the attack. They said it was a residential headquarters where a number of senior Hamas politicians lived. Risks antagonizing its government and unraveling those diplomatic efforts. The thing is, if Qatar was telling Hamas to give up like quite a while ago, I don't really know what more they could have done. Thought to be neutral ground, in part because it maintains contacts with the Israeli government. Senior Israeli officials have traveled many times to Doha to talk to Qatari leaders about securing the release of hostages in Gaza. since the Hamas-led October 7th, 2023 attack on southern Israel that ignited the war in the territory. But Israeli officials have promised to kill Hamas leaders who were involved in the planning of October 7th attack on Israel. In May, Israel Katz, Israel's defense minister, specifically threatened Khalil al-Hayya, the chief Hamas negotiator, who is often in Qatar. This is one of the guys who is presumed to be dead, according to Saudi, but not according to Hamas. He threatened Khalil al-Hayya on the 31st of May. Okay, that might be useful for the timeline. Okay. 31st of May. Israel Katz threatens Khalil al-Hayya on Twitter. Sure, dude. Just doing a bit of history, okay? Documenting the record. Qatar speaks from both sides of their mouth. Really? That's crazy. I had no idea that they were like one of those mediator, middleman dudes in a very unique position in the Middle East. That's crazy. David is gone. He was really wanting to jump in. Oh no, poor guy. Let's talk to this other guy. Who's this guy? Byron, hello. Can I do for you?
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, so sorry, I was catching up on the stream on the other end. I was like 5 minutes behind. First time caller, long time listener. Just a little bit like myself, so that the whole chat knows. I'm originally French, living in the US. My wife's parents are Israeli, living in the US, so she's American, but yeah, so I originally reached out to you with regards to I know today is all about Qatar and what's happening, but about like the genocide report that was published by the Israeli historians. It's a very long report. I don't expect you to even apparently not read it all the way through, but you might be interested in just like taking a few looks at it. And if you are interested, I actually know personally the first author of that report. So if you want to discuss with them, I might be able to actually create a contact between you two if you want to have a discussion. So yeah, that was one thing. And the other thing was with regards to the Zionist archive text in French. If you want me to take a look at it, I can definitely translate it. And my wife is actually a translator, French, Hebrew, English. So
oh my
that's
God.
awesome.
How do I have like 3 people who are professional translators in my community? That's cool. Okay, thank you. Yeah, if you send me a DM on Discord, just so I remember, I'll send you the thing. And obviously, if there's a fee or anything, you can let me know as well. Because I'm probably going to run this by like 3 people just to be triple sure. But yeah.
Yeah, of course, that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, and well, that's it. That's all I want to say. Thank you for everything you're doing.
Okay. Take care. Bye bye.
Of the Hamas
how's the coastline looking, guys? Check the coastline.
Khalil al-Hayya and his office director were killed.
God, it's
I'm
such
also
a bleak atmosphere out there
post
today.
a link to a photograph, but I don't own the rights to the photograph. But there's of the building that was supposedly hit, the residential building. So Quds News Network said the son of Hamas leader Khalil al-Hayya and his office director were killed. That's unconfirmed, and we don't know if anybody else has been killed. So to repeat, Israel has carried out a strike.
You need someone from Israel to tell you about the attack. Wait, why? What? The fuck is this? Tel Aviv stock market right now. Is that because people think this is ending the war? Okay.
Oh, hold on. I think there's a new statement. Hold on a moment here. Hold on.
We're not doing that. Sorry. Bibi claims the go-ahead was given after the Jerusalem attack, even though the planning for this was obviously months in advance, right? Maybe for like pretext. I don't think it played a significant role in the attack, though. No, but who knows? Maybe. Breaking from Mintel World. I have no idea who these guys are. OSINT. Okay, so pinch of salt. Pinch of fat salt. Qatar announces it will no longer act as mediator between Hamas and Israel to reach ceasefire in Gaza. I mean, how could... yeah, fair. Probably fair. Hey. You suspect Qatar knew something was cooking. Again, it's just, what do you do with that information? It's one of those things that is only ever going to be based on conjecture for the end of time, right? In other news, in Gaza, the evacuation warning for Gaza City has been given. People are leaving.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has told people in Gaza City to evacuate now. Printed leaflets were dropped across the city on Tuesday morning, warning people to get out immediately. Mr. Netanyahu said Israeli forces were organising and assembling to enter Gaza City for what he called ground manoeuvres. Last week, Israel said it had established control over 40% of the city. Israel's also said it accepted the latest US peace plan. Hamas said it was ready to talk. Well, Oxfam's regional humanitarian coordinator, Ruth James, explained what the situation in terms of humanitarian help was like now in Gaza.
We received information this morning about 7:30 a.m. that the IDF had issued a forced displacement order for the entire city of...
BBC News, very objective. Okay, I need to start banning people. Holy fuck. Sorry, if you're so... Fuck, wait, never mind.
Gaza City. Estimates put around 800 to 1 million people currently in Gaza here. As I think is well known, at least half of those people are experiencing famine at the moment, meaning people are starving to death and they don't have enough food to eat. They certainly are in no position to be forced to move back down to the south to a so-called humanitarian zone that Israel has declared in Al-Mawasi. We also understand from the notice that was issued this morning, where I am at the moment is in Oxfam office. It's a site that is notified as a humanitarian premises with the Israeli authorities and should be protected under international law. What we understand is that all of those sites where we've shared the coordinates are also included in the forced displacement order. This obviously is going to be very difficult for the humanitarian community to continue to deliver life-saving services to the people in Gaza at the moment. This is an extremely stressful and horrific time for people living here. My colleagues are facing, impossible decisions about what to do, where to go with their families. Many people simply are refusing to leave. They can't.
I'm going to talk about Israel's drone attack of the Gaza flotilla last night. Oh yeah, don't worry, that story is lined up. That story is fucking ridiculous. Oh god, this is much more important. But yeah, okay.
Contemplate being forced to displace again. Many people have been displaced over 10 times, 15 times during this brutal war that, we consider this to be a genocide that Israel is inflicting on the people of Gaza. The impact that this order will have on the population of Gaza is horrific and unimaginable. It's simply inhumane to try and force all of these people out to displace again.
Ruth, over the past few days, we've seen the IDF target specifically taller buildings across Gaza City. We see the images of rubble across it. Our understanding
I believe it was two high-rises, maybe a third one.
Is that Benjamin Netanyahu believes that Israel's established control over 40% of the city in terms of the destruction across Gaza City, which has, as you say, up to 1 million inhabitants. What is it like on the ground, just even moving around?
14 high-rises. Did I miss an entire day's worth of high-rises getting fucking clapped? Okay.
To move around. Gaza City and all of Gaza is almost completely destroyed. One of the other things that Israel has done recently, or yesterday in fact, is told all of the humanitarian organizations that they will only, they need to so-called coordinate our movements in the city which means that they need to approve each and every individual movement, which is clearly impossible to do. The volume of movements is too many. There are.
Do you think the U.S. turned off Qatari air defense? I don't know what the arrangement is with Qatar, and I know the U.S. has bases in Qatar. I don't know if Qatar has their own stuff, but obviously the U.S. wouldn't have shot anything down because they approved the strike. The U.S. was apparently clued in on this, so yeah.
Is issued for some of the airstrikes, but not all.
Oh, it's spreading. This is spreading. I think Qatar was informed ahead of the Israeli assassination strikes on its soil. The claims are spreading. They're spreading online.
And on Sunday morning, one of Oxfam's local partners, Aisha, who support women and gender-based violence survivors, their headquarters was actually hit in an airstrike, and unfortunately, one of their staff and her son was killed in that strike. It's incredibly dangerous for everyone at the moment inside of Gaza, but people simply, there's no safe place for them to go to. It's impossible to get down to the south of Gaza. There's no fuel, there's no transport, there's only one road. People don't have money, they don't have any resources. And as I said, many people are starving and simply cannot pick up and move again at this point. It's really a catastrophe that's happening at the moment in Gaza, and this can't happen. We really need an immediate ceasefire and an immediate end to this crisis.
Ruth, you paint a really desperate picture. Just in terms of your organisation, I just wonder how you even can operate in conditions like that.
It's incredibly difficult to operate, and our staff and our partner staff have been and continue to risk their lives on a daily basis to continue to deliver humanitarian supplies to people in Gaza. Israel has done its best attempt at making it completely impossible for us to deliver aid. We have been struggling to bring in our aid from outside of Gaza for many months now. Food parcels, hygiene kits and other items have been rejected. But we continue to try, and we are committed to stay and deliver as much as we can to people up and down Gaza, wherever they may be, so that we can try to provide people with life-saving aid in collaboration with our local partners. It's incredibly difficult though, and it's unnecessarily difficult. It doesn't need to be like this. Gaza is actually a very small area, and if we were able to move safely and bring in our aid, we would be able to reach people quite easily where they are with food and with all the other items that they need. We're simply being prevented at the moment.
Ruth James, she's the humanitarian coordinator for Oxfam, talking to me from Gaza City. You're with BBC News.
I'm needing a source on this, but someone is saying that Hamas have claimed that their leadership were actually meeting in the building next door, and that might be why they survived. If that's the case, dude, that is quite fucking gupped. Qatar urgently phoned Trump, demanding the immediate return of its plane. Good one! Beautiful, beautiful. Source. But we'll see. This is a fucking joke. God. All right. Because they're saying that the plume of smoke was coming from a petrol station next to a heavily guarded building. Oh, is the Communist Party in Nepal getting overthrown? Is that what's going on? Uh-oh. To be fair, they can't be a very good communist government because I've never seen anyone defend them, ever. Ryzen, hello.
G'day, Learner Box. Nice to meet you.
How's it going?
It's a bit off topic.
Uh-oh.
Sorry.
What we got?
I had the live stream replay in my ear.
Shit.
I'm just here to more argue your aspect on like rational media versus the impact of irrational media, and how what you do is more impactful, but it doesn't reach enough people because you are too rational.
I I don't know if that's the only reason, but okay. Where are you going with that?
Sorry. Well, one of the main reasons, and so my position is that is there a moral obligation on your behalf to be more linked to drama in order to promote the important messages you explain, or is it just more negative if you link to the drama aspects that exist in the like completely disparate like left-wing, right-wing bullshit that's happening at the moment?
No, the drama's just fun and interesting to me. That's all it is.
Well, thanks for your time. No, but also there's a reason that like the drama channels grow and you grow slower. I know you because I fell in love with your like rational explanations like 6 or 7 years ago. You're not growing as much as the other aspects of what could exist because you are not engaging with the stupid drama bullshit. How do you reach the people that you need to reach? Like Dylan Burns, for example, doing great journalistic work on the front lines, but will never reach the same people Hassan does or Destiny does because they engage with the drama bullshit. Now, g'day, Star. How do you engage with more people who needs to hear what's really going on outside of CNN, MSNBC, Hassan, Destiny, that kind of thing? Like, is there not a some kind of obligation on you as a genuine intellect and knowledgeable person to push this across to others?
I don't know. I feel like I do a lot of drama content. As for the reason for like slow growth, it just like back when I used to do video essays, there was just like I can tell now, right? That whole bread tube aesthetic was just right. It was just elevating anyone who could put a video essay together that was like slightly coherent. Like you saw that it raised me up, and it also raised up like retards like fucking Noah Samson and shit. So like that was. I think that's where that came from. And then now, I guess like the positions I've taken on the Middle East and the things that I speak about on the Middle East are just not as popular in the English speaking world. So it makes sense that like they would grow and I don't think it's because of drama necessarily. Actually, I do quite a lot of drama. But I've never really worried that much about channel growth because I think doing that can just completely mindfuck you. I'm much more focused on just like talking about what I'm interested in and what I care about. And if it grows, it does. If it doesn't, it
Totally.
doesn't.
No, I'm not saying it's bad that you're not growing. Like, I think you've grown a lot. It's really positive, and for what you put across, it's like amazing how much you've grown. I'm saying like people like Noah Sansom that started off with like bullshit red tube essays and stuff. They then started to engage with like just the drama attacking other people. The first time most people probably knew about Noah Sansom was when he attacked you or Vaush or that kind of thing. So how do we offset, or do you have an obligation as a genuinely intelligent person with knowledge? Do you have an obligation, and how do you offset the growth of the channels that like don't share the information like Hassan versus yeah, sorry, I'm not sure what I'm asking, but like, why don't you do better and do more? Because I'd like you to do more, blah, blah, blah.
Because I don't think I have any obligation to. I don't have an obligation to grow my channel in any particular way. And like again, like the things that people have to, like I've never really identified with that mindset. Like thinking about what can I do to maximize viewership or whatever else. Like it just algorithms. Like all of it is just kind of like really embarrassing to me, or just like very alien to me. So yeah, I don't think it's an obligation in any case. I think regardless, it is just a fact that there are forces of the universe that you cannot contend with. So having my position on Israel-Palestine is like, it's not partisan in any particular direction, which is the worst thing you can do. Like I could just take a side and like maybe double or triple my viewership. But like, there are just forces in the world and lots of like funding and lots of other just like general pushes that come from towards the Free Palestine side or towards the like yellow ribbon Hasbara side that I don't really want to do either of those. So I don't really, it's just, I don't have any interest in doing either of it. Like some people are more naturally entertaining or whatever. I don't really know if I really qualify for that, but I don't know. I just take the things that I am good at and the things I enjoy and just put those together. Like I really just have no interest in
100%. Like I feel like that's exactly the right response. Like genuinely, you are entertaining, and what you do is good. And if you did things differently, people wouldn't trust your opinion and position as much. I guess what at the end of the day, what I've seen is like over the last 6 years specifically has been the just fracturing of left-wing positions in the term of like specifically around like Israel, Palestine arguments. But what we have now is that there is no unified left, but there is a unified right. And I don't know what to do against that because I'm arguing with more left-wing people than I am right-wing people because the right-wing people don't care about their position. They will just support whatever the new thing is. Whereas left-wing people will solidify and cement themselves in whatever position they take now, whatever time now is, and that is the position they will have from now on. And how do you engage with that?
Don't know. I don't know.
Sorry, fair enough. Thanks for your time. Sorry, Letterbox. I appreciate you.
That's all good. Thanks. Take care. Okay, guys, slight tangent. Okay, whilst we get more updates as they come in. Slight tangent. It's slop o'clock. Okay, we have a yeet post. Possibly a response to Hassan trying to very poorly explain why him and Fuentes seem to have some converging opinions, but for different reasons. I don't know. That was a very strange segment to watch. It was very bizarre. But I guess Fuentes has decided to swing back.
Hassan Piker runs and hides because communism would not survive an encounter with the far right. It just wouldn't. All that sentimentalism, all that sappy, bleeding heart bullshit about free healthcare. Okay, we'll give you free healthcare too. I don't really care that much. I want to close the borders. I want to stop being harassed on the train. I want to be able to live in most of the city and not have to be a war zone. I don't want to have our country run by an Israeli fifth column, a Jewish fifth column. You would not survive that encounter, and you know that. And Hassan knows that if there were ever a dialogue, an ongoing dialogue, or even just a sit down, that whole fantasy, this bourgeois fucking champagne socialism would not survive an encounter with an actual real American, with an actual real American that's a son of working class people. And that's like the delicious and rich irony is that Hassan is a Nepo baby. He's a millionaire Nepo baby who's on all the mainstream platforms. How did he get his start in media? His uncle. And this is a guy lecturing us about generational wealth. Why don't we redistribute the Young Turks media opportunities? How about we redistribute the Twitch subscriptions?
The Bezos money.
As long as he's going to sit there and take shots from over there, inside of that woke fantasy land, they'll all be very confident in their ideology. But the reason that they don't want me to talk to Jimmy Dore, the reason they're screaming, he's a Nazi, but he said this, but he said that. Let him talk. We can talk.
Okay. What's the... What would the Hassan quote be to this, or like from our side? Oh, well, you see, it seems like what he's saying is actually very based and correct because wow, I know there are liberals who think wow, this guy really speaks to me, but do you understand that further beyond this clip, he's actually exposing that he believes all of these base things about Israel or Hassan, whatever, for different anti-Semitic and fascist reasons. I don't know, whatever, fuck, stupid. It looks like that Fantano beef has made its way into the slop monster's gullet. Fucking Gremlo, of all people, one of the most embarrassing, fucking slimy little cowardly fucks you will ever see on the streaming space. Total Hassan fucking skinwalker, down to the way he like has his mic placed in his desk and everything, his camera angle. But yeah, he's covering the Fantano shit, I guess. Okay. Wow. This was the guy who said that Destiny was too short for him, and then a video emerged of him being like, he's like a short guy. He's a short guy. It was fucking weird. I don't know. Where's that video? Where's that video of him saying like, Destiny's too short for me, and he's actually quite short? This is like the only memorable piece of media I've got about him. The guy who was talking about how he would defeat Destiny in combat or some shit. Was this it? I don't want to see these two. Whatever. Fuck.
Oh, I like that. Look at this guy.
Look at him. Where's the clip of him talking about Destiny being short though? It doesn't work without the clip. Fuck me. Useless. Useless clipping. Why is it not there? Oh, someone can give me the clip. Fuck. Post it in Discord if you have it, please. God damn. Hamas has officially said that everyone survived, some family members injured. Oh no. What an embarrassment. Okay, what are we saying?
Box can talk this out. It feels like Tess replies saw to the whole thing. Hey man, been a fan for a decade. Respectfully, I hope that you and Lonerbox can talk this out. It feels like Twitter is dragging the worst out of both of you in this exchange. If you disagree, that's fine. But these quick, witty retorts feel reductive instead of constructive, in my opinion.
Is he going to explain why no one should talk to anyone because these guys can't defend their positions to save their fucking life? Okay. Let's see.
I'm going to just say that's a bot. I'm just going to say that's a bot.
Why is that a bot? What? Okay.
You know, like Jeremy DeVee, 2144. Yeah, both sides, Jeremy. Let's see.
This is him onto Destiny.
Agree with this. I don't think the won the.
Is he not responding to the thing? Where's him reading out my statement? What the fuck?
Bold claim. Never. And he said, yeah, here we go. Here we go. Okay, I got 4 of them. Let's see.
He has a lot of Twitter tabs open. This is also the Hassan skinwalking. Look how many Twitter tabs he has open. It's the exact same formula.
Let's see.
Let's
might
see.
want to work on might want to work this term into the second draft. What was this? A response to Lonerbox?
Uh-oh. Oh no.
What are his positions? Oh, what are Lonerbox positions? 1, support a Palestinian state, don't like Hamas, Bibi, Hezbollah, or Houthis. Still have faith in Marwan Barghouti. Don't think it's wise to try and destroy Israel. Enjoy classical guitar and indie alternative. Never said the N-word. Okay, these last two. These last two.
Yeah, let's get so serious.
The first one, didn't ask. Right? Didn't ask on number 5. Number 6, I have no proof, but I do doubt that. Never? Never.
We've all said it, haven't we, eh? I mean, I might have said it when I was like 12. I might have quoted someone saying it in private. Never on YouTube, though.
Bold claim, brother. Bold claim. Okay?
How about just said it less times than Fantano? That better?
Gaming was peak on Sunday? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, never ain't no way. Yeah, never. Black guy here, he's lying. White guy here, he's definitely lying.
Why? On behalf of white people, we all say it. What are you saying? It doesn't come up that often in Scotland. Like, Scotland's a very white country. Like, people just don't say it. And we don't really do the same thing with like the music, or I feel like a lot of people say the N-word in America because like they've been in circles where people say it like soft A all the time. Like, saying soft A in Scotland is like really in a Scottish accent is fucking weird. So in Scotland, you either you don't say it or you say hard R. There's not really much of a middle ground. Huh.
Yeah, this is never wrote a drawing ass energy. Might want to work this term into the second draft. Okay, let's see. People with no understanding of the region having strong opinions on what's going on here.
Uh-oh. Oh no.
Yeah, man. You know, we have the clip of...
This guy has said many N-words. This guy said a lot of them. That response is revealing a lot.
You telling IDF guys that if they want to do war crimes, just don't post the war crimes.
These guys really only exist in clips, do they? They like, the world is just a series of clips to them. They're just like, they're like human case studies for doom scrolling. Like, this is what it does to your brain.
Want to do weird fascist psychosexual behavior while you're doing genocide, just don't post it. You might want to sit this one the fuck out, like you set out raising your child.
What is all this fucking hard man talk? It's so you might want to sit the fuck out, dude. You're a little person streaming. What is this fucking like fake hard man talk? It's so forced. God, what's this?
Hey, the guy who said it was on site at TwitchCon if he saw Destiny.
I dealt with kids like this all the time in high school.
What if I want the satisfaction?
As an adult, you have to at some point respond, but keeping it to saying shit about character and not physically is great. I mean, listen, all I'm saying is on site, you know, we all have different ways that we react, you know? So
I'm not saying it's on site if I see Destiny at TwitchCon again. I'm just saying, you know, it probably wouldn't be on site. Honestly, I probably wouldn't notice him while I'm tripping over him because he's so fucking short.
I'd like him to come to TwitchCon and we'll see what happens. I have enough. I could afford all the lawyers.
It depends. It's not like the attacks against me.
And then this is the rest of the clip. Oh no, not Fat Mike. Oh shit.
Foundation.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone is terrified of this guy. I mean, look at his physique, dude. It's marvelous. It's magnificent.
Yeah, dude, he's got like easy 50 pounds on Destiny. What do you mean? Easy 50 pounds.
Yeah, but like what? Falling asleep on him? That doesn't really. You don't know. You're like that. But by the same token, you could suggest that Destiny can just kind of like dance around him until he tires out and dies. But anyway, coming back to this.
Yeah, TwitchCon again. I'm just saying, you know.
Again, personal attacks are dumb, but if you're gonna make them, like if you're gonna open that door, you deserve what's coming to you.
It probably wouldn't be on site. Honestly, I probably wouldn't notice him while I'm tripping over him because he's so fucking short.
Meanwhile,
look at this guy. He's wearing pumps. And look how short he is.
Why would you ever set yourself up like this?
And what is this outfit? This is an outfit that you would expect on like a moderately attractive woman.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a man in such a breedable stance. Look at this. What is happening here?
I don't know. Like
He
this
is
guy
on the curb,
getting
though.
excited going behind him.
He's off the
like,
curb.
Damn. All right.
Come on. It's not fair. Get him on the curb.
Oh, look at him.
Get on the curb.
Look.
Wait, wait.
Look at it.
Oh God.
Okay, stop. I don't know
Why would you
Mike
ever make fun of someone for being short when you are? Oh God, that's fucking unbelievable, man. That is unbelievable. Okay.
Hassan Piker runs and hides because.
Speaking of which, your son is a Nazi and hates you.
Based.
You know, let's see.
I never understood when did 14-year-olds become like a line of attack against what? It's so normal to these people.
You're aware he basically agrees with what you said and actually put more depth into the conversation, right?
Uh-oh.
Is your head dented in the back? I'm being nice. Ooh. Does he unload? Your wife left you. I'd rather have 100 ex-wives than one Nazi son. I mean, can one disagree? Can one disagree with this? I don't think so. I don't think so. It's pretty clear. Ex-wife, daughter, or Nazi son. This was the best reply I saw to the whole thing. Hey man, been
So did they all fake laugh?
a fan for a decade. Respectfully, I hope that you and Lonerbox can talk this out.
Yeah,
Constructive.
this guy's a bot. Okay, so he's not giving a comment on my spiel.
It just or gonna like lean into.
Jeez, these guys got some shit going on. I don't know, what is it about being a streamer? Like it's gotta be really bad for Destiny's kid to be a public figure on the internet. It's a real shame. Yeah. I would like to think that no matter how much you can hate Destiny, I feel like there's even the worst of the worst shouldn't be going after his son in any way. And that does include using his son as a line of attack. Like that's just so fucking weird. It's so weird. Guy's fucking 14, dude. Oh, is Yeet watching me right now? Oh no, this is from yesterday. Yeet's been paying attention.
And instead ended up handing over half of his own and his own kid. I know. Yeah, that was a spectacular failure, by the way, in terms of like what
God, again, I think if you're an online person who is doing, again, fuck Destiny, okay, but if you're an online person who is doing anything like by giving this kind of attention or like any attention to a 14-year-old for their politics and using it to attack someone, like you are such a fucking loser. Like you are just such a degenerate. You are like actually like a discourse pedophile. Like I don't know. You're a discourse rapist. Discourse rapist. That's a fucking Oreo term. I love it. Discourse rapist. Absolutely mental.
Sex pestiny, molestiny, Epsteiny was trying to do, right? Like he was like, oh, dude, his audience loved talking about how like you don't understand, dude. You got to debate this guy. And instead,
the 3 nicknames in a row is actually genius. Okay, where's the breaking news? Surely there's more updates. Hamas survive Qatar. I think it's an official statement, right? Al Jazeera, what are you going to tell us? Hook us up. Don't make me cover the flotilla, okay? We're slopped out, okay? iDubbbz releasing a new video today. Fuck off! We're busy. We're busy.
Our principled king, bless you, Discourse Messiah.
Thanks for the 1999 EW. Appreciate that. You think Al Jazeera has no disruptions, Qatar Airways operations not impacted. Who is Khalil Al-Haya? Oh yeah, who is he actually? I don't know about him that much. Who is he? What role does he play? He's taken on a greater role in the Palestinian group following the killing of Hania and Sinwar last year, overseeing ceasefire negotiations as the top negotiator and acting as the exiled head of affairs in Gaza. Gaza Affairs in Doha, sorry. Born in Gaza in 1960, been part of Hamas ever since 1987, lost several family members, including his son, to Israeli strikes. In 2007, the Israeli airstrike hit his family home in Gaza City's Shijaya quarter, killing several of his relatives. And during 2014, between Hamas and Israel, the house of Haya's eldest son, Osama, was bombed, killing him, his wife, and their 3 children. Al-Haya was not president during these attacks. Oh, God, fuck my brain. Is this guy, is Abu Muhammad based on this guy from Fauda? The character in Fauda who lost a bunch of his family members in a strike on the family home. Is that what's going on here? I need to stop linking it back. I mean, it's probably happened to a lot of leaders, but he left Gaza several years ago, based himself in Doha, becoming one of the most influential members of Hamas abroad and serving as a pivotal figure for connections with the rest of the Arab and Islamic world. Well. Oh, Reuters have something on him as well. Give some attention to Al Jazeera Arabic. Why? Not everything is Fauda. I know, but this probably is.
Israel has just bombed its 5th country in 24 hours. After bombing Syria, Lebanon, Tunisia, and Palestine, they have now targeted...
Oh, he believes that Greta was hit by a drone. Okay. This fucking psycho, man.
Qatar, targeting its capital, Doha, in an alleged assassination attempt of Hamas's negotiating team.
Speak louder.
Videos of the bombing look absolutely terrifying. People are running for their lives, and this is being carried out in a sovereign nation, a key US ally that hosts the biggest US military base in the entire Middle East. And yet this doesn't protect it. Israel will still do whatever it pleases there. And we will continue to let it. But this is fundamentally ridiculous. Qatar has built up a reputation as being a country that mediates negotiations between warring factions. And maybe they even knew what Israel was going to do. But ultimately,
They also funneled money to Hamas. I don't know. Okay.
Just insane that Israel is still considered...
Like, to their military efforts, not just to humanitarian aid, but okay. And you know that because you'll use that attack line on Netanyahu, but why does Qatar not get involved if they were part of it? Okay.
This normal, moral Western ally that continually bombs countries over and over again, allegedly targeting Hamas's leadership whilst they were trying to negotiate a ceasefire. It is so obscene, and Israel...
Remember, Qatar months ago told Hamas to surrender, give up your arms, and fuck off. That's what Qatar said. They didn't join Israel in calling for the PA to be absent from future projects in Gaza, but the rest of it, Qatar would join the rest of the Arab countries. They joined Saudi and Egypt in telling Hamas to just fuck off. What do you mean trying to negotiate a ceasefire? Fucking hell. You're not trying to negotiate a ceasefire when your entire formula is they offer a deal either from the US or Israel, and then Hamas says, yeah, we're all for that, we're all for that, but change this, and this, and also withdraw from Gaza so we can rebuild and try again. And then in, was it 1st of August, Israel says, yeah, we're not doing any of these temporary ceasefires anymore. Time's run out. We're either going all or nothing. And then Hamas says 2 weeks later, oh yeah, no, we're totally ready for a temporary ceasefire. Yeah, that's what you do when you are not serious, when you are not trying. That's what you do when the only people in the world that you're fooling are fucking white Orientalist retards like you.
Will claim we're defeating terror, but it's just not the case. They are just killing everyone to build their perverse vision of the Middle East.
Is that what Lebanon's doing? Lebanon's currently decided that they're going to fully disarm Hezbollah. They've lost soldiers trying to do that in the last few months. Well, okay. Well.
You are now under citizen's arrest.
He's he reminds me of this guy. He reminds me a little bit of this guy. This is the energy I'm getting.
White men detaining a black man prompts the inevitable heroic intervention by a female.
You're under citizen's arrest. Stay
Except
here.
he's not shouting as much because I guess Paul Joseph Watson's
You
mature.
went up behind her.
Be an allegation, aside from the fact that he subsequently admits to it.
Why would you do that to somebody?
Where's the impassioned
Why
rant?
would you do that?
Organizational suicidal empathy of our esteemed political leaders. There are hundreds of thousands of them here walking our streets.
Don't smile about it.
No. We need older. That's he's matured too much. We
Pick
need
it.
older. New messages hidden in the $100 bill. Based. Okay. Paris is a shit.
Well, if you've been to cities but you've had
Get on
enough,
it. Get
have
yapping.
you been to Paris, France?
You pay for 10 to 20 euros for the crappy, worthless bracelet, they'll call you a racist. So it's not mugging, it's just rightful redistribution of wealth. And if you still refuse to pay up, they'll threaten to kick the crap out of you. And the police are nowhere to be seen because presumably they're too busy on piss patrol or hunting down someone for wolf whistling at a woman, because it's now illegal in France to wolf whistle at a woman. Now call me pedantic, but I reckon that instead of prosecuting...
He's like, they're the same person, right?
24 hours after bombing
It's just like Paul Joseph Watson has a bit more. He's matured a little.
Syria, Lebanon,
In
Tunisia,
his
and
delivery.
Palestine, they have now
It's
targeted.
the same thing going on. Okay, whatever. Waste of time. What is Ynet saying? We've covered what? Al Jazeera, Times of Israel, Reuters, Associated Press, New York Times. Let's do Ynet. But what we got here? Operation Meeting of Death. I love Meeting of Death, man. They should have done it. They should have called it that. In which maybe no one died. Who knows? In Operation Summit of Fire, Israel's advanced its strategy of decapitating leadership of the Iran-led Axis of Resistance. The airstrike on Hamas headquarters in Doha, Qatar, was likely designed to achieve two goals. Main goals. The first was to remove Khalil al-Hayya and possibly Zahir Jabarin from Hamas's negotiating team. Both have consistently represented a hardline, uncompromising stance in the group's demands during talks. Well, the last I saw from Khalil al-Hayya was he was telling people to remain steadfast. Where was that? Khalil al-Hayya remain steadfast or something about Gaza City? Fuck me, it's only going to show you stuff from the last few hours now. January. What was it here? This is from the Ansar Allah site. Houthi. Will not surrender. That was last year, he said that. Legitimate resistance against the occupation of Palestine will continue by all available means. Dude, you're not achieving shit. Again, the only reason they're keeping this up is so that they can win propaganda W's. That's all they're doing it for. They don't genuinely believe they're going to push the IDF back or out of Gaza or anything. They just think that they're going to, just allow a few more civilian casualties and make Israel look bad. That's the entire goal. This is him calling for aid. What's this? Condemned so-called negotiations with Israel, asserting that the occupation uses talks as a cover to escalate its crimes. Interesting. He said Israel abruptly withdrew with U.S. complicity. When was this one? July. Okay. The enemy will not defeat our people and our resistance. Where's the one where he was telling people to remain steadfast? Tells Gaza remain. It was like very recent. Remain steadfast. Might have been a different phrasing. Probably not going to get it now. It'll be like a Much longer search to find that one. Speech praising Palestinian resistance on January 15th. O Pearl of the Victorious, O but this is from his speech apparently in 2015. O Pearl of the Victorious, O great people of Gaza, O honorable people of Gaza, the people of the martyrs, wounded, prisoners, and missing persons, O you who fulfilled the promise and were patient and endured pains that no one has ever experienced before you. And you encountered what no one else encountered, and you fulfilled the trust with its right, and you are worthy of it. And you sacrificed the moment of sacrifice. Oh, okay, what? You presented the moment of giving and were patient in the places of patience, and you struggled. Okay, they dealt a fatal blow to the occupying entity and will remain in the annals of history. Still praising October 7th, I guess. Congratulate. Oh, here we are. The steadfastness of our people and the bravery of their resistance are what thwarted the enemy's plans. Congratulations on your steadfastness, your struggle, your patience, your giving, and your sacrifices. This guy is just like it's just death cult shit. Like he's just okay with letting these people die so that he can continue to damage Israel. Bro, mental. Okay. Let's read the whole thing. Why not? We will not forget and we will not forgive, and none of us will give up the right to the sacrifices of our people in the Gaza Strip. Our people will not forget anyone who participated in the war of extermination. At this historic moment of our people's struggle and their ongoing struggle over the decades, which will have its aftermath, we address all expressions of pride and praise to you, our proud people in Gaza. At this moment, we stand in salute and reverence before the convoys of martyrs from women and children, elders, scholars, mujahideen, doctors, media personnel, civil defense personnel, security personnel, government and police personnel, and clan and family men. We stand in reverence before the martyred leaders Ismail Haniyeh, Yahya Sinwar, Saleh al-Aruri, and all the brothers and political military leadership of the movement in Gaza. We praise the axis of resistance that stood by the resistance in Gaza. We pray for the martyred leaders in the movement and all the factions and fighters without exception. The Battle of Al-Aqsa Flood marks an important turning point in the history of the Palestinian cause, and what happened on October 7th in terms of military and security achievement will remain a source of pride for our people and our nation and will be passed down from generation to generation. These are the people these guys support. Like, why the fuck would you support these people? It's fucking mental. It's insane. The fires in the Jenin camp, Jerusalem, and the occupied interior, because they don't really know anything about these people, right? They just read from other partisan shitheads that they were actually desperate to end the war really quickly. Yeah. The fires in the Jenin camp, Jerusalem, and the occupied interior had a major role in supporting the resistance. We salute all those who ascended the most honorable battle in the greatest cause, to the battle to defend Jerusalem and Al-Aqsa in this battle, and all salutes to those who remained steadfast in the covenant after them, and then completed the path and carried the banner after them. Israel has achieved nothing but destruction, devastation, and killing in Gaza. We remember the positions of many countries that stood with us: South Africa, Turkey, Algeria, Russia, China, Malaysia, Indonesia, and the free people of the world. We are now facing a new phase in our proud Gaza, the phase of reconstruction, consolation, removing the effects of aggression and reconstruction, the phase of solidarity and sympathy. We confirm to the world that we are a people who build, not destroy, and who rebuild what the occupation has destroyed. We are able, with the help of our brothers, siblings, and supporters, to rebuild Gaza again. Al-Quds and Al-Aqsa will remain our compass and the title of our resistance until liberation. By reaching an agreement to stop aggression, we thank everyone who stood with our people and our resistance. That was him talking to... This isn't Al Jazeera, is it? Hezbollah offers its leaders and fighters as martyrs on the road to Jerusalem, headed by Secretary General Syed Hassan Nasrallah. This isn't Al Jazeera, it's a different logo. Ansar Allah in Yemen transcended the geographical dimension and changed the equation of war in the region. Iran supported our resistance and our people and engaged in the battle and destroyed the heart of the entity in 2 operations of the Truthful Promise. The Iraqi resistance penetrated all obstacles to support Palestine, and its missiles and drones reached our occupied territories. We praise the axis of resistance. Full speech. 17 minutes. God. He was yapping. He was yapping. What's Channel 12 saying today? Apparently, Channel 12 have confirmed the deaths of Hamas leaders. It's just whatever, mixed. Let's wait. We gotta wait. They would have to probably appear with like a newspaper or something to show that they're still alive. What's this? A security source in Israel has claimed 6 deaths in an initial assessment. Okay. That's from 6:34. So I guess our time, that's a few minutes ago, right? It's not that long ago. Estimated 6 senior Hamas figures were eliminated but still awaiting verification. Okay. That's the explosion. That's okay. It's a series of explosions. Did they give names? Don't think so. A relative of Khalid Mashal confirmed his survival. Well, it's just breaking news, man. We don't know. According to recent reports, tensions had emerged between Al-Haya, who belongs to the Gaza leadership and was among the planners of the October 7th massacre, and Gaza City Brigade commander Is al-Din al-Haddad, one of the highest-ranking figures inside the enclave. Al-Haddad was reportedly prepared to compromise on several issues and lean toward accepting the latest US proposal, while Al-Haya and Jabarin opposed it and presented rigid demands. This raises the possibility that Israel may now negotiate directly with al-Haddad, similar to the 82 Beirut siege. Hey, we spoke about this. Remember, guys, the analogy for Beirut was that the PLO were in Beirut. Israel besieged it. I think it was a horrible bombing campaign where about 20,000 people died. Eventually, within a couple of months, I think it was, the Arab League unanimously told the PLO to stand down and to accept an evacuation deal mediated by the United States, overseen by international countries, France, Italy, America. And they eventually went with it. It only took a few months because, again, the PLO just didn't really have the same hold over Beirut that Hamas has over Gaza. So, but also the Arab countries were a lot quicker to push for that back then than they were for this one. I'm not sure why that is. Talks were conducted through mediators with Arafat himself, leading to his agreement under US mediation to evacuate. Why would Israel prefer to negotiate directly with al-Haddad? He is now Hamas's top commander in Gaza. Feeling the intensifying military pressure firsthand and sensitive to the suffering of civilians displaced and harmed by strikes, this contrasts with Hamas leaders in Doha who sit comfortably in hotels insulated from the fighting. The second goal of the unprecedented strike was to send a clear message from Israel's political and security leadership that it will not relent in its demands for the release of hostages, nor in its determination to dismantle Hamas's military and civilian rule in Gaza. The aim was to prove that Israel will hunt Hamas officials anywhere in the world, even at the risk of tensions with such allies as the United States or Qatar, which maintains close ties with Washington in order to achieve its objectives. It is reasonable to assume that the strike was coordinated with the White House. Otherwise, US forces stationed at the US base in Qatar would have likely responded. In addition, Trump administration officials are believed to have coordinated the attack with Qatar. The Qataris have a history of permitting strikes in their territory, most recently at the end of Operation Rising Lion, when US aircraft bombed Iran's Fordow nuclear facility. Qatar agreed to allow Iran to retaliate by striking the largest US airbase in the Middle East on its soil, warning Washington in advance. Oh yeah, they did do that, didn't they? Qatar is literally, but it's part of their middleman shit, right? They're just a little punching bag. The fuck? Although we don't know if they obviously agreed to this one. That is just a conspiracy theory so far. The base was evacuated of planes and personnel before the strike, preventing casualties and limiting damage. A similar scenario may have unfolded this time. For now, Qatar has issued a condemnation citing a violation of international law and announced the launch of an investigation. It is likely to freeze ties with Israel and suspend its mediation role, but relations may gradually be restored later. Reports suggest the strike occurred as Hamas leaders gathered to discuss the US proposal for a hostage deal and an end to the war. But this may have been psychological warfare. The real target appears to have been the organization's hardest line leaders. Hamas is expected to suspend negotiations temporarily. In addition to Qatari outrage, the United States may publicly express displeasure with the strike or even deny coordination. Still, talks are likely to resume later, potentially led by less uncompromising figures in Hamas leadership, whether al-Haddad in Gaza or second and third tier officials based permanently in Turkey. Okay. We get it. Okay, we understand. This is just a Twitter meme. Hamas have claimed 5 dead, but none of them are these are family members, right? These will be family members. That would be so humiliating for Israel if they did that. Because again, like if you're going to strike Qatar for like an unprecedented move, you should probably be pretty fucking clear. God.
All right, we're following some breaking news. As you have learned over the course of the last 30 minutes or so here at CBS News 24/7, Israel has launched a strike targeting Hamas leadership in Qatar. The United Nations Secretary General is now delivering remarks on the attack. Let's listen.
Importance of the report that we launched today. It lays bare a stark reality. The world is spending far more on waging war than on building peace. In 2024, global military spending surged to a record $2.7 trillion, the equivalent of $334 for every person on Earth. That is really 13 times the amount of official development assistance from the world's wealthiest nations and 750 times the regular budget of the United Nations. At the same time, our shared promise of sustainable development is in jeopardy. Only 1 in 5 Sustainable Development Goals targets is on track. The financing gap is growing, and so is the cost of inaction. Governments have legitimate security responsibilities, protecting civilians, safeguarding.
I want to bring back CBS News foreign correspondent Ramy Inocencio, who's joining us from our London newsroom. Ramy, the UN Secretary General Andres Gutierrez there saying that the attack on Hamas's leadership by Israel into Doha is unacceptable. But what are you learning at this time as to what may have transpired and who was targeted?
Sure. Well, the violation of sovereignty is the phrase that comes to mind, and that is what Qatar's prime minister has just said in a statement, saying that it is a cowardly act, a cowardly Israeli act that he says targeted residential buildings housing several members of the political bureau of Hamas. And we are seeing videos start to come across the wires here of at least one smoking building, a building that could be 2-3 levels of its facade. We do not know at this time whether that is one of those residential buildings that houses members of Hamas, but we will try to figure that out and get that confirmation to you if it is in fact true. One other.
Lawyer's thoughts on the attack. I am still agnostic on whether or not it was like a legal or like moral target. I mean, I think they are. I don't know. I think it largely depends on how hardline they were being in negotiations, but more importantly, what their role was when October 7th and during the war. But we might as well withhold all of those questions because we don't know if they're dead. Israel might have missed every single one of them, perhaps. Who knows? So now we're just doing news. We're just doing agenda-free breaking. Obviously, I don't like any of these guys who were targeted, but, you know.
Thing also out of Qatar is that the country, according to local Israeli media, is now suspending all of its mediation efforts for that Gaza ceasefire and hostage deal. This is until further notice. this is a massive blow to what would be a potential peace process for the Gaza Strip and for Israel. But this goes to show the anger, the frustration that Qatar and its leadership now are going through, that also have to show in a very public facing manner. They say that this will be suspended until further notice. In addition, we're also getting strong condemnation from one of not just a regional country, but also an American ally, Jordan, strongly condemning.
Macbeth said Israel would not have done this without approval from Qatar. I don't know. I don't know how he knows that. I don't know how he claims to know that. Again, he's like, Ryan Macbeth says a lot of things, okay? He obviously knows things that he knows a lot of things that I don't about, like his analysis on the triple tap on the fucking hospital building. That was very valuable. Okay, he made it very clear to me, like beyond any reasonable doubt, that that even by the IDF's own statements, that was an insane fucking criminal act. But as for this, I don't know.
Seems like Israel just struck Qatar to take out Hamas leaders. I'm in the middle of Utah doing some research for my upcoming book, and of course, every time I go away, something happens. Now, the information coming out about these attacks is a little sketchy, and I'll tell you something else. There isn't a chance in hell that Israel would have done this without explicit permission from Qatar. So I think Qatar basically saw the winning side here, and that winning side is not Hamas. Hamas is finished. It's only a matter of time. You know, what's funny about this whole thing is that the real loser here is the hotel, because most insurance programs don't cover war damage. Will somebody please think about the hotel owners?
Dude.
Oh, and by the way, a couple of Hamas guys got killed. Seems like Israel just...
Why would Qatar sanction this? I mean, it could just be that they're fed up with Hamas. I don't know. Like they have given that indication for quite a while, but who knows?
Israel's attacks on Doha. This is coming from the foreign ministry here. Saying this is a blatant violation, to our point earlier about sovereignty, a violation of international law, and what they say is the United Nations Charter. So these are the latest lines coming out in terms of now what we're seeing as a potential standstill in those ceasefire talks, which had been ongoing. Even, it seems, earlier today, from what we are seeing, senior Hamas leadership had been gathered, Vlad, to discuss those proposals that had been floated from Israel, and in particular from President Trump and the White House, which potentially could have seen all 48 hostages believed to still be held in Gaza to be released in total in exchange for an untold number of...
No, yeah, I don't... Again, if you're going to claim that Qatar sanctioned this, like you just please acknowledge you're going with nothing. It's so stupid. Stop.
Palestinian prisoners, which would theoretically then get to this, at least a temporary truce. But now we know that this, at least from one of the mediators, Qatar, Egypt being the other mediator, now putting on indefinite hold their participation in this process.
Rami, we know that earlier when you and I spoke that there were some names that were being reported as having been targeted. I don't know if you've gotten an update. I know that might have been reporting from somewhere else, but I'm curious if you've learned anything more on that. And the other question, of course, is were any Qataris or Egyptians hurt?
Chris Kunzler responded to you. Good out. Don't care. He's just upset. He's just, poor guy. Poor little lad, very upset that his favorite terrorists keep fucking dying or getting hit. I don't know.
Or killed in this attack. Have we heard anything from the political leadership of those two countries?
At present, no, not yet, in terms of anyone else who may have been hurt or killed. What we do know is that Israel's military said that they used precise targeting to carry out these attacks. And to your first question, Vlad, at least one name has been confirmed. Hamas's chief negotiator, Khalil al-Hayya, chief negotiator in those ceasefire and hostage talks that have been on again. and off again. I do have to
I'm
note-
sorry, just imagine if like Ben Gvir and Smotrich got assassinated tomorrow, and then someone went on TV being like, or their little fucking TikTok channel, going, I cannot believe that Israel's negotiating team members were being assassinated. Like, it's so stupid, bro. Like, if you're willing to acknowledge the crimes of Ben Gvir and Smotrich, and also acknowledge them as being ultimate, like the biggest roadblocks in any kind of peace arrangement on the Israeli side, and they get fucking assassinated, why the fuck would you care? Like, it's the same with these guys. If you look at Khalil al-Hayya and look at the way that these people have spoken about the war, and Khalid Mashal as well, they literally talk about how the civilian losses in Gaza are a fucking asset to them. Like, fuck off. You're so disgusting. Looking at these people being like, yeah, Israel's defeating us militarily. There's a lot of martyrs, but these are sacrifices, and we are proud sacrifices. The resistance will continue. The resistance will carry on, and Israel will reap its rewards on the world stage where everyone shits on them and turns their back on them. Steadfast, everyone. Hold fast. We praise the Gazan people, the Gazan warriors, i.e. civilians, for holding firm, because, you know, Al-Aqsa flood lives on and shit like that. All praising the attacks on October 7th as well. Dude. And then these guys get assassinated, and you're like, but they were just trying to negotiate a peace deal. Fuck off. You're just a propagandist for terrorists. Like, fuck off.
That in this fog that we are still very much in this first hour of these attacks, that Al Jazeera, the regional Al Jazeera, says that that man that I just said, Hamas's chief negotiator, Khalil al-Hayya, in fact survived that. So again, pinning this on local media, we are trying to figure this out, and we will get to you as we know it. There are other members that Hamas says that they targeted, but again, we don't know any other names, at least at this point, that are confirmed.
All right, Rami, we just are learning, as you were just chatting there, that the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, has confirmed that this action taken by the Israelis was unilateral. In other words, it was them, that they carried it out. They carried it out alone. The United States may have given the green light. They may have been aware, but this was a purely Israeli military action. Again, we just put up the released statement here from the PM's office, reading it for our viewers. Today's action against the top terrorist chieftains of Hamas was a wholly independent Israeli operation. Israel initiated it, Israel conducted it, and Israel takes full responsibility. Wow. We'll be, of course, curious to understand exactly, Rami, as you were pointing out, what might have transpired, what might have broken down in those negotiations to lead this. It may have been simply a target, an opportunity for the Israelis, one too good to pass up, given that these leaders would have all been gathered together. So we'll have to wait.
Okay.
And see these many questions that a lot of people still have. And I know you're digging into it for us. We appreciate it, Rami. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Right. I say the hard R when telling jokes. I'm Scottish, and yes, it's funny. You do you, boss. Zohran is making everyone really upset with this interview clip. What did he say? When is his election against the Republican dude? When is he actually... Because he won the primary, right? New York mayoral election. Scheduled for November 4th. Okay.
Through the years, said and been involved in things that I've later said was misunderstood, and some things that I regretted. Mrs. Coretta Scott King told me, you got to watch language, got to watch what you say. Now, let's talk about anti-Semitism. New York City is the home of the largest Jewish population outside of Israel. The mayor must build a relationship, whoever the mayor becomes, trust in all communities of the city. The term globalized the intifada has become a flashpoint for Jewish.
I refuse to believe Americans have a hard time saying this word. How many? Okay.
Who say they're concerned about how your views on the Israeli-Gaza conflict will influence how you govern the city. You said on Meet the Press in July, that's not language you would use. But you don't want to police the speech of others. But we both know words matter. The Department of Defense means something different than the Department of War.
True.
I've experienced this throughout my own civil rights career, and I've had to correct myself.
Tally, thanks to 5 gifted memberships.
To deal with what people receive may not be what I meant. And words have consequences, and sometimes we need to examine our own positions to build unity. Has your personal views on the phrase of global intifada changed since you've been running for mayor? Do you understand those that see it in a more threatening way than saying, I'm just not going to police other people's language?
Yes, they have. And you know, when we won the primary election, I said on that stage that I know that millions of New Yorkers care deeply about what happens in Israel and Palestine, and I'm one of those New Yorkers. And I commit to reaching even further to understand disagreement, to wrestle with the complexities of those differing viewpoints. Because what this city deserves is a mayor that looks not only to represent the close to 600,000 New Yorkers that voted for me, but rather the 8.5 million people that call this city home. And in the meetings that I have had since that moment, I've met with Jewish elected officials, with rabbis, with community leaders, and there was one rabbi that spoke to me about how that phrase, for her, brought back memories of bus bombings in Haifa, of restaurant attacks in Jerusalem. And I knew that from what she was sharing with me that she had a fear, as she said, that that could come home to New York City. And so in having that conversation with her, I knew that the gap between the intent that I have heard some New Yorkers share with the use of that language of calling for the end of the Israeli occupation of Palestinian land was disconnected from the impact it was having in that same conversation I was having with that rabbi. And so I have said, after having that conversation, that this is language I would discourage.
Now, you've been running on the platform of affordability.
Oh, no. Wait. He didn't even... So he had an issue with bus bombings in Israel proper. Haifa, I guess Jerusalem could be east or west. Zohar Mandani condemns Palestinian resistance and throws the movement under the bus on MSNBC. This progressive movement is an utter disgrace. This is why. Remember, you guys keep on being like, oh yeah, do you not think we should have some like concise responses available to the claims about the snipers and the famine and the genocide? And like, dude, these people will throw you away because you oppose bus bombing civilians in fucking Haifa, okay? Stop thinking that you just need to explain yourselves to these people. They're fucking insane. They should be explaining themselves to you. What the actual cock is this outrage? He's saying you shouldn't bomb civilians in Israel proper in a bus. What's wrong with you? Fuck me. What are the... Oh, God. How do I see the quote tweets? Give me the quote tweets. You can't do it anymore, can you? How do I see the quote tweets? Do I need my phone? I'm boomer. I'm unk. Hmm. 3 dots post engagement. Oh. Arguably, he's not even saying that. He's just saying you shouldn't do it in New York City. Shut up. Shut up. Uh-oh. Oh, no. He's getting double flanked. Showing your class collaborationist sellout colors.
Back from Greece. Hello there, my favorite YouTuber.
Joan, thanks for the $99.99. That's so generous of you. Thank you so much. God damn. Hope you enjoyed your holiday. We are 12 away from the goal, though. Obviously, that was a big part of it, but god damn. You guys, if you want to finish that goal, we got half an hour, 12 more. 12 more supers, teal or above. Just don't think just because the donor class is back that you're off the hook. Middle class, your class collaboration is sellout colors. Dude, who the actual fuck are you? Excuse me. What? Okay. Y'all are PSYOP accounts. Yeah? Kiss the ring. It's because half of them are in denial of the fact that intifada will mean that to a lot of people, and the other half are upset because they actually like that. They want to see more bus bombings in Haifa. Zionism apologia pipeline. Dude. Zionism in this situation is just considering Israeli civilians. AOC charted a path for... It's Brianna Joy Gray. AOC charted a path for progressives. Run and win because of lefty enthusiasm. Become embraced by the mainstream when they fall in love with your identity and youth. Abandon the left without consequence because now you have liberals to support you. I hope Zohran doesn't take that route. Mate, he said you shouldn't bomb civilians in a bus. Loser ass sellout. When it's time to stand for something. AOC cadence creeping in, and it's sad to watch. These guys are fucking psychos, man. Fuck this. Have any big, well, Brianna Joy Gray, I guess. Has any other big names had to go with that take? Who else is calling him a sellout? Zohran. Oh, obviously. Obviously. Wait, where is it? God. The squirrel. The squirrel is incredibly mad. 47,000. That's not that much. Okay. Zohran gives bullshit liberal Zionist answer during MSM struggle session in which Al Sharpton takes 6 years to get to the fucking question because he has. Ensure he leads with all this bullshit Zionist talking points to prep Mandani for the correct answer. What? Oh my God. He just said you shouldn't bomb civilians in buses, dude. What the fuck? What he says here is in the J Street Liberal Zionist written and approved rehearsal script. Oh no. Which apparently he already adopted ahead of becoming Mayor Sanders' AOCIA style. AOCIA! Directly contradicts what he said during the campaign, that those hysterically whining about intifada are racist Islamophobes who are deliberately misrepresenting and lying about what the term means to fearmonger against Arabs and Palestinians who are now being genocided as he has himself. Okay. Oh, God. These people, man. I don't think... Hassan's not going to turn his back on Mamdani over that, is he? He's going to try to hold on, especially since he's connected, right? He is, however, tweeting the usual suspects, crying about targeting Hamas leaders in Qatar. Oh, they bombed the flotilla. This is, yeah, we'll look at this actually. Hang on. So, Greta Thunberg and allies and friends have decided to lead another flotilla group to go to, I think they're still trying to go towards Israel, no? They're going to go to Israel to bring their very limited aid supplies into Gaza. I don't think they're trying to go through Egypt because obviously Egypt would be less likely to stand for that shit. They said they were hit by a drone. They posted footage that appeared to show the Portuguese flagged vessel being hit by an object and said all 6 passengers and crew were safe. Tunisian authorities said that the reports had no basis in truth, adding an initial inspection indicated that the explosion originated inside the vessel. Now, there is footage, and just to be clear, Tunisia said that the fire probably originated from a cigarette, which is very unlikely because there is video of the of the thing falling on the boat. Like, look at it there. You can see it's like coming down from the air. It's already on fire when it lands. Then I guess they put out the fire. So there's no, a cigarette's not doing that. This is the damage afterwards. Fairly minimal looking. Maybe a cigar. Shut up. Shut up. So I'm not sure which drone in particular would cause this little damage. And there's some other footage, I think, before the fire. Now people have claimed, and I don't know because you don't see it fully, but people have claimed that this is them trying to fire to set off a flare. People on the boat or one of the other boats. There's
boat
footage
loaded
of.
and the
Oh,
boat,
who's this person? I didn't see this.
Hi everyone, Yasmin here. The family
Which video showed the flare? I did not see a video that actually shows you the flare. If you've got that, you can give it to me.
boat has been officially attacked. A drone came right above it, released a bomb, and it exploded, and the boat was on fire. Everyone on that boat is okay. The fire is out, but I want to tell you that this boat was the boat that every person from the Madeleine, the old Madeleine crew, was on, which is Greta, me, Tiago, Schweib, and so many more amazing people.
No videos actually show origination. Thank you for being honest. That's what I thought.
They have bombed a boat once again with civilians on it in Tunisian territory. This is an attack against Gaza because they don't want us there. So we need you to mobilize. Let's not stay quiet.
Okay. Oh, that's a Greta video. Okay. Little bucket hat. Okay. Someone on Twitter who I do not like, but they got video footage. They're saying that this is evidence that they fired a flare, but obviously you don't see the original flare here. You see these guys, they're doing something. And then, well, they see it come down. They just see something come down. So these guys aren't actually firing a flare, they're just watching something happen. This does not show you, I don't know why people think this shows you anything. It's just, you can see the smoke afterwards. Here's an image of the damage taken from one of the videos, I think, or just it's a separate photo. Doesn't really look like they did that much damage. Why do you think they would see a bomb come down? Well, because it comes down really slowly, right? It comes down really slowly. So we can rule out cigarette. I think that's fine. But I don't know, again, I'm not a military expert. I don't know which drones drop things that are on fire before they land, though. Do drones drop, like, incendiary devices that catch alight in midair before they fall fairly slowly? And don't do that much damage? Even to a small boat? Like, is a military drone going to do this to a small boat? Maybe they just dropped flaming doo-doo to troll. I don't think this was a drone strike. I don't know. I don't think a military drone would have this impact on a fucking boat, dude, a tiny little boat. They attacked or wanted it to appear like an accident. That's fucking genius. That's genius. Leadership survived. Thank you, Yeet. What's the source? Is it still just contradictory claims, or has there been any videos? I know that Hamas leadership have told Al Jazeera that they survived. But what do you want me to do with that information? The fuck? What is this? This is just a picture of the Flash thermite drone. What does a thermite drone look like? Lonerbox, I worked with military drones. Those things are huge. It could be a smaller civilian model, but no way in hell was it a military payload. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know what drone is supposed to do that. Like, what drone would do that? A civilian drone could drop something like that, maybe, yeah. But I guess everyone's decided that the IDF decided to drone strike this thing in Tunisia. Tunisia have said that I don't know why they said something about a fucking cigarette. That's really dumb. But they said they didn't record any drones in their airspace. But you know, Arab dictatorships, what you're gonna do? What you gonna do? Netanyahu speaks. Oh no!
In Jerusalem.
What's he
I'm
yapping?
originally from New Orleans, Louisiana.
You are not Netanyahu. Not even close. He's not speaking yet. Okay.
And friends, eating delicious Cajun and Creole food and watching the fireworks. I hope you all have a wonderful time celebrating our independence and all of the freedom America offers. Please enjoy our celebration.
What is this? The Dragon drone in Ukraine.
To a medieval knight, it might seem like the work of a dragon, but this finger of fire from the skies is generated by a Ukrainian drone. Video released online is
It's
said to
probably
show
not this, right? It probably wasn't this.
Operating over a
because the entire crew would be incinerated.
strip in the countryside around Zaporizhia. Some defense commentators say the presence of sparks and white smoke indicate the use of thermite, a mixture of metal powders that emits high temperature during combustion.
Tunisia's not a dictatorship. Okay. Cool. It wasn't a cigarette, though. I don't know why people are...
Russia has used this
Holy
to rain down
fuck.
fire on Ukrainian towns and cities using thermite rockets. But it could also be iron thermite, a substance that can be made from readily available components, generating a temperature of 2,400 degrees, the kind of heat used in industry for welding metal structures, and certainly enough to ignite trees and enemy forces with them. Whatever form of...
Sorry, wait, why am I even entertaining this? Why the fuck... When Greta and her crew are going to Israel, they were already picked up by Israel last time. Why the fuck would they drone strike a boat when they know that they're going to come into Israel anyway? And Israel's going to be able to take the aid and do whatever the fuck they want with it. Maybe they send it to Gaza. Maybe they just use it to give Greta a sandwich, like just empty it and give it to the crew before they leave. Like, it's so dumb. It's so stupid. We are not entertaining that. No. What are you saying, buddy? We still checking that Qatari skyline. You never know what's going to appear on the Qatari skyline, guys.
No, it's unknown what the fate is of the Hamas leadership that was at this site is. Were people killed and injured? We don't know. Who were they? We don't know yet.
True. We're on the same wavelength. Rise in. Thanks for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Okay, I got to do donos. I gotta read out my supers. 12 minutes for the goal, guys. Don't make me cry. I've diverted the entire stream agenda today, okay? We've shafted the entire... Hill Belichick of Predict. What the fuck? Thanks for the $2. Qatar, I barely know her. Wow, good one. Charles Oberon, thanks for the dono. Eichmann was captured in Argentina. Honked in Maine. Thank you very much. What the fuck just happened? I just woke up. Charles Oberon, thanks for the dono. It depends on if a peaceful negotiation exists. With Israel, a prisoner exchange or extradition is possible. Qatar wouldn't give up Hamas voluntarily. Wow. Honked in Maine, thanks for the dono. Why would they use explosive as a mechanism for assassination in a country that was not an immediate or existential threat to Israel? That seems way too risky with the potential for civilian deaths. Don't know. We'll get more info, hopefully. Progressive Windsor, thanks to the 5 Canadian. I didn't know that the authoritarian Hamas leaders were sick. Fumbongo, thanks to the $5. Thank you for reading the subtitles. Super helpful for viewers that can only listen in. Yeah, fuck you guys. Not even giving me a full viewer experience. Harjot Tour, whatever. Thanks for the 27.99 Canadian. That's really generous of you. Wow. Ryzen again, thanks for the gifty. Ew, thanks for the 19.99. Dante, thanks for the tier 2 sub. My fellow Arab, my salami. Good one. Luzu, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Barabbas, thanks for the $5. These people are actually deathly allergic to pragmatic electoralism. Probably talking about the Mandani comments. Ryzen again, thanks for the other dono. And Upstate Trash, thanks for the super chat donation. Wow. 10 minutes, 10 more subs, guys. Or 10 more supers. Is it possible? Is it even possible? Probably not. Fuck. What we know, according to CBS.
We begin with breaking news in the Middle East. Israel has carried out strikes in Qatar targeting senior Hamas leaders in the capital city of Doha. It is the first time Israel has struck inside Qatar. Israel is calling the attack the summit of fire. It comes as efforts to end the war in Gaza continue. Doha has been the base of the Hamas negotiating group, and Hamas...
Breaking! Where's this from? Senior American official, the U.S. informed Qatar about the Israeli attack after receiving the information from Israel. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where'd that come from? Was it Pete Hegseth? Fucking Snapchatted it to him by mistake. Oh, I don't know where that's from though. It's just a screenshot someone sent me, probably from a live update. Is it NBC does those ones? Oh shit. Uh-oh. Wait, what if that's how they escaped? Oh, fuck! Accidentally added MBS to the chat. MBS ain't Qatar, dude, but good one. Good, close enough. Yes, those are two Arab countries. Yes.
Confirmed to the BBC.
Holy shit, thanks for the donos. You guys are keeping it up, okay. 4 more to go, 4 more in 8 minutes. Fuck! Come on!
Its delegation was a target of the attacks. The U.S. Embassy in Qatar issued an immediate warning to U.S. citizens there. We have seen reports of missile strikes occurring in Doha. The U.S. Embassy has instituted a shelter-in-place order for their facilities. U.S. citizens are advised to shelter in place and monitor social media for updates.
That screenshot is from N12. Oh, well, they're Jewish. We don't like them. They're fucking gay. Well, I mean Jewish. I mean Zionist. Right. Couldn't be translated. Excuse me. What? Is it because of adblock? Are you straight or bi? Fuck off. What? Get out of here. Excuse me. So intrusive. Ah. This is, oh yeah, here. Wait, fucking speed. Yeah, senior American official. The U.S. informed Qatar about the Israeli attack after receiving the information from Israel. Damn, are they going to tell us what Qatar said? Tell us what your Snapchat convo looks like.
So let's go now to CBS News foreign correspondent Remy Inocencio in London for us today. Remy, thank you for joining us. What can you tell us at this time?
Mugo, yeah, good to see you. Quickly developing here, we're getting fresh lines from Israeli military radio as to the details of how this operation unfolded. According to IDF radio, this operation has in fact been planned for several months. The IDF saying that over the course of the past several months, through these on again and these off again attempts for a ceasefire and for negotiations to release those hostages, They say that Hamas, quote, has shown more rigidity regarding the deal. And so Israel, again, a quote here, decided to accelerate the battle procedure. The operation, they say, involved 15 fighter jets that took part in the attack, 10 munitions that targeted within
Dude, if you're Khalil Al-Haya or if you're Michelle and you just dodged 15 fighter jets, dude, you're never giving up. There ain't no way.
few seconds, and they say that only one target was attacked and that their pilots all landed safely in Israel. Now, as I have said that, it appears also that Hamas is saying...
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah?
You know how you just saw that America informed Qatar?
Yeah.
Maybe that's why there's not really many Hamas leadership casualties, because Qatar then informed Hamas.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, what if they did? What if they betrayed? Who knows?
So we went from thinking that Qatar threw Hamas under the bus to Qatar throwing America under the bus to save Hamas.
Don't know.
Fuck, man. I don't know what would be like a proper response from Qatar for this. Like, should they have warned Hamas, or should they have let Hamas die, or like?
It completely just depends on what their interests are, right?
Yeah.
Breaking. Mahmoud Abbas condemns the attack on the brotherly state of Qatar.
I mean, yeah, they give him fucking billions of dollars. Of course, he condemns it. They give him how much did they give him? 180 million a year.
I don't know how much they give him a year, but they give him quite a bit. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I did tell you that Qatar is a very popular state for Palestinians, at the very least.
Yeah.
Did you see that? Like, one of the choices when they asked about who would you like to be at leadership in Gaza, Qatar was one of the options, right?
Yeah, Qatar was
They
high.
were pretty
yeah.
popular, and that's even in Gaza, where like not the like if you ask like people in the West Bank, they would probably even be higher.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Good luck with your breaking news.
All right, take care. Bye-bye.
that
One more for the goal, guys. One more. 3 minutes. One more.
Something slightly
Shit.
different to Saudi media. They say that Israeli warplanes struck one house. It's the home of one of the leaders, one of the senior leadership members of Hamas. His name is Khalil Al-Haya. He's also been the chief negotiator in the ceasefire and hostage negotiations. They say that they targeted his house as well as a nearby house, but it was his house that was specifically targeted, focused on. There are conflicting reports right now, Mugo, on whether he was killed, whether he was assassinated. Hamas says that he did survive that attempt, but other media say that he was in fact killed. There are reports out saying that there are other people, other Hamas leadership that were also in that house, talking about the most recent proposal coming out from Israel. And
well done, guys. Well done with the goal. Thank you so much. Wow, you did the goal of 20. That's so fucking cool. Wow. You did it in like 10 minutes as well. Okay, whoa, chill. Gonna have to do a new goal soon. What the fuck? So fast. Well. Strong initiative. Ryzen, thanks for the $5. Thanks for the chat. You've helped me with important explanations with the family. Oh. Vivian, thanks for the $4.99. Thank you so much. The John T. Carrot, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Odds Trump blockades Qatar again for like term 1 or like term 1. Who knows? Lana, thanks for the £5 for the heliport car park entertainment. Okay. Matthias Hub, thanks for the €5. Getting more money at work. Here's your cut. This Speedy Speed, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Kawaii Egg, thanks for the 15 schmeckles. Thank you so much. VO, Moth Romance, thanks for the $9.99. Never seen another non-Jewish commentator who's as willing to call out anti-Semitism and give a shit about it. We love you. Well, thank you so much. And thanks for the tier 1 sub. Gay, so we are Mediterranean natives. Hey. Joss Yu, thanks for the $5. Woot, thanks for the €10. Angelos, thanks for the $5. Just learned of you recently with Hassan bullshit and have been enjoying my time here. Thank you so much. HCE, thanks for the £2. Thanks for the content. Ryzen again, thanks for the 2 Australian. Dingo are my narrative. I don't know what that means, but thank you so much. JS, thanks for 20 Swedish. Vio, thanks for the $1.99. EO, thanks for the $4.99. Hab, thanks for 15 shekels. Cheese Jaguar, thanks for the $4.99. MH, thanks for the $5. And Speedy Taco, thanks for the $5 with the comment Ibn al-Haq Tua. Clever. Box Tua. You go. Okay.
From the United States. We do not know and we cannot confirm any other names at this time, but it is understood that at least one name has been floated out there. And of course, we will get more names if and as they come.
And Rami, I understand we're still working to iron out some of the information here that's coming out of this attack and if there are possibly any casualties. But we're talking about senior Hamas leaders here. So it brings up the question, if you're going after those senior leaders, what impact could this possibly have on efforts to get a ceasefire in the first place?
Absolutely. If you take out the people who you are ostensibly trying to mediate with, then who will you talk to? And then that leaves the open question of what becomes of this ceasefire and hostage negotiation from here on out. From what we are gathering, what we're understanding is that they were talking about these latest proposals. The most recent proposal that we had heard from Israeli media that came from the White House, it came from President Trump, is that there was the attempt, if you will, to release all 48 hostages still believed to be held in Gaza. That
you said Wall Street Journal claimed that the American official told Qatar about the strike incoming. Where is that? I don't have a link for that. I've seen 2 Wall Street Journal articles. Neither of them say that. Yeah.
Includes both those who are alive and dead. That would have been in exchange for potentially thousands of Palestinian prisoners. But again, to your question, these are uncharted waters. We do not know what will happen here if Israel, if the United States want to try to carry on with some kind of negotiations. Also to that point, Qatar, which has been one of the mediating countries along with Egypt, they have said that they are now suspending.
It's paywalled. I don't care about paywall, but I just need the article. Let's see. Israel informed the U.S. that the attack was coming, and the U.S. in turn notified Qatar. Where is that in the Wall Street Journal? Dude! I don't see it. It's fucking me up, bro.
All talks, all negotiations for the foreseeable future. So even if anyone wanted to talk, at least one of the 2 main negotiating partners has said, not right now.
And Rami, I heard in your reporting there as you were speaking that this attack it had been planned for some time, for months. But then does it come as a surprise? I assume it was a surprise for Qatar, obviously as a surprise as well for those senior Hamas leaders.
Yes, well, the plans, of course, if they are to be believed, having been developed over the past several months, would obviously not be made public. But it does appear very much so that this has caught the region off guard. In terms of condemnation.
Guys, stop telling people that you're going to go watch Hutch. Don't tell Box. Just go quietly. Rude. I don't mind. I don't mind people saying they're going to watch Hutch.
President.
You know, I'm all for supporting the streamers with smaller viewerships, you know. Poor guy, only 500, you know, he needs all the help he can get. I'm joking, obviously.
Nations that have come out fast and furious over the past 15, 20 minutes. I'll read these out to you. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, the United Arab Emirates, Jordan, and perhaps no surprise to our viewers, Iran here. I do want to say that Kuwait, the UAE, as well as Jordan, have recognized Israel, have normalized relations with Israel in the past several years. So these are from potentially, you could say, recently recognized allies, now very much angry, I think is the appropriate word here, in terms of what appears these governments have been caught out for these attacks and these explosions that we've been seeing in Doha. One thing that we are hearing, though, is that President Trump had been notified, and he has reportedly been given the green light. But again,
so Macbeth was correct. Well, again, just because America told Qatar doesn't necessarily mean that Qatar was okay with it, right? And if Hamas survived, that might be because Qatar warned them. So apparently, yeah, Israel informed the US that the attack was coming, and the US in turn notified Qatar. People familiar with the matter said. Okay. WSJ. Israel informed the US that the attack was coming, and the US in turn notified Qatar. People familiar with the matter said. Boom. Hello?
Hello. Did he say Israel, like Kuwait recognizes Qatar? Kuwait recognizes Israel?
I don't think so, because they don't, right?
They don't. They're not part of the Abraham Accords as far as I'm aware either.
Yeah, they don't. Well, I can see what he said. Hang on.
These governments have been caught out for these attacks and these explosions that we've been seeing in Doha. One thing that we are hearing, though, is that President Trump had been notified, and he has reportedly been given the green light. But again, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, I guess you could say, potentially slightly differing from what he's been saying, is that this was totally, wholly an independent operation on the part of Israel. Israel, in his words, in a statement, initiated it, conducted it, and takes full responsibility.
I was like really confused by that, because like I've never heard anyone talk about Kuwait here ever, but I hear Israelis talk about UAE and Bahrain.
Yeah, it's just all these Westoids, you know.
Which, speaking of which, I've never really went to Bahrain, even though I can.
Yeah. What would you do there?
It's like 30 people though. Like why the fuck would you go to Bahrain?
I've never been.
Alcohol's legal there.
Yeah. I've stopped in Qatar in an airport. I don't know if I ever actually went into. I can't remember.
Now that I think about it, what's it called? I've heard from people from the UAE or Oman or Saudi Arabia that they go to Bahrain because they can drink alcohol there.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Do people from Bahrain often go to Israel?
If they have, they're probably not hanging out around where I am. They're hanging out in like Tel Aviv, where all the rich kids are.
Okay.
Mostly, I've seen mostly people from the UAE, like Emiratis in Tel Aviv, though. So I've never but they all look the same. The fucking Bahrainis, Emiratis, when they come here, they dress the same.
Interesting.
Yeah, they have the same traditional wear.
They wear the
white.
I got you.
Yeah, if they wear that, they all wear the same thing. There's minor adjustments to differentiate between each other, but for me, for people from the Levant would not understand who the fuck is who from those minor adjustments.
Here's an update from Quds News Network. How I mean, this is the picture of the complex, right? How did 10 strikes only leave the building looking like this? What the fuck? What were they firing at it? Do you think
they were trying to minimize as much as possible in case they civilians?
Do you think they mixed up the munitions that they stuck on the drone that hit Greta Thunberg? I'm sorry. Oh god.
You make jokes about pro-Palestinians way too much, man. Huh?
They accidentally
You're trying to sound a little too one-sided there, buddy.
What? That's me making fun of Israel. They accidentally dropped their cigarette firework on Qatar and hit Greta with a real drone.
I did not know flares Like my only fucking like knowledge of flares is from video games because I've never fucking fired a flare. I did not know they light on fire like that.
It would have to be an accident. It would be like a fuck up that would make it do that.
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
I didn't know that.
Actually, well, because I think, well, flares for people that use them at sea, don't they fire up and then they explode and then the flaming thing
They
comes
go down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it explodes?
Yeah, it would. Like on the way down, they would do that. Yeah.
Interesting. All right. Chat.
Bye bye. Oh. The video's a thermal camera. Well, shit. I don't know. Of all the list of possible things it could have been, the idea that an Israeli drone would go over to fucking Tunisia to do that is really dumb. That's so stupid. Okay. What else we got? Coffeezilla? No. No. Caroline Levitt, Queen Caroline, is giving a conference. Okay. That's probably most of the evidence, most of the news we're going to get for now. Families of hostages are meeting with Qatari officials in the US right now. Crazy. Big. Oh. Ooh. What was the original stream title about? What, you mean the Iraq War? That one? That was a video I was going to watch. I was just going to react to some video by that what, why, how guy. That's all I was going to... Maybe Lauren Southern thought they were refugees. True! Bibi actually said the strike was in response to the Jerusalem shooting. That is really fucking retarded. What? That's so stupid. What the fuck? Okay. Oh god. What a moron. That's not really how that works, is it? That's that's insanely arbitrary. Sounds like something to appease its voters. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Stupid. What we got going on here? What have we got here? Ben Monk. Hello, Ben Monk.
Oh shit, hi.
Hi.
I wanted to give my 2 cents about the whole warning in advance thing.
Okay.
As someone who even like saw it himself back when I was on duty, sometimes they do it like a minute or even while the missiles are flying. So it could be like just for the press, basically.
Okay.
So it's just that's another possibility that even if they told the Qataris anything, it could be like while the missiles are hitting or after they hit, right immediately or something like that. So
Right.
it doesn't necessarily have a lot of weight. I just saw it happen before, so something to keep in mind.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. Love you, buddy. Bye.
Bye. Take care. The Discord overlay, I need to redo the link because this URL doesn't work anymore. BB didn't say it was revenge for the... Okay, thank you, Gilad. I just... Okay, fuck. I'm not taking... Fucking chat. You have to give me links. You have to give me links. Otherwise, I don't believe you. Fuck off. What a day. Where's Teuton to help us make sense of this shit? You're citing The Guardian. Uh-oh. Let's see what The Guardian said. Come on, where's Caroline to help us make sense of this? The fuck? I want to know. Okay, what I might do is I might leave my VC open for people to fucking yap. And I need to go get food. If anyone wants to come in the VC and scream about this shit, you can do that. You've got about 1 minute. What is it? Who's this? Oh, hello. Why are you not making any noise? Why are you not saying anything? You're lighting up, but I can't hear you. What the fuck?
What?
Oh, there you are. That's better, yeah.
Jesus. Okay. Yeah, every time I reboot my computer, I have to unplug and plug my mic in again. It's fucking annoying.
Do you have the ability to drag people into this channel?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I can drag people into anything.
Okay. If that's the case, then I might bounce out to get my food because I need to do that. I need to go to the shop as well. Might be 5,
Oh,
10
all
minutes.
right, cool. Well, thank you for leaving me in charge of your stream.
Yeah. Although, how the fuck do I fix up this stupid Discord thing? Do I have to just go back onto the webpage?
I think so, yeah, because it should just be an OBS like browser source, yeah?
Yeah. Well, why is it not coming up? Okay, let me go. Let's figure this out. Come on, be quick, please.
What?
Log in with Discord.
I was gonna say you could just put the old one back.
No, the old one's. This is the old one. It's just fucked itself. So I need to.
Oh, okay.
Reconnect library. Hopefully it has an active one. Okay, Discord avatar. This one. Okay, so that's the active model. How do I get the thing? How do I get it to work? How do I get the link for it to put onto my... See, this is what I have now. Reactive can see the voice channel you're in and you're ready to go. What is this? How do I get the link, though? Is it from Discord avatar?
Oh, is this the one that Spider gave you?
Yeah. So I'm in the library,
Okay.
but where do I get the link for it? Save? Fuck.
Yeah, maybe.
Save doesn't work. Set active. It's already set active. I don't need to add model.
Oh, maybe you need to remove it and add it again?
No way. It's definitely not that. Fuck. I don't know where to go from here.
You know what? I have a better suggestion for you. How about
Uh-huh.
instead what you do is you just pop out the Discord. Actually, wait, maybe that's not a good idea. I was going to say you could just pop out the Discord window and put it on your screen, and then you would just see people's flashing things or whatever. And I mean, I can set it so that I'm pretty sure this channel does not have camera permissions, right?
No, it doesn't. But I just... All I need to do with this is reactivate a fucking link. That's all I need to do. I don't know why I can't find it. It's not in library. It's not in sources, API, changelog or help.
What's the name of the thing?
Reactive.fugitech, F-U-G-I. Oh, wait. Oh, it means I need to get premium? Was I just using a fucking trial? Is that why?
Oh shit, maybe.
Oh, no. That's horrible.
I didn't realize that shit costs. That's the same one that that Gisticle uses, I think, because
Wait, but
that's where I
it's-
first saw it.
But it's not asking me for money. It's not asking me for money. Go to the sources page. Basic sources. Okay. Maybe I'm just not looking closely enough. Add custom source, legacy. Oh, wait, here. This is... Wait, no? Legacy group. Maybe it's because I just wasn't connected to Discord? You can pay for it with all your donations. Yeah, but if it's not... I don't think it is actually like a pay function. What if I do that and then go group? Hopefully it's connected and logged in now. No. That's weird. I'm looking for...
Yeah, I mean, it should just give you a
Ask ChatGPT.
link.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah, that's
who's
what I'm
telling you to
trying
ask
find. I'm trying to find the link.
ChatGPT?
Doesn't matter. Never mind. Wait. Purchase premium. I see.
Oh no.
$4.20 a month, dude.
Oh, what, dollars?
Yeah, $4.20. Is that
Oh,
actually what I
okay.
need, though? Hang on. I don't know if that's what I need, though. Is Spider not here to help us with this?
Okay, I just logged into it and I'm also not seeing let me see if I can find it.
But I don't think they mentioned a trial. Like, I don't think they mentioned like free trial, so I don't even know if that's what I was using. Because I was using it for ages. I was using it for way longer than any free trial would last.
Yeah.
Reactive can see the
Reactive
voice
can
channel
see
you're
the
in.
voice channel you're in. You're
Yeah.
ready to go. Yeah, that's nice, but help.
Why aren't you covering what Ja Rule said about Qatar? Don't know.
Ported broadcasting software. Open Broadcaster Studio. Okay. Okay, to get the basics working. Oh, go to the sources page. Click the clip. Okay, Open Broadcaster Studio. Near the bottom left, go to sources. The browser option. Pop-up correct you. Paste the URL you copied earlier into the URL. Oh,
I found
okay.
it. I found the URL. There we go. That's very subtle, but I found it. There we go. That should be it. Hey,
Wait.
nice one.
Oh.
But
Oh, there we go. There I am.
oh wait, what happens when too many? Why am I not there? Why am I not present on this thing? Maybe if it's too small. Wait, hang on.
No, it doesn't show you. It never showed you. It didn't show you before either, like when you had this working with this
Okay.
particular one. There's probably a setting where you can change to make it so that like you are shown.
Oh, I thought I was showing.
But
on this.
otherwise, no. On the old one you were, like the default regular old Discord
Okay.
OBS overlay, but not this.
Ah, okay. Today. Apparently, BB has fully accepted Trump's deal. I mean, I don't think that's true. I think he's probably just signaled support like they always do. We'll see. Well, that'll do for now. Okay, tell you what, I'm gonna leave this open. I'm gonna mute this. Okay. All right. I'm gonna be back in like 5-10 minutes. Okay.
Wait, hold on. Before you, did you, oh yeah, you have the YouTube video muted? Okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. See you, buddy.
Take care.
Okay, chat. Hi. He turned off his camera. Based. Who am I? I'm a moderator in the chat. And I'm also a history nerd person. Where's Loner? Loner went to the store to get some milk. Hopefully he'll come back. Tell a joke? I don't think I know any jokes. Or if I do, any jokes that I know are really insensitive because they might be about the Jews or the Arabs. Oh, time to plug your channel? Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, so I started a clip channel for Lonerbox that I'm going to call the Lonerbox Archive, but I'm a dumb fuck and I changed the channel name and then I changed it back. Yes, I do have a nerd voice. Thank you. You're not the first person to observe such. Oh, my cat's name is Stuart, and he's really, really cute. Tell a history joke expert. No. Stop asking me to tell jokes. I'm not that kind of funny person. My hottest take. Fuck. I don't know. That might. You know what? Fuck it. I'll just say it. I don't know what is my hottest take. My hottest like non-political take, but like my hottest like drama take is that's what Kalinda sounds like. My parasocial vision is shattered based. Opinion on veganism. My opinion on veganism is that veganism is probably or is morally correct, but vegans are fucking cringe and annoying. And they make me not want to be vegan, especially people like Vegan Gains, who are the most insane like people. And also, I like meat, but I would happily switch if lab-grown meat were a thing and if it tasted as good. look at the top of the screen. Oh, you're yelling at someone in chat. It's weird because it highlights my name, and even if you're not adding me. Why do I think Teuton is so regarded? Because he's like a 19 or 20-year-old kid who is like in college for shit that has absolutely nothing to do with like history or politics or anything, and he gets all of his information from tanky YouTube channels because he probably is interested in it, but he doesn't have time to sit down and read a book about it. He's not coming back. Same thing my last father figure said, going to get milk, be right back. Advice on best book to learn about IP for beginners in the least biased way possible. I mean, I'll say the same thing that Loner did. Benny Morris's Righteous Victims, even though it's really long, but it's a good overview, or at least it seems to be from what I've read of it so far. Yes, Teuton is in college. He's at like university. And he's studying some non-history related shit. I don't know what exactly, but yeah. I don't know. Like he just oh hey, it's Sev. Sev, you're deafened. Hello, Sev.
Hello. Yeah, that's why he can't free Gaza is because he's busy with university.
Oh yeah, that's right. He did say that.
He can't board a flotilla and go to Gaza and not be a coward because he's busy with university.
Yeah. That's yeah, he can't stop the genocide because he's busy.
With university.
Yes,
Keep in mind when he
with
said this, I don't think this has all colleges or universities started yet.
Yes, but not always.
Wait, do you have permissions to move people into the voice chat? You can
Yes, I
you
do.
can argue with viewers. I'm gonna go eat though. See you.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, I would be happy to argue with viewers, but for now I'll just pull everybody in who's here. Hello.
Hi.
Oh my
Unmute
goodness.
your- Hello.
Together.
Oh,
Yes,
I
apparently.
actually, that's kind of about Teuton.
Yeah, sure, go on. We'll talk about Teuton.
The other
Oh,
day,
shit,
or was it
wait,
yesterday?
yeah, I think it was yesterday when he was on. Before you all do that, hold on. Free Marwan. Yes, it's Barkhudi. Yes, all the Israelis get really triggered because yes, I think that that Marwan Barkhudi should be let out of jail because he's popular and he could unite the Palestinians, and he seems to have a different message than most of the other people.
Okay, I just want to say that's why I joined, because I want to ask about that.
Oh yeah, that's why.
What? Okay, but do you think, like, if it wasn't for that, do you think he should be in prison for murder or no?
I mean, yes, but how long has it been since I mean,
20 years,
yeah, he
right?
should be, although I have questions about that. Because there's like contention about the extent to which that he was responsible for that. Apparently there was some shit that apparently he was going to oh wait.
I can't
What?
handle.
What?
It was a sham trial. This motherfucker was like automatically guilty because he knew there was like a conviction rate of 99% for Palestinians in those courts. So he didn't go, and he got automatically guilty.
Yeah, I mean, there's that. But you said that didn't you say you thought that like he probably did do something, but they threw everything at the wall or something?
He probably did something. They just threw anything that's like could have been ever like somewhat slightly connected to him to make something stick so he can get like convicted. But he didn't even show up to the trial to like fight that.
Oh yeah.
He refused trial.
Yeah,
that's
he refused
mainly
trial
what his lawyer
those
said.
those courts had a 99% conviction rate for Palestinians.
Yeah, his lawyer had mentioned that. The other thing that I heard too is that like apparently one of the attacks that he was convicted for was supposed to happen in the West Bank, but apparently the guy who did it decided to go do it like I think in like Jerusalem or Israel proper instead.
I think
But
the
I
one
don't
that
know
most
if that's
Israelis know about is a bar mitzvah of like a 16-year-old girl or some shit. That like
yeah.
But anyway,
Yeah.
I want to go to eat, but I want to say first that I want to petition Lona to go and get some legal help with the whole doxing thing, and that's what I wanted to say. So everyone have a good day, and peace out.
Bye.
Bye.
I think other people have already talked to him about that. Also, hello, Insomniac.
Hey,
I don't think it's I don't think it's Loner Box's
Hello.
first time being. I don't think it's Loner Box's first time being doxxed. He's a big boy.
Is Sev still here?
Yes, Sev
Nope.
is still here.
Because this might be a good question for you too. I was wondering because the other day, Teuton, he said something like people overwhelmingly support Hamas. And I know that
Yeah.
it's very difficult to poll in Gaza, obviously, for many reasons, as Lonerbox said. But I have seen polls, and I don't know the veracity of each one, and they've had different numbers, but none of them would have been considered overwhelming support. So I guess I was wondering, do we know if he was citing something there, or is that just
I recall him saying he specifically got it from Al Jazeera, right? Like,
Oh yeah,
that
that would make
sounds
sense. Didn't they also say that like the protesters weren't protesting Hamas or something?
Yes,
Yes.
that's
Yeah.
why they were asking for this, like the reporter that got killed. Like the reporter that got killed in an airstrike, Anas al-Sharif. That's why the protester was asking him to document what was happening.
Oh yes, I remember that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they really wanted, because they were upset that he didn't. And then I think he talked about it, but he lied about it, or he said something that it
Yeah.
wasn't about Hamas or
Let's
something.
just say if there wasn't a war right now where like Israel is like killing thousands of people in Gaza, Hamas would be even more unpopular because Hamas wasn't popular
Yeah.
before. It's just like they
That's what I've
gain
heard from
popularity
people.
when they attack Israel. That's the only time they gain popularity, and that's what they rely on to stay in power is attacking Israel.
Well, the other thing is they tend to gain more popularity outside of Palestine to some extent, right?
Well, that's because people are retarded.
Yeah, and because people outside of Palestine don't have to experience the consequences.
Exactly.
If especially in this case where they are so
Yeah,
even I
or-
wouldn't say that the consequences are like justified. Obviously, it's gone way too far, but
Even the people in
they're
the
very
West
devastating.
Bank, I think, support Hamas more than people in Gaza. I
That's
don't
what
know if
I'd
they
heard as
still
well. So that's why
support
I
it a
was like,
lot, but I mean that makes more sense because they aren't like they're not the ones who are being used as like human
For all the
shields.
Israelis yapping
Like,
about
settler-
Marwan because
settler
he's
violence has
popular.
gotten
Hold on,
worse,
I have to say this. If all the Israelis are yapping about Marwan and how like he shouldn't be released just because he's popular, your motherfucking prime ministers for the first like 30, 40 years were literally
basically terrorists
responsible for massacres of hundreds and thousands of people.
Like, have these people not heard of Ariel Sharon? Have these like?
I by the way, I can't. I was so surprised when I found this out, but like at the same time, I'm really not surprised. Jesus, like the leaders, like in this conflict, are all just apparently like Yitzhak Rabin was the one who signed the expulsion order for Lida and Ramle, which turned into the death march. I mean,
but Robin actually made a turn. Like he made a turn on his perspectives. He made a turn on his like on his policies.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Oh,
he
Lord,
would-
what's their back?
Yeah, I mean, eventually.
Do you think Israelis will ever like accept a new leaf from a Palestinian leader?
I hope so. I don't.
They're not. Clearly not.
Though.
Clearly
Yeah,
not
not in
because they're
this
yapping about Marwan. But then we're like, almost all of the Israeli leaders in the first fucking like 30 or 40 years were responsible for fucking massacres, like firsthand being in the massacres themselves.
All right, Sev, I'll ask you this: if Marwan is released and he does like stand up to everything that he says, like that he's changed and that he's like, like for dialogue, for like two states, everything, do you think that would change things with the Israelis?
Absolutely. Israelis are reactionary as fuck. If they see like some semblance of hope for like peace, they would absolutely go for it. You would still have the insane wackos like that are like Ben-Gvirs and whatnot that would be like no peace at all, never trust them. But you would
obviously.
see the majority of Israelis are just reactionaries. So whatever you fucking do, they respond to.
I mean, I have to wonder, like I don't know how much difference it makes that he's behind bars at the moment, but like if Barghouti had been, you know, out amongst the people and like were preaching the changed messages that he has today and had been doing so for years, rather than like, you know,
Okay.
he gets let out like today and then starts talking about and ends up being, you know, put
Just so we're
forward
clear,
as like sorry, go
just so
ahead,
we're
sorry.
clear, we are comparing Marwan, who was accused of something in a court that had a 99% conviction rate,
Uh-huh.
which he didn't go to the trial of because he thought it was already unfair and he was like most likely going to get convicted anyway, and got guilty by just like not showing up, to someone that was in firsthand in a massacre and commanded like thousands of people to be fucking bombarded.
Yeah, no, the Israel double standard is going to apply here 100%. Yeah, no, I don't doubt that. I'm just
Yeah, I
saying
think
that
that
as far
Yasser
as
Arafat is a better comparison to like, I don't know, people
Arafat's a
like
fucking like a terrorist.
I just meant in terms of how people might he might be received by like Israel. Like if Barghouti had been out for years and had been preaching those same messages like that were more conducive to like some sort of peace agreement or some sort of like state for Palestine, and like as opposed to like if he just gets released today and starts doing that, I feel like that would probably be like it'd be better if he'd been out for years rather than like right now. It's like it feels like it's a planting a tree too late sort of situation. You know what I mean? Like I guess it's just like yeah, it's better that they have somebody who's making those peaceful overtures, but you have to wonder how like how effective it might be at this point.
Yeah.
It sounds like it's a little bit conditional whether he gained support from being in prison or lost it among Palestinians.
He's
Well,
still
no, I think
very popular among
he's more
Palestinians.
popular than ever. Also, chat.
So yeah, like if he wasn't in prison and preaching to work with Israel, he might have lost this popularity that he has now, right?
Go check out the video. The only video I have on my Loner Box channel as of yet. It's got a funny title.
Shameless.
Support Kalinda. Yeah. The popularity thing, like, oh, I'm sure he's popular with like Palestinians, like because of his time in jail. Like, yeah, for sure. I thought it was more just like I don't know how Israelis might receive him for being somebody who like what they might consider a terrorist being let out of jail and then suddenly becomes a leader of like a more peaceful movement. Like I don't know how that would come across to them.
If he follows it through with not just like talk but actions, and like the kind of protesting that they do in the West Bank changes and stuff, then like at that point, I mean, if Bibi or whoever is in charge is still like, no, fuck you, you terrorist fucks, and they don't actually follow, and they like, I feel like at that point it's just like, what the fuck are you people doing? And I think that most Israelis would probably be they would probably be more accepting of
I want to see the same outrage that I'm seeing from Marwan from Israelis about all the fucking horrible soldiers that like literally killed someone with video evidence deliberately and still walking regularly. Like, where's this outrage? Why are you not outraged about any of that? They're like, oh, it's bad. Moving on. Oh, it's bad. Moving on. Oh, it's bad. Moving on.
Yeah,
like, what the fuck? Why are you like so hung up on something that was not even proven in court?
I mean, it's bad. What do you want me to say? Defense. It seems to be a little bit more universal than we happen to think it was. But yeah, what are you supposed to do?
All right, guys. Thanks for holding the fort.
We
just
just
get back to the
We're
updates.
saying, I'm just.
Hope you enjoyed your food, Loner.
Well, dude, take care.
Yeah,
Bye, Loner.
wait, she's not even. She's still not here. Where the
Queen
fuck
Carolyn-
is Caroline?
Queen Carolyn has not graced us with her presence. What the fuck is going on?
She's building tension. Okay, she's a queen.
I thought we.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, yeah.
With Trump's ankles, I think it's really difficult to like. She has to be able to help him out. So.
Yep.
Oh God.
Okay.
All right. See you guys.
Take
I'm gonna
care.
move all these people out of here, Loner.
Yeah, I'll leave. Yeah. Have a nice day.
All right. See you later, buddy. Subscribe to me, chat. Bye.
Wow. Bye. Okay. Well, while we wait for.
Oh, and also give Loner money.
Wow.
Bye.
Thank you. Okay, while we wait for these guys, I think we've got Alistair Campbell and Rory Stewart talking about it. Let's see what their views are. See their power. Come on.
And me, Alistair Campbell.
And we're talking today just after the news of an Israeli strike on Doha, of which explosion having happened. A friend of mine, in fact, was driving past the building when the explosion happened. Pretty terrifying experience. People still struggling. I'm getting a lot of WhatsApps from friends in Qatar at the moment, trying to work out exactly what's going on, who was killed, how many people were killed. Different stories coming in. But one thing is absolutely clear. This is an Israeli strike against Qatari territory, middle of the city. Benjamin Netanyahu has come out and said today's action was a wholly independent Israeli operation. Israel initiated it, Israel conducted it, and Israel takes full responsibility. And it is the most extraordinary game changer because until this moment, I cannot think of another example of Western allied states attacking a relatively stable Western ally remotely in this way. People will remember Israel has in the past mounted strikes against, for example, Lebanon, which hosted Hezbollah, Gaza repeatedly, Yemen under a Houthi government, Syria under a government which, of course, originally had links with al-Qaeda, and, of course, against Iran.
I'm so sorry. Fuck. Statement from Qatari government. Statement from the Interior Ministry, I think it is. Yeah, Ministry of Interior in Qatar. Apparently, they haven't mentioned the Hamas guys or their fate, so they don't seem to know. But this is their statement. I don't know what it says. If someone wants to turn that into an English paragraph, you can feel free. I'll just save it right now, so I've got it for posterity.
But this is a very, very different situation. This is a strike where they claim they were striking senior Hamas figures who have been in Qatar openly, no secret. It's part of negotiating, just as Qatar has hosted other groups in the past, including the Taliban, and I think shockwaves through the world. Over to you.
I mean, that point about them knowing who they are and where they are, I think is a very important one, because if it is the Hamas negotiating team, these are the people that have been in a hotel, the same hotel as Israelis have been in, with these Qataris, Egyptians, and I think Americans also kind of shuttling between them, trying to get a ceasefire and trying to get release of the hostages. And it was interesting in Antonio Guterres' reaction, one of the many, many, many reactions that have come out condemning what's happened. He made the point that Qatar has been playing an extraordinarily positive role in trying to get the ceasefire and get the hostages out. Meanwhile, I thought you read out there Netanyahu's statement. Is that because they are waiting to see what the Americans say? We don't yet know the extent to which the Americans were pre-warned. It would make Trump look weak if he came out and said, I didn't know. He'd then have to be put on the spot as to exactly what he thought. Thus far, he's been incredibly supportive of Netanyahu. But even, was it yesterday or the day before, Trump was talking about, I think we're getting closer to a ceasefire, I think we're getting closer to a deal. This has killed any talk of a ceasefire and any talk of a deal for some time, I would say, stone dead. When you look at the range of voices that are straight out, I mean, the Qataris and the UAE, they're not exactly bosom brothers. The UAE is straight out condemning it. The Saudis, Iran, Yemen, as you say, Oman, Turkey.
Fucking mute it! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Fuck my ass. Wait, hang on. Where's the ad blocker? Washed up streamer. I know, right? I get all my dark money and then I run to the hills. Dante translated that like a fucking lightning bolt. That was so quick. Okay, the state of Qatar. This is from the Interior Ministry, just released like within the last hour. The state of Qatar strongly condemns the cowardly Israeli attack that targeted residential buildings housing several members of the political bureau of Hamas in the Qatari capital, Doha. The criminal assault constitutes a blatant violation of all international laws and norms and poses a serious threat to the security and safety of Qataris and residents in Qatar. The ministry affirms that the security forces, civil defense, and relevant authorities immediately began addressing the incident and taking necessary measures to contain its repercussions and ensure the safety of the residents and surrounding areas. While the state of Qatar strongly condemns this assault, it confirms that it will not tolerate this reckless Israeli behavior, nor any act that targets its security and sovereignty. Investigations are underway at the highest level, and further details will be announced as soon as they are available. Okay. Thank you.
Turkey, Lebanon, they've all straight out there. Guterres has come out very, very strongly. Erdogan has come out very, very strongly. We're still waiting for Trump. But this is, I think Guterres suggested this. This is destroying the ceasefire talks.
It's something, when we discussed this Israeli strike, which was conducted right in the center of Damascus, very close to where our hotel was when we were there in February, which took out the floor of the Ministry of Defense civil servants. At the time, we discussed the fact that many, many Arab nations looked at that and took a deep breath and thought, what's going on here? This is a country which the US has lifted.
I think if someone's already saying this is destroying the ceasefire talks, knowing what these guys have said and how they've treated ceasefire talks for the last 2 months, I feel like I should just write you off. Like, what the fuck? What a stupid thing to say. And you should take my opinion more seriously because I've never started any wars that went bad. That's one way to put it, right? Where's Caroline? The fuck? Is there an original link for this? Islam channel from July of this year. This is Khalil Al-Haya, just so you guys know. He's saying, we cannot accept this level of abandonment for our people. While our nation watches and follows our people being slaughtered, starved, killed, and exterminated, live on air, in the most heinous Nazi Holocaust in modern times, it is not painful and even tragic for the Zionist criminal occupier to receive unlimited support, while no one extends a hand to support our people, not even with food and the basic necessities of life. We call upon the countries and components of the Arab and Islamic nation to sever all forms of political, diplomatic, and commercial relations with the Zionist entity. We call on the people of the nation to express their complete anger by all means and means due to what is happening in free Gaza. Palestine's calling you. Gaza and its people appeal to you, the Brotherhood of Arabs and the authenticity of Islam. They expect action, not talk. Since silence today is a crime, not a disability. Wait, is he saying that they're saying he wanted countries to go after, like to attack Israel, or by all means, whatever? It's not the most important statement. It's kind of, he should say actively more. Where is he talking about silence being a disability? Where does that come from? Is that actually what he said? That doesn't sound like an authentic statement. What did he say there? Did he actually say today sounds like a crime, not a disability? Or is that just like a bad translation?
منكم فعلا لا قولا فالصمت اليوم جريمة وليس عجزا.
Anything? Shit! Here she is! The Queen! The Queen speaks!
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody.
apologize for my tardiness today. Thanks for being here. Another
Your what? Your tardiness. Nice one.
packed room. It's good to see. We'll begin with a scheduling update today. President Trump will commemorate the 24th anniversary of 9/11 on Thursday with a visit to the Pentagon Memorial in the morning, followed by an appearance at the New York Yankees game at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx on Thursday evening. Next week, as you all know, the President and the First Lady will depart for their historic state visit to the United Kingdom on Tuesday, and they return to Washington on Thursday. Today, I would like to address the tragedy that has not received nearly enough media attention, the brutal murder of Irina Zarutska. Here are the facts that many outlets have shamefully and intentionally failed to report until President Trump drew attention to it. On August 22nd, Irina Zarutska was stabbed to death on the rail system.
I guess this is just like how media needs to go now. Obviously, this was quite bad because it was caught on camera. Like you see the guy literally stabbing her and her taking a second to react. And then she's like, fuck. Yeah. At the end of the day, are we supposed to, like, every time someone gets murdered, you have to make it into the fucking mainstream news headlines? Oh no, it's every time a fucking black dude does it. That's what they want, really. It's not as if, oh, it's so stupid.
Charlotte, North Carolina, by a savage career criminal. This is a public transportation system that many in the area use every single day to go to school and work. Irina was on the train that night traveling home from her job at a pizzeria, still in uniform from her shift. This beautiful, innocent 23-year-old young woman was a Ukrainian refugee who had recently fled her country for a chance at a safer life and a promising new beginning here in the United States of America. But tragically, a public transportation system in a major American city was more dangerous than the active war zone that she left. The president and the entire White House are praying for her family and friends during this unimaginably difficult time. But while we extend our thoughts and prayers, we must also seek justice for this crime and call attention to this heinous incident. Surveillance video of the killing was finally released to the public this past Friday. It shows the alleged killer, DeCarlos Brown Jr., pull out a knife, get up from his seat behind Irina, and prepare to thrust a blade into her neck before the released footage gets cut. This is pure evil on full display. The most enraging and unacceptable part of this story is that her death was entirely preventable. DeCarlos Brown never should have been on that train that night. In fact, he should have been behind bars. DeCarlos Brown has been charged with crimes no fewer than 14 times, dating back to 2011, including for armed robbery, felony larceny, breaking and entering, and shoplifting. Brown had previously served 5 years in prison for a robbery with a deadly weapon charge, and he had also forfeited bonds 3 different times, twice in 2014 and once in 2023. Despite all of this past documented criminal history, when Brown was arrested yet again in January of this past year, a Democrat judge, who I will add was a strong supporter of former Vice President Kamala Harris, released this insane criminal once again without requiring him to pay any bail. He simply had to sign a written promise to return for his court hearing. Think about how crazy it is to ask a career criminal, someone who by definition repeatedly breaks the law, to just sign a written promise and come back again another day. This is madness. This monster should have been locked up, and Irina should still be alive. But Democrat politicians, liberal judges, and weak prosecutors would rather virtue signal than lock up criminals and protect their communities. And perhaps most shamefully of all, the majority of the media, many outlets in this room, decided that her murder was not worth reporting on originally because it does not fit a preferred narrative. Many of the journalists in this room spilled plenty of ink trying to smear Daniel Penny for defending a subway car from a deranged lunatic in New York City, but none of those same reporters lift a finger to write stories about an actual murderer. Here's the truth that every American must know. Too many innocent people across the country continue to pay the price of the failed experiment known as cashless bail that has been championed by the Democrat Party for years.
What was the killer arrested for in January? She's want to talk about preferred narratives. No, it's a total coincidence that the blonde woman was killed by a brown dude. That's a coincidence. These guys hate all murderers equally. What?
All the way back in 2020, North Carolina's then Democrat Governor Roy Cooper established a so-called task force for racial equity in criminal justice. Sounds nice, but it's not. That task force was co-authored by then Attorney General and current Democrat Governor Josh Stein. It recommended, quote, reimagining public safety to, quote, promote diversion and other alternatives to arrest. It also advised to de-emphasize some felony crimes, prioritize, quote, restorative justice, and eliminate cash bail. Democrats in North Carolina and nationwide are consumed with pushing a woke, soft-on-crime agenda, no matter how many innocent Americans suffer as a result. Instead of aggressively prosecuting and locking up violent criminals, the Democrat...
Okay. In January, he was arrested after repeatedly calling 911 from a hospital, claiming people were trying to control him. A judge released him without bail. Okay, so this guy should have clearly been in a fucking mental institution, right? This guy should have not been in jail or on the streets. He should have been in an institution, surely. That's my guess. Yeah, North Carolina is hardly, it's Charlotte, North Carolina, right? It's hardly a woke state. We don't have involuntary institutions. Well, I guess he'd go to jail then, wouldn't he? But yeah, I don't know how you don't really get to jail someone for, like, that's not really a jail-worthy crime, having a schizo episode in hospital, is it? You don't do involuntary in America? I think we do that in the UK, don't you? You section people in the UK. Reagan ruined that.
Cashless bail approach lets these criminals roam free in our country to offend again and again. These reckless policies have turned too many of American cities into hunting grounds for career criminals who mock our justice system, drain law enforcement resources, and wreak havoc on law-abiding citizens. Enough is enough, and that is why President Trump is doing everything in his power by taking action to undo these absurd policies. The president recently signed a powerful executive order directing the AG to submit a list of states and local jurisdictions with cashless bail policies so that the Trump administration may identify federal funds that are being provided to these states and can potentially be suspended or terminated. President Trump firmly believes that to maintain order in public safety, we must incarcerate individuals whose pending criminal charges or criminal history demonstrate a clear ongoing risk to civil society. This is a common sense and sensible approach that the vast majority of Americans agree with, and it's time for the Democrat Party to get on board with what is right. When these criminals are caught, they must be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law and be sent to prison, where they can no longer terrorize our streets. This is the mandate the American people delivered to President Trump, and it's a mandate he intends to fulfill. Staying on the topic of public safety, new
Yeah, they talk about him having a history of charges, for sure. They talk about had been in prison before, committed for schizophrenia, arrested after making repeated 911 calls from a hospital. It's weird because every time in the past when a shooting would happen, Trump would talk about how we need to address mental health. But What were his previous charges? 14 prior cases, including serving 5 years for robbery with a dangerous weapon. His mother told local television she sought an involuntary psychiatric commitment earlier this year when he became violent at home. Okay, so he was already violent. More than once. Release without bail. It's the worst thing as well, like when someone thinks the people are after them. Like these are like this is like about as dangerous as your state of mind can get. Trump said that he was a madman, that they are evil people. We have to be able to handle that. If we don't handle that, we don't have a country. Criminals need to be locked up, all caps. But I guess, like, what should for robbery with a weapon, like, what should the sentence be? Are they just saying you should have longer sentences? Or is it because he was showing signs of risk and they should have committed him or arrested him for that? How do you address it without sensationalizing and also acknowledging general reduction in crime? People do not give a fuck. Like, there's no point arguing with anyone about this kind of shit. It's just like, they just see whatever is like it's aesthetically fucking pleases them. I don't know. It's the 14 times arrested part. Yeah, but it seems like he served his time for at least one of those, right? He served his 5 years. What are they saying? They should bring back, like, do they want mandatory minimums, or what's their angle? Or is this just literally like the system isn't perfect? I don't even know. Like, are there any recommendations that are being given from people who actually study this stuff? Or like, does anyone know? Charlotte homicide spiked 20% in 2024. Oh,
Preliminary data released today by Customs and Border Protection in August shows that President Trump has delivered the most secure border in American history. For the fourth straight month, 0 illegal aliens were released into the United States by CBP. Nationwide encounters are down 93%, below the peak of the Biden administration. Border Patrol apprehensions on the southwest border in the entire month of August were less than what was apprehended in 4 days in August 2024 under the Biden administration. President Trump has ended disastrous Biden illegal alien invasion, and he sealed our border in record time, keeping this central promise he made to the American public. With that, I will take your questions. Here in our new media seat today, we have Michael Schellenberger, who is the founder of Public News with nearly 2 million readers and subscribers. Michael, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
And why don't you kick us off? Sure.
Thank you for making space for new media. Nice to meet all of you. It's great to be here. I want to see if you could give some insight into whether the president is considering additional measures against Europe and Brazil, not just for censorship, but also for preventing political candidates from actually competing in elections. We've now seen in Romania, France, and now Germany with Joachim Paul, efforts to basically just prevent candidates from being able to compete in elections. The president has shown some concern around President Bolsonaro, who's being prevented from running. All of this is coming in the context of increased censorship of online platforms, of American platforms, and efforts to censor Americans. I'm personally being...
Yeah, was this guy a migrant? I don't think anyone's ever said anything about him being a migrant, were there?
Investigated under criminal investigation by Brazilian colleagues for publishing the Twitter files of Brazil. We're very grateful that the president has imposed Magnitsky sanctions on the judge. Is the president considering additional actions, given that it appears that they're going to end up with a conviction against President Bolsonaro, preventing him from running? Is he considering doing anything about this crackdown in Europe? I mean, it's shocking to see Joachim Paul, this mayoral candidate in Germany, the criminal indictment against him cites him, quote, saying that he loves the Lord of the Rings as reason why he's an extremist and shouldn't be able to run. So I just wonder if you could speak to that. And again,
Yes, that's definitely why someone's not been allowed to run, is because they love Lord of the Rings. Well done. I'm sure that's a very accurate characterization of whatever the fuck that story is.
grateful
Oh,
to be
these
here.
people.
Nice to meet you all. And I'm
These North
grateful
Korean
for what the Trump
fucks.
administration has done to push for free speech abroad.
Well, thanks for being here, Michael. We appreciate it. Freedom of speech is arguably the most important issue of our time. It is enshrined in our Constitution, and the president believes in it strongly. He himself faced censorship in his road back to this beautiful Oval Office here in Washington, D.C., so he takes this very seriously, as does, I know, the Vice President of the United States and the entire Trump administration, which is why we have taken significant action with regards to Brazil in the form of both sanctions and also leveraging the use of tariffs to ensure that countries around the world are not punishing their citizens in this way.
Someone in chat still citing the International Association of Genocide Scholars after they just got exposed for having a paid membership scheme where any cunt could join and vote in resolutions for $30. What the fuck, man?
And at the same time, the president is, while he's leveraging the United States to safeguard our interests abroad, he's also making sure that freedom of speech remains here in the United States of America. So I don't have any additional actions to preview for you today, but I can tell you this is a priority for the administration, and the president is unafraid to use the economic might, the military might of the United States of America to protect free speech around the world.
Quick follow-up to that?
Sure.
Quick follow-up, which is just, there was a Reuters story saying that the Trump administration was looking at this Europe-U.S. trade deal as one of the sticking points, this issue of the censorship, not just of U.S. platforms, of Americans. Do you have any updates on how those trade talks are going? And I also wonder if the president is concerned about NATO membership. NATO membership requires that you be a democracy and you have free speech. Is it possible that some of these actions that we've seen in Romania, France, and Germany would disqualify those countries from being in NATO after this?
I love it that they go after these guys, but not fucking Turkey. That's so fucking crazy. Turkey is occupying territory in Cyprus and in Syria and constantly clamping down on Kurds, but they no, France and Romania, they're the problem.
Not heard the president discuss NATO membership in regards to this issue in particular, but I have heard him discuss the issue of free speech and the importance of free speech with foreign leaders around the world, including the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. When we were in Scotland, the president brought this up and how important it is for the Prime Minister to protect free speech in the UK and in various conversations with other world leaders. So
and Keir Starmer said, yeah, we already have free speech. Like, we don't have First Amendment, but we have free speech. Like, fuck you. We have, I think, like a couple of bad laws around. One is around obscene or highly offensive material, which barely ever gets enforced. And then we have another one about like the Twitter, like the non-crimes, which I think is dumb. They should just go. But it's a bit of a stretch from saying that we don't have free speech, especially from a president who said he wanted to fuck people for, he wanted to come after people for burning the flag. Do people forget this? Dude.
brings it up, and I think the entire world knows that this is a priority for the President of the United States. Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline. Regarding the Israeli strike in Doha, how much time or how much of a heads up did the U.S. get, and does the President support the strike?
Sure. Well, I have a statement to read for all of you with respect to the Israeli strike in Doha.
Yeah.
And here it is. This morning, the Trump administration was notified by the United States military that as Israel was attacking Hamas, which very unfortunately was located in a section of Doha, the capital of Qatar. Unilaterally bombing inside Qatar, a sovereign nation and close ally of the United States that is working very hard and bravely taking risks with us to broker peace, does not advance Israel or America's goals.
Oh, shit.
However, eliminating Hamas, who have profited off the misery of those living in Gaza,
tangent. What the fuck?
is a worthy goal. President Trump immediately directed Special Envoy Witkoff to inform the Qataris of the impending attack, which he did.
Who's Witkoff?
The president
Damn.
views Qatar as a strong ally and friend of the United States and feels very badly about the location of this attack. President Trump wants all of the hostages in Gaza and the bodies of the dead released. In this war,
This is code for I approve, but I want to keep my plane.
to end now. President Trump also spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu after the attack. The Prime Minister told President Trump that he wants to make peace, and quickly. President Trump believes this unfortunate incident could serve as an opportunity for peace. The president also spoke to the Emir and Prime Minister of Qatar and thanked them for their support and friendship to our country. He assured them that such a thing will not happen again on their soil.
To be clear, the president disagrees with the location of the strike and that he passed that along to the prime minister.
The president just confirmed that in the statement that I just read to you, which I spoke with him about before coming out here. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. So is the president upset with Netanyahu now?
The president made his thoughts and concerns about this very clear, and he spoke again both to Prime Minister Netanyahu and also the...
What is this shit? People have superimposed Mehdi Hassan onto the crying lady when Nasrallah died.
I'm so sorry. Let's...
Okay. Okay.
Emir and the Prime Minister of Qatar after this attack. And the president has always made it very clear that he wants peace in the Middle East, just like he sought that and accomplished that in his first term. He expects all of our allies and friends in the region, that includes both Qatar and Israel, to seek peace as well. And he wants to see that happen, and he's working with all of our allies in the region to get that done.
Are there any consequences, so to speak, for Netanyahu doing this, as it sounds, against the president's wishes, or at least his belief that it was appropriate? Is there going to be any directive from the president to Netanyahu in terms of what's allowed in the future? And also, is there any concern this could jeopardize the Abraham Accords?
Look, that's a decision only the president can make. With respect to your first question, to answer your second question, as you heard from the president, he said he believes that this can serve as an opportunity for peace, and he's still actively and aggressively pursuing it with all of our allies and partners in the region. Jennifer?
Just to follow up on that, Caroline, are you able to say how often the president spoke to the Prime Minister of Israel before this? Because that's one question. And then what did he mean on Sunday when he posted, "I've given my last warning to Hamas," etc.? He wasn't talking about this strike on Doha?
No, he was not. As I told you, the Trump administration was notified by the United States military that Israel was attacking Hamas, and the president spoke to the Prime Minister after the attack, as well as, again, the Emir and the Prime Minister of Qatar. And I know Secretary Rubio and Special Envoy Witkoff were present for that call with the Qataris as well. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline.
Okay, what's he saying? What's he truthing? No, give me the... Fuck you! This is all betting shit. Okay. Charlotte, okay. G20, Miami. Has he done a truth about this? What are all these ads? Holy shit. Fuck off. Get out of my life. Back to the Queen.
Questions for you on crime crackdown.
Sure.
Democrats have tried to argue that red states have higher crime rates while overlooking problems of high crime in blue cities. I'm wondering if the president would consider working with red state governors to fix high crime in blue cities, like in Memphis, Tennessee.
Oh, no. Oh, no. This is from Cuomo's conference today. Not from the Republican. It's from Cuomo. It's a Democrat. Fuck's sake. Zohran Mamdani and Hassan Piker, April 2025. America deserved 9/11. Ah. Oh, no. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Will Zohran go back, though, will he?
First of all, I want to get to the premise of your question, Reagan, which is being pushed by Democrats, that there is crime in red states. Of course, there is crime in all states, but the crime in these cities is all in cities that are run by Democrats. If you look at the list of the top 20 high crime cities in the United States, every single one, with the exception of one in Louisiana, is run by a Democrat. And these Democrats have supported the same policies that I spoke about at the beginning of this briefing, like cashless bail. If you look at a red state, Mississippi, but a Democrat-run city in that state, Jackson, in 2019, Jackson, Mississippi eliminated cash bail for virtually all misdemeanor cases. And while Jackson is not formally a sanctuary city, the state of Mississippi formally banned sanctuary cities, and this city has acted as a de facto sanctuary city for criminals and illegal aliens since 2017. Same thing, Birmingham, Alabama, a Democrat-run city in a red state. In 2017, the Birmingham City Council unanimously passed a resolution, quote, committing to establish...
There's no way around this. You know, crime is always going to happen more often in cities. And cities are always going to be more likely Democrat. It's just one of those things that Republicans will always have a monopoly over, is these highly fucking sensationalized crime stories. That's like, it's always there. There's no way around it.
Sanctuary policies. So if you actually look at the facts from these Democrat-run cities, these are cities that are run by Democrats and by by members of the Democrat Party. These are blue cities, and they have all supported these disastrous policies which allow repeated career criminals back onto the streets to further commit acts of violence. And so to answer your question, yes, the president wants to work with anyone across this country who wants to end these horrible policies and to bring law and order to our streets. And I think that is proven by his tremendous cooperation with the mayor of Washington, D.C. and our nation's capital. And just look at the results of that. And I do have some updates for you on the D.C. crime crackdown if anyone is interested. There have been a total of 2,177 arrests made since the start of the operation on August 7th. Just last night, there were 57 arrests made in Washington, D.C. Of the 57 arrests, there were 14 illegal aliens who were arrested, many of whom had prior criminal histories. And other arrests just last night in our nation's capital.
D.C. will have restaurants again. There were no restaurants in D.C. before the National Guard went in.
So you all can be very grateful for this. Our great men and women of law enforcement, both federal and local, working together as they should, made an arrest on a warrant for assault with the intent to kill. The subject shot 2 adult males after an altercation. They made an arrest on a warrant for an armed carjacking. The subject assaulted an adult male in the face with a firearm and then took his keys. We also made an arrest on a warrant for simple assault and the destruction of property and subsequently charged with second-degree theft. Last night in D.C., there was an arrest for possession of a controlled substance with second-degree theft. There was an arrest for possession of a controlled substance with the intent to distribute. That subject, the person is also...
Lonerbox breaking news. This is not breaking news. This is a fucking H3 Productions Reddit post from Hassan.
Crazy. People look at Hamas as this evil, scary group, but any form of media that grew up with showed those same resistance groups like in Star Wars or Lord of the Ring. Would you call the Jedis a terrorist group? I mean, yeah. To explain it to Americans, you got to be like, imagine a Jedi. Like, no, man. The reason why they see them as like scary, evil people is because of racism. They just think like
because they target civilians and sacrifice their own people and talk about how proud they are of sacrificing their own people to win propaganda wars against Israel. That's probably why.
Arabs are not human. They're like a parasitic force that's just like responding to stimuli. Okay?
No, that's actually how you treat them. You think they are just like fucking NPCs that respond to Israeli stimuli. That's what you think. That's what you say. You say that October 7th wasn't even a choice. It's just like that's just what any human would do ever.
Only after the dust is settled and many decades have passed do liberals finally come to the conclusion that maybe they weren't these like evil guys that we thought they were.
Yeah? You think in a couple of decades, the liberals are going to say, actually, Hamas were pretty fucking bad. Actually, October 7th, that was just kind of like blowing up the Death Star, you know? No big fucking deal. Excuse me. How is he so fucking stupid? How does he not understand? I don't. Is that what happened with the PLO? Do liberals look back at Arafat and the PLO and think, oh yeah, actually, that was really cool what they did, you know, sending a bunch of fucking bushwhacking militants into northern Israel and kidnapping and murdering people. That was awesome. We loved that. What?
The example that obviously comes to mind is literally
ANC.
Star Wars. George Lucas presented the Viet Cong as the good guys in Star Wars. America was the empire, the bad guys in Star Wars. How many people that watch Star Wars learned that lesson? Very few.
Dude, Hamas are done, bro. Hamas are so fucking done. Remember, Hamas wants all of. I don't know why I'm going into it. Fuck me. We've literally just watched the speeches of the good faith negotiators that these guys are currently fucking crying about in Qatar and what they think about the war. They think October 7th was great. It was awesome. Great resistance. Would do again if could. And yeah, we're going to keep fighting because we're actually winning. Our losses, all that civilian life and infrastructure in Gaza, that's just tactical. That's just good memes to shit on Israel more. I mean, if that's your standard, go for it. But God, what a fucking idiot. Okay.
To a subject of interest in a homicide and a carjacking. Last night in D.C., we also arrested a felon in possession of a firearm who was carrying that firearm without a license. So these are the career criminals. These are the bad guys that we are picking up in Washington, D.C. every day. The president would love to do this in every Democrat-run city across the country, and he hopes that more Democrats will call the White House to allow us to help them.
One more that's D.C. specific. Congress is poised to not extend Trump's federalization of the D.C. police. Mayor Bowser signed the executive order formalizing cooperation with federal forces. You just mentioned all the success that the operation has had. Does the White House believe that the Mayor Bowser's action is enough to continue the crime crackdown?
We are very grateful for the mayor's cooperation in this effort, and we look forward to continuing to work with her and the Metropolitan Police Department. Bloomberg.
Thanks, Caroline. The president says, he plans to speak with Putin soon. Can we expect a phone call between the two leaders this week?
I don't have any phone calls to read out between you, the president, and any other foreign leaders. Ed.
Thanks, Carolyn. I want to ask about the benchmark revisions that came out. If you look at the revisions between March of 2024 and March of 2025, and you do a little math, it averages out to 73,000 jobs roughly per month added to the economy, less than what was thought. When can we expect the Trump administration, now their policies are rolling out, for that average to increase?
Well, let me just say something about the revisions that came out this morning. And this was one of the biggest revisions in absolute terms in decades. In the benchmark year, March 2024 to 2025, shows that the job growth was vastly weaker during the Biden administration than ever previously reported. Between this revision and last year's, job growth was actually overstated by approximately 2 million jobs. And the Biden administration stood up here and vouched for that data and told you that data was real. And when President Trump calls into question the veracity of that data, like he did before he took the oath of office and even now as President of the United States, he was ridiculed for that. And turns out this revision proves two things. Number one, the president was right. And this is why we need new leadership at the Fed. And this makes it very clear that President Trump inherited a much worse economy by the Biden administration than ever reported. And it also proves that the Federal Reserve is holding our monetary policy far too restrictive. Interest rates are too high. The Fed needs to cut the rates because of the mess that we inherited from the Biden administration.
Time frame. The president has said a year. Secretary Besson said maybe the fourth quarter. When can we expect these numbers to increase?
Well, first, we need accurate numbers. We need truthful and honest data, which is why the president took the monumental step to try and appoint and confirm new leadership at the BLS so we can have data that we can actually rely on. And that's what the president is doing, and we hope that his nominee will soon be confirmed. Charlie.
You addressed the crime of Irina Zarutska, and the president has done a lot to deliver justice for victims of crimes like that horrific stabbing. And the Epstein files are back in the news because a lot of Americans feel that that Jeffrey Epstein's victims never got justice. Does the president care about these victims? Do you think he can does he want to deliver more justice for them, and is he willing to meet with them?
The president cares about victims of all crimes, and that's why Republicans in the Trump Department of Justice have done more in terms of transparency when it comes to the Epstein case than any prior administration. And why are the Democrats all of a sudden caring about this, it's because they are desperately trying to concoct a hoax to smear the President of the United States. We have seen this time and time again. Ro Khanna and all of these other Democrats, they could have cared about those victims 4 years ago. When Joe Biden was in office, they could have pushed for transparency then. Unfortunately, the Democrats are using victims as political pawns to try to smear and to push a hoax against the President of the United States. And I will get you numbers on the amount of child predators that this administration and this FBI and this Department of Justice have locked up under President Trump's leadership. We have done more than any president to protect victims of crime, especially disgusting, heinous sexual crimes. And that includes the deportation of illegal aliens who are perpetrating these crimes against innocent victims in our country right now today. And that remains a top priority for this administration.
Okay, this person is fucking shite. I can't. No. No, thank you, North Korea wifey. No, 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 no. I thought she was talking about the heinous sexual crimes of Trump himself. I had to do a double take there. The chat was just spamming Epstein. Yep. Yep, yep. He was undercover. Oh, I've heard that one. I've heard that story. What is our thought leader saying?
And then Reuters has a feed of it. But Reuters and AFP both had feeds of it, and they're both not live right now. So I'm confused as to what's going on with the
press briefings?
Qatar press conference.
Oh, there's a Qatari press conference. Oh, shit.
But 2 different news agencies I had the feed of have been showing the feed from the room, and neither of them is showing it right now.
He's
Let's
the
see what
opposite of
happens.
nothing
By
ever
the way,
happens.
quick thank you to Campa Paleau. Campa Paleau.
Always appreciate your coverage. Oh,
Paleau.
that's
Thanks
sweet.
for your support.
He looks like the map.
Jiggle Jess, Mr. Ray Romantico, and Miss Mary.
Shut up.
Thank you so much. Also, Drunk Can't Cook. Thanks so much for being a 2-year
That's not funny.
subscriber.
That's
on
not
Twitch.
funny.
And Guy from
Come
the
on.
207, thank you.
Come on.
So very confusing with this press conference.
I can't unsee it. Never seen in the same room. Steve and Qatar. This guy looks super Jewish. I'm pretty sure he is Jewish. Isn't he? I don't know for sure. Don't quote me on that. Is it not just loner in 20 years? Quite possibly. Okay. Do I want to do research on like everything that these senior officials have said? I guess we could. What their positions are. I know that Ynet article was suggesting that that Khalil al-Hayya in particular was too much of a hardliner and was actually roadblocking negotiations between the Gaza leadership and the leadership in Qatar. But I don't know. I don't know. Hang on. Ooh. My glasses are dusty. Do we know who died yet? Nope. So there's probably no point. There's no point in going further into it until we know who died. That's probably where I would go. Right now, Israel are claiming that they were targeting Khalil al-Hayya and that, what do you call it, that Khalid Mashal was there and a few other Hamas senior leaders. Hamas are saying that the only people they killed were like bodyguards and family members, but not the actual targets. Vosh. Wake up, babe. The Trump Epstein pedo birthday card finally dropped. Also, Israel attacked Qatar. What pedo birthday card? Is that what this is all about? Schrodinger's Hamas leader. Good one. Good one. All right, I'm going to do some shite first. I'm going to do a bit of a palate cleansing slop. Apparently, Ethan Klein is challenging He's challenging people to debate him, like snarkers and shit. Reacting to my biggest hater. This is them watching a Hutch debate. They're actually just watching a live Hutch debate. That's quite funny.
And wanted Hassan
I don't think they would ever watch my debates because I say too many R words. Oh no.
to do was to like moderate his community, who were accusing Ethan and his wife of being like baby killers and accusing them of supporting genocide, which none of that was based in reality.
So them supporting like Israel's actions, that's not based in reality?
What actions did they support specifically? What are you talking about?
Not Ethan and Hila's continuous stance that Israel's doing nothing wrong?
Like that's crazy. This is what people think. This gave me a glimpse for the first time, like that this is what people actually think, right?
Yeah.
They go, Ethan thinks Israel's doing nothing wrong. Yeah. And I guess if that's the narrative you accept, then I can understand this militant kind of approach to people. Although in the case of this cousin, you would expect that they would have a little more decency to actually hear out somebody who they know in real life instead of trying to like brand them as a Zionist supporter. God forbid, the worst thing in the world. Tamara says she's had to explain this to so many people since getting hired here. Is that right? You want to talk? You want to comment on it? I'm interested in everybody's story here on this.
I have one too.
Is that? I don't know if that was a soundbite.
No, that's me. I was saying I have one too. I have a story too.
I'm gonna pull that too, man.
Here you go, tomorrow.
Here, Tamara. Yeah, tell us.
Oh, go over there.
Okay.
I know. I hear that music and I just feel the need to apply.
So, what's your stories?
I mean, yeah, Ethan, people think you are evil. And it's super, super frustrating because I think a lot of people just see little bits online and they want to be like, oh, he's a bad guy. He's a Zionist. And like, and it's so frustrating because I'm like, bro, do you even watch him? And they never do. And at a certain point, it's like, feels disrespectful to me. I'm like, if you think I'm reasonable and you know I watch Ethan. Like, it's just so incredibly upsetting and frustrating. People just call you a Zionist and they assume you support Israel. And yeah, people think, it's just so frustrating because you've never said that and people don't know, they don't watch.
Yeah.
But it's just an easy thing to say.
What is your opinion for how this became so prevalent? Is it just like Hassan, TikTok, Twitter? It's relentless.
I think it's like people like Hassan, like, it's just so easy to call you guys Zionists. And people,
let's go like this.
I can honestly understand how people who don't watch the show, it's like, well, he must be supporting Israel because like, why else is everyone calling him a Zionist, right? You usually wouldn't assume people are just lying.
It's like an avalanche.
Yeah. So it's also just frustrating because Zionism has come to mean just like blindly supporting Israel. So it's a whole thing, but it is really upsetting. And I've had a lot of arguments with good friends who kind of made me feel as if I've done something morally questionable. And I'm like, I really love Ethan.
Thank you.
I think he's a really great guy.
That's so nice.
You know, watching you as a fan, I thought you were great. Then meeting you, you are great. And it's really upsetting how it's just.
Hold on, Dan. Stop laughing. We need Tamara on the mic more often.
Got a problem, Dan?
We need to get her as a permanent spot. And Dan laughing over there. Go on, please.
No, I'm not going to gas you up too much. Okay, you definitely have your problems, buddy.
All right, there you go. All right. Don't we all?
Yes, we all do. And you're not a bad guy. And you're not a genocide lover. You're just you, and you are troublesome sometimes, but that's why people love you.
Is it this?
Right.
Yes.
Is that why you love me?
Go along with that.
I don't know. A little bit. You know what? You know why I do love you, Ethan? Because you are just yourself, and you will always, at least I've seen, take accountability and apologize, and you're just a very sincere person. And it's upsetting how easy it is to just kind of put you in a category, and so many people think it.
The truth is, too, I don't think people would have such an easy time writing me off as some evil person if I was not Jewish.
Okay.
I think for them, it's all part of the story that even unconsciously they go, of course he's a Zionist. He's an American, he's a liberal Zionist. Of course he supports Israel. Of course he's evil. I genuinely think so. I do.
Or this?
And it is, right? I mean, it is anti-Semitic on its face. These people, there's a group of people who are defaming me all around the internet, and everybody's falling in line and just being like evil Zionists. What are we talking about?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think it is. It's like, of course you don't. Oh, you hear he's a Zionist. Well, of course that makes sense. He's Jewish. His wife is Israeli.
Yeah,
you know?
they're evil.
And it's, for me also, I think I swear people, because I'm Jewish, people attribute me thinking that you're not crazy.
But then what?
To me also being Jewish, and it's it's really upsetting.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. I appreciate that, and it's nice to hear. I think everybody's. A lot of people in the fandom and even a lot of people here seem to be experiencing stuff like that. And Nate, you said you have a story.
Yeah. Well, I had a family member just randomly post a TikTok on their Instagram story one time talking about you. And I knew this family member doesn't watch you at all. They know nothing of the show. I think they only hear your name in passing through like TikTok videos. And I messaged them and I was like, why'd you post this video? Especially because they knew I worked here. And they're like, oh, I just have opinions on him. But I was like, but why? You don't watch him at all. You never seen a bit of him. And they're young. They're like 17, 18 when they posted this. And so I'm like,
this, isn't it?
You don't know
You're just shitting on a random Jewish guy.
Well, yeah, you're just shitting around. And the weird part was that the video was
Nice
like a pro
college
Trisha
boy.
video.
Oh,
And I was
that's
like, no,
crazy.
But
Fuck.
the crazy part, I'm like, but you also don't watch Trisha Paytas. So I don't know why you're.
But Trisha's the actual Zionist. She literally gets paid from the state of Israel to fly massive flags in front of her fucking house.
Yeah,
but also like talk about a problematic person. Like if you're gonna waive everything that Trisha has done,
You know
which
what's
is like a
different?
huge pass,
Fuck.
but somehow you're not okay.
No, but the one thing that everybody's hating on me for, Trisha does and has done way more her whole career. And I've been consistently like pro-Palestinian
That I could have just stopped it.
and anti-Netanyahu and West Bank settlements my whole career. People found my old Reddit account, and what's funny is they all want to be like, oh, this guy's crazy. But the one comment I don't see any of the haters talking about is one from 14 years ago. Maybe you guys can fish it up and send it to me, of me saying that I don't support Netanyahu in the West Bank settlements. 14 years ago, from an account nobody knew me on. So like, there was no motivation for me to lie about, and it's. I don't think these people are anti-Semitic, but what they're doing is targeting a random Jewish dude. And then what's the difference between me and Trisha?
Yeah, I think the thing is, at least with Gen Z, is that they're very quick to just kind of watch a TikTok video. It tells you what to think, and then they run with it, right? It's like free like moral points, right? It's like,
Who are all these people?
I'm against this person. Everybody hates. Therefore, I'm also a good person, right? It's easy to do. You don't have to do anything, right?
To the social credits, yeah.
Yeah. So
a lot of it is like,
Social
this online activism that you see. It's very virtue signaling, and you have to signal to everybody around you, hey, I hate this dude too. We're cool, right?
You know, recently somebody passed on working with me, and they said that I should educate myself on the topic.
You should what?
That I should educate myself on the topic.
That's funny. I feel more educated on the topic than probably 95% than all these people, right?
Let's go.
But how fucking condescending.
To an Israeli who still has family there and is very much affected every day by what's going on, to tell me to educate myself on the topic.
So, at any rate,
yeah.
Were you able to get through to them, Nate? How did that go?
No, I mean, it's family, so just kind of have to move. They don't.
It is what it
they
is.
don't talk about it anymore. They kind of moved on from talking about it.
But
I will say-
why is it that? Go ahead, finish your thought.
Well, I will say, I think the biggest issue you have right now is that you're like pretty much on two different fronts, right? You're fighting Hassan fans and you're fighting Trisha fans, and they're both like super duper like.
It's an unholy alliance.
What is Lance yapping about? What's this? Beast. Oh, he's on Blue Sky. I never used this. Maybe I should. Who knows? Could start with throwing out the lawsuits against Denham, Strogan, and Casey Tron. Is that because it's called My Reputation is Dirt? How do I fix it? Is he struggling to detect the sarcasm? Is that what's going on here? Because he's like a very, very, very dumb person. Okay.
It's hard, you know. You got to take it one at a time. But fortunately, we're doing two, right?
So, the question is, why is these people who don't watch this show, who don't know anything about me, who probably don't even know about this fucking conflict, let's be real, probably heard about Gaza for the first time on October 7th, probably couldn't even point to Israel on a map, let's be real. Why is it that they feel so incentivized, so, encouraged to denounce me? So anyway, this gives me an interesting glimpse. Thank you guys for sharing. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tamara. Thank you, Nate. So anyway, this conversation gave me a really interesting glimpse, and it gave me some ideas.
Okay, this is my issue. Okay, because that's not true.
I think the Ukrainian war is bullshit. I don't know why
Yeah,
we're
by the way. This guy went from calling me pro-genocide, and then he goes,
You came in here and
I
you
just
were
asked him, what do you think about the war in Ukraine? He goes, I think it's bullshit.
Got him.
The cognitive dissonance is unfucking real. You're accusing me of being pro-genocide, and you're laughing at fucking hundreds of thousands of people dying who did nothing but exist in their own country and get invaded by a hostile foreign fucking empire.
Yeah, but that's what's happening.
And you're
to
shitting on them
Hamas,
and
isn't
calling
it?
me pro-genocide?
Sorry.
It's the moral inversion, the moral confusion is staggering. It's scary what's happening. Anyway, I'm gonna watch a little bit at the beginning, and then I'll skip to where they talk about me specifically.
Talking all this shit in my chat. Oh, you've become so disgusting. I used to look up to you and blah blah blah. And then I tell you like, well, what do you think about Ukraine? You're like, not my problem. Like, how are you calling my
Hutch?
Patrick? Are you there, Patrick?
Morning, sir. Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Doing well, bub. Actually, maybe not so well. Did not like what I saw opening my phone this morning. I did not watch the HD3 stream yesterday. But a little concerned to see kind of your
Where is my
transformation
phone
over the
as
last
$2,500,
12
bitch?
months and this politics insider route, your roundtable podcast with people who I feel are out of touch. And I know you have kind of a spectrum across what represents liberalism, modern liberalism. And
by the way, when you listen to this guy, I know because I was this person once. This is like fresh out of college, right? Or fresh in college, somewhere around there. You get all these notions in your mind about what is and isn't true in the world, and you start to feel like so confident that you know everything. And then when you start talking about something, you realize when people start challenging or asking, you're like, I have no fucking clue if what I just said is true or not. Like and this is what I see when I hear someone like this, because it's clear. He goes, Ethan is he supports Israel. And Hutch goes, show me one example. And he goes, dude, there's a million. Do I have to look? And it's like, just find one, man. It's a lot of, yeah.
your kind of sphere. But on here, why am I seeing tweets? I'll read one example, And you had I think this was November 2023, briefly after the Hamas attack. What is your stance? Is a genocide happening? I understand you can.
Okay, they're talking about other stuff, so let me skip forward to
that's the fucking rook.
when
Idiot.
I come up here.
What a dumb
Here it is.
fuck.
Oh no, it's right here at the top. No,
What a
it's not. It's this
stupid boy.
one.
In a lot of different areas.
And that's a very good opinion. So to bring it all back, why the fuck are you interviewing H3? What is this?
Well, technically, he's interviewing me. What's your issue? What's your issue with him?
Do you not think that in terms of his point of views, everything kind of what's shaken down in like the last 2 years, you don't think that that's detrimental to?
But you can hear him. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't even know how to articulate it fully because he doesn't even understand what he's exactly accusing me of.
I'm trying to think, but nothing happens.
It's not that he's dumb. It's just that he's young and overconfident. I used to be that way.
Your larger audience to what he believes?
No, I don't. No.
Oh,
in fact, I actually, would you actually just tell me who you watch? I just want to know.
Yeah, content-wise, actually,
I
the last
don't really. I
tweet,
just read the news. I just I don't know why people are so embarrassed to talk about who they watch. At least Tuton will admit that he is a fucking Hassan warrior, like a Hassan connoisseur.
like political content.
Yeah, come on, be honest. Be honest with me. Who do you follow on Twitter? Who do you trust? Like, who are you?
Being so serious, I really have tried to get away from all political.
Come on. Tell me.
Listening to this interview, Hutch knew and me immediately that he's total fucking full of bullshit. Then why is it that you have all these ideas of me and you don't watch politics? Where did you hear it? Where did you hear that I'm pro-genocide? And you're so convinced that it's true. Where are you hearing that?
What do we do?
I think it's pretty fucking obvious.
Come on, tell me
so serious because it poisons the well. It's so bad to watch. Even someone like yourself, who I think like projects more of an even keel database, bro.
Who did you watch?
I'm watching your streams.
Who did you watch?
Oh, I guess at the height of 2020, bro.
Come on, just say it. It's okay. You can say it. It's okay.
Honestly, nobody.
It's okay. You can tell the truth.
He's so embarrassed to say who he watches.
No, bro.
Imagine being so embarrassed to admit you watch Hassan. Actually, you might be a bad empanada fan. It might be even further left.
Yeah, being so embarrassed is giving bad empanada.
Yeah, you can't admit you're a bad empanada fan. You can, right?
I think it's this because
that's great. I think that might land you straight immediately on a list somewhere.
Fuck me.
My roommate in 2019 was a fucking Republican, so I tried not to watch his fucking TV because I went to school in a red state. So it's like, bro, I don't think it's really insane to say that I don't spend hours of my day watching political commentary.
All right, if you don't want to tell me, it's fine. I think that people are really profoundly influenced by the people that they go to for news, and I
totally fair.
And I can just okay, but I feel like I can make a pretty good guess of like some of the cast of characters that you. Again, people like Hassan Piker, people like Emma Vigland, maybe Vosh, maybe Bad Empanada, maybe Mike from PA, maybe Sean DeBlack and Frogan. Like the maybe Kyle Kalinske, right? Maybe Crystal Ball.
I think you can actually pull up my Twitch account and you can maybe find messages of me talking shit to Hassan back whenever he was fucking blown up. Bro, I was very anti.
What's your issue with Hassan?
Wouldn't you like that? Would you?
Why?
I think it's just I feel his content is a little more on the performative side. I generally don't like streamers with large audiences.
He's a bad empanada fan, right? Like it has to be.
That'd be my guess.
Yeah, he's embarrassed to admit it, and he thinks Hassan is performative.
Yeah.
Bad Emma Panda.
Yeah, bad Emma Panda.
Like it takes away of the credibility and how genuine they can be. I don't think that these are like.
You should love me then. We have a modest size stream.
Bro, when you first came back to streaming, I was so hype, and then I saw you start making political content. Like I was like, bro, really?
Listen, to be honest with you, I cared about politics more than video games the whole time. Like I wasn't really, I wasn't really happy doing video games for many years.
We're thinking about this.
Here, hold on. Let me try to. So with respect to Ethan, here's what I think happened. Okay. I think that October 7th was a really radicalizing event for a lot of young left-leaning people, and that makes sense. It was what happened after October 7th, what Palestinians have been forced to endure. Like they need people advocating for them, and anybody with a conscience and a heart would look at what they're experiencing right now and feel like a sense of horror for what we're witnessing. Okay, all that is valid, but I think that what's been happening in Israel has been really radicalizing in the worst possible ways, and I think the Ethan situation is like a perfect example of what I'm talking about, because this initial like fracture between Ethan's audience and Hassan's audience, all of that started because all Ethan wanted Hassan to do was to like moderate his community, who were accusing Ethan and his wife of being like baby killers and accusing them of supporting genocide, which none of that was based in reality. None of that.
So them supporting like Israel's actions, that's not based in reality?
What actions did they support specifically? What are you talking about?
You're talking about like Ethan and Hila's continuous stance that Israel's doing nothing wrong?
He doesn't know.
Who said that when? Neither of us ever said that. And we wouldn't say something like that.
I mean, I've said the opposite, frankly, on many occasions, even before October 7th, right? So this is whatever brain disease this is of people just,
because that's not true.
they're justified in what they're doing.
No.
I think
What you're no, wait. What you're saying is just simply not true. Like this idea that they've been throwing full-throated support to Israel this whole time is just not true.
I say full-throated support.
That wasn't that different than what you
regular
said.
support
He
did they
said
throw
that
to
we
Israel
say
the whole
Israel
time?
did nothing wrong or does nothing wrong.
Full-throated support. I mean, that is what you said. Okay. Just stand on your shit, dude.
They've been saying that Netanyahu is like a war criminal. They've been saying that what Israel has been doing in Gaza has been completely unjustified. They've been talking about how Gaza deserves, like Palestinians deserve their own state. They deserve to be free.
I think that's false.
It's not. I promise you.
That's crazy.
I think that's false.
What do you even say at that point?
Well, something. I feel like I have to do something because
because this is widespread. This is like it's not one guy here, another guy there. This is like
this
a
is the
lot
same
of
person
people.
that came up to the girl.
Yeah.
And said, you have a Teddy Fresh phone case.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Like this is the same thing happening. So for me, what I've been doing is clearly not working, and I need to tackle this in a different way. But first of all, just understanding this perspective is it fascinated me, frankly.
I promise you. This is why, and you don't want to tell me who you watch for media. That's fine. You say it's nobody. Okay, but I really want you to deep dive into what Ethan and Hila have actually said about this conflict, because they are not broadly Israel supporters. They're just not. These people should have been your ally, and you guys you chased them out.
I do not think that's true at all, because they've said some very disgusting racist things over the last 2 years.
Okay.
Racist things.
Oh no.
Discussing racist things.
Oh no, he's gonna hit him with a
I'm
name
on video
one
all the time. I
Hit
said
him with
discussing
a
racist things, so clearly they should be able to show them.
Yeah.
Clip.
Why
Easy,
doesn't
right? Let's see the.
Wait, Ethan actually said that he wanted to take debates, right? Should I hook him up with Tutan? Because Tutan's actually probably would be a strong challenger, wouldn't he? He'd be a better challenger than fucking Hassan, I think. Let me see. The fucking Arabs comment. How soy could you possibly? Did you cover this Hutch debate? No. Challenges anyone to call in.
I need these people to call in. Come own me. Come call in and own my ass. Everybody, come on. Let's go. That's what I need. Also, yeah, I'm afraid I might have to get back on these social media accounts. And I'm not, fuck. And it sucks because
you're gonna have to what?
Get back on these social media sites. The battlegrounds.
You think posting more is gonna help?
Well, not like what
you?
more just so like compilations and explanations and stuff.
TikTok is our
curated,
not like shit posting.
Right.
TikTok is not
heavily
Yeah, I don't think the shit posting is very helpful.
No, I agree.
Yes, it is. Fuck off. The Fantano shit posting, that was incredibly productive. I don't know what they're talking about. That was a good solid day of content.
Certainly not.
I disagree. I disagree. I feel like if it was you actually talking, like you see a crazy comment and you pin the comment and record yourself actually talking about it, that's the kind of stuff that people will watch.
Yeah, people just do TikToks explaining yourself. I'll try. I think I gotta try. These TikTokers are fucking mad, dude. You know what? I was wrong the whole time. I think it's a can I even say this? I think it's
fucking
a shame.
Discord doing the thing again. Why?
Triller should have won. Triller should have won the war. Dude.
Most people aren't good at it like you, Box. Oh, I'm aware. I mean, I could correct Ethan's shit on the Nakba. That might be good, because he did kind of butcher that story a little bit. And the people who mostly hate him for it would also butcher the story, so Well, there you guys go. If there's any, because I know there are Ethan critics in my audience, there's your open door. Because I can be a direct line to you guys. Ooh. Fuck it, whatever.
About specifically Palestinians.
Can I get an example?
He wants to talk about people who believe the lies about him. Yeah, but what are all the lies about? They're all about IP.
Community. Please, bro, would you like me to come back in like 30 minutes and collect my fucking Twitch clips? I'm just
By the way, I was like, yes. I know Hutch doesn't want to, but I was screaming at the TV. Yeah, yes, that's what I want you to do. Go do that. By the way, thank you to Hutch for getting out there. It is appreciated.
This?
It is.
All the same clips that you have. So
Okay,
just
then how are we arriving at different opinions? Because you sound like an apologist in this scenario.
I don't know what you think I'm
Ethan
apologizing
Klein
for. What do you mean?
apologist.
Defending their very staunch pro-Israel.
This is no wait. This is wait. Hold on. This is what they
You're
said.
telling me that H3 is not pro-Israel.
You understand that H3 called it a genocide like within a couple months? Do you understand that? Do you understand that H3? Do you understand? I mean, that's like way faster than I ever used that word. Do you understand that like H3 has talked about how Palestinians deserve to be free from occupation? They deserve to have their own say. And they've
been saying that before October 7th, when this fucking goofball probably didn't even know where Israel was on a map. He didn't know shit. Never even thought about this conflict, and I was advocating. I voted against Netanyahu twice when I lived there. Okay, that's more to affect change than you will ever accomplish in your entire life as an online activist.
I've also seen them say and I know that this is not false. They have also said things that contradict those statements that you just said as well.
He's got all the talking points, but he doesn't even understand what he's saying.
Yeah.
So like,
he hasn't said one thing that we actually said, but only like they have staunchly supported Israel. What?
Which that statement alone, I was just like, wow. It did come as a shock to me. It came as a surprise to me that this is the level of delusion that people have about me, and I don't want to. I need to.
Oh yeah, because then it covers this.
The bad guys, they are doing what they think is right.
Absolutely.
And they're young and stupid, like I used to be once, and talk about shit they don't know. Right? So, trying to be mature about this and think about it pragmatically.
I really doubt that that's true. I'm very up to date on all. I'm so online. I'm so up to date on all that lore.
I don't think it'll take me long to find some clips. I really don't.
Oh.
That they
like I'm sitting on my computer on Discord with you, but I don't think it would take me long to find clips at all.
How do you make sense? Like, listen to me. How do you make sense out of the idea that Ethan was calling this thing a genocide and that he wants Palestinians to be free from occupation? Like, how do you square that with him being like super pro-Israel?
I think as long as he self-identifies as a Zionist, which he does,
that's crazy. That's crazy. This post from 14 years ago, I literally say verbatim, I do not support Israeli Zionism. 14 years ago. This was probably in elementary school when I was expressing anti-Zionistic sentiment.
I think Ethan thinks Zionism just means like settlers, right? That's kind of where the disconnect is here. But it's a very fraught term because people do the thing where they'll try to broaden it as wide as possible if they want to accuse someone of being a Zionist. And then once the accusation's been made, then they'll narrow it so it has all the horrible implications of like Kahanists. It means both things at once. When you're accusing someone, it means you don't want Israel destroyed. And once you've accused them, it becomes Kahanist. You know, it's like one of those very fluid fucking terms.
I self-identify as a Zionist. Never.
It's to be free from occupation. Like, how do you square that with him being like super pro-Israel?
I think as long as he self-identifies as a Zionist, which he does, then that's.
I don't think. I've never heard him call himself a Zionist.
He's so sure about it. Like he said it so confidently.
Right. So I mean, and that's convincing if you don't know, right?
Where do I
that comment just blowing me away. This whole conversation.
Do I kick him out?
Just so eye-opening.
I don't think. I've never heard him call himself a Zionist. By the way,
I literally have seen him call himself a Zionist. Why people?
No,
you have not. You have never seen that.
True.
He's seen
Show
us
it.
cry over this bullshit.
I've never seen him call himself a Zionist.
Okay.
What do you think a Zionist is? What's your definition of a Zionist?
I think I like Adam Friedland. Bro, you asked me to watch. I watch Come fucking Adam Friedland. Yeah. That's political, right?
Okay. All right.
He just thought of a name that's like, okay, enough to say. He's like, oh yeah, I got one. You're not gonna judge me for this one.
You didn't learn I'm a Zionist from Adam Friedland, okay?
And Come Down is not a political podcast.
And that it's not a political, whatever that show is. Which I don't know. I know it's not political.
I wish they would just pull up a clip. I've been saying that from the beginning. It's like
I think that is telling though, by the way. I think that's your answer. You were like, maybe not Hassan, maybe Bad Empanada. Him saying Come Down, he's a Chapo guy.
Oh, is that the political one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Oh, that was
they're like buddies. They have lots of crossover.
That guy who was
he was saying around 2020. That's when they were really at their peak.
Got it.
Yeah.
That's the guy whose eyes were rolling in the back of his head next to Hassan. He was sitting there sweating like a
Oh, that's the guy?
Yeah, that's
like
Felix. Yeah.
Eyes rolling back on some kind of drug.
I don't know any of
hitting
these
a
people.
vape. Like dude is.
That guy is a vape god for sure. He like never stops vaping.
That dude's not going to live very long based on that clip. But anyway, okay, so that makes sense. The Chapo.
I'm just
wait.
From
overthinking. We're over.
connection.
Oh my God, we're overthinking
together.
this. Well, it's not even overthinking. I think this knight is trapped there. They can come down there. They get taken. They can go there. Well, that's not really taken, but then it means I can go here. I think this. Fuck you, oh God. Whatever. Bullshit, man. Brr. Oh my God, what's happening? What? What? Oh, this, Maiden. Okay.
That's a good guess.
Adam Friedland's definition of Zionism, that Israel is not, Zionism exists to give Israelis a safe place to live, and by definition, Israel is not a safe place to live, so Zionists should...
This guy has no fucking idea. He is so dumb. He can't even articulate like a coherent point about Zionism. He says Zionism is a safe place for Jews to live, but it's not safe. Therefore, I'm against Zionism?
Against
talking
others.
about, bro. Just
You're
stop. Just stop.
Not be...
That's not really a definition. That's not really a definition.
That a Zionist is someone who believes a state for Israelis should exist.
Say for Jewish people. Say for Jewish people. Is that what he said?
Right.
Is that what he said?
Jewish people.
How do you feel about the fact that How do you feel about the fact that the Comtown? How do you feel about the fact that like Adam Friedland literally just like laughed at the Ukrainian war and said, "Not my problem."
I think the Ukrainian war is bullshit. I don't know.
Imagine hand waving like horrific war crimes, the
What?
theft of tens of thousands of children. Okay, and imagine having the balls to accuse me in such hateful language. He's impugning Hutch's entire existence as a person just for
talking to you.
And then on the other breath, hand wave without a care in the world. This fucking insane, this absolutely insane warmonger Putin who's killing a bunch of civilians, who brought war on a peaceful country, who's kidnapping children. Tens of thousands of kids are being fucking kidnapped, literally. How is that possible? It's scary. It's scary. How you can be, I mean, cognitive dissonance is
yeah.
It is what that is, quite literally.
Challenged?
What's that, Nate?
Challenged?
I literally, what is it?
Challenged?
I have no idea what he's saying.
Challenge? Challenge? What do you want to challenge? Nothing? Okay. You don't have,
really abstract.
Nate, you didn't have to, you did not have to interrupt with that, okay? I'm just saying, I don't know why you said challenge. Thank you.
Okay.
I know why we're sending money. Like, I really don't.
Okay, you're telling me that you're a pro-Palestinian advocate because you don't like the amount of suffering.
We were trying to...
Hold on,
Wait,
hold on.
what?
Let me ask a question.
Has every... Yeah.
Let me ask a question. Okay, like you tell me that you don't you watch what's happening in Gaza right now, and you
Are you equating that Russia and Ukraine's relationship is mirrors that of Israel and Gaza's?
You know,
It doesn't need to mirror each other.
Why do you need to make that comparison? Like, bro, it's
just because of that. Okay.
It's evil.
Wow.
He's ignorant but evil
Dude.
in his ignorance, right? I don't think he's evil, but like his ignorance, the confidence he has is evil. It's dark business.
You know that more people have died in the Ukrainian war than in Gaza?
Oh.
Yeah, and what do the casualties look like on both sides? What is the share?
Well, the lot.
One's a more fair fight.
What does it matter how many
does it
Russians
matter?
died?
So
They
you-
started the fucking war.
So you don't care because it's on both sides, so you don't care?
So
It's
It's a very
bullshit?
strange way to moral your way out of the obvious contradiction here.
Well,
One thing
there's
I don't care
here,
about this
here,
conflict because the casualties are more even between the two sides.
Yeah, wait,
So-
and that's a strange sentiment I picked up since the very beginning. That like if as long as more Israelis died, it would be everything would be fine.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing.
Desire should be to end all of the
it
killing,
that?
right? Like,
yes, I would hope so.
Not even out the
I
proportion.
think he might even be pro-Ukraine genocide. He might be. I think he's on Putin's side by the sound of it.
I doubt he thinks he is, but
No, he actually kind of like, I listened to this call before, and with time, he
Well,
kind
that's
of like
Scalia.
circles himself into loving Putin. He just like, his arguments, he's just stuck with loving Putin for the whole call.
he doesn't like him. He's a bad guy, but he understands his reasons.
He's
for doing it.
Yeah. But actually, he's based because he's
NATO.
against
Don't
NATO.
forget
And
NATO.
against NATO.
Yep.
Right.
And Galia, most of you guys probably know, but she's Ukrainian.
Yeah, I am. It's a really fun watch every time I see all these like leftists talk about Ukrainian conflict and just rather not
Call it
care
bullshit?
about it or talk about it with so much knowledge.
Disdain.
And-
Or glibly, like Hassan.
Crimea River? Crimea?
Crimea River, yeah.
Crimea River, yeah.
Okay.
Or like comparing casualties on Ukrainian side and Russian side. Okay, let's compare civilians. How many Russians died?
How many Russian civilians are dying?
Yeah, like
None?
what are we talking about?
Yeah.
Let's compare kidnapped children. How many children are kidnapped from Russia? Let's compare those numbers. It's all like Hodge came up with this term that's black-pilled leftists.
Yeah.
And that's definitely what I'm hearing here. Those people are so stuck in their mind where
can't
they
be
just
blocked.
hate
You have to
NATO
come
so
down
much
here.
that they are convinced that Ukraine
Then
is a
it's
part of
that.
it for some, like they are so not knowing what they're talking about. It's just imperialism, warmongering, Russia.
West bad.
Oh yeah, it's all
NATO
funded by
bad.
America. We're using Ukraine. Okay, but let's talk about the conflict. Let's talk about what's happening. I know that a lot of people don't care, but in Ukraine, last month has been the worst ever since the beginning of the war in terms of civilian deaths, not in terms of like whatever is happening on the battlefield because we don't care about that, but just in terms of bombing actual buildings and killing civilians. It's been the worst it's ever been before, and no one just gives a single fuck, and they're just like, whatever, dude. Like I don't care about that
Hassan
one.
goes recently on Adam Friedland. He asked him about it, and Hassan laughs. He giggles. Maybe pull up the clip, and he goes, "I'm on nobody's side." Oh, you have it already. You guys are like psychics.
Actually
Hold on, here it is.
insane.
Here's Hassan recently on Adam
Nobody's side in
Friedland.
Ukraine.
Who are you going for?
Who spends all day talking about genocide,
Politics.
and then on the other hand, says this.
In Ukraine, what side are you on that?
I'm on I'm on nobody's side. I mean,
What's funny?
How are you on nobody's side?
How is
one
this
side
funny?
is murdering. It's not. One side is murdering civilians, and one side is defending themselves.
These are the people
Order
that
in the new
are
items
villainizing
vid.
us.
Oh
and,
my
like, you
god,
will
not the
never
new items vid. There's a new items vid. That's crazy, chat. He's addressing me. Oh no. Hang on. Why? What would follow this? I don't understand. This rook is here, being annoying. Oh. Is there like a bishop thing? Oh, there's that. It's like a setup, isn't it? Ah. But wait. No, just wanted you to do drama. Has he actually made a new video? I will watch it. I'll watch a new video from iDubbbz. So this is, you take... This is here. They take... No, Frog. The genocide label does not help Israel shield themselves from fucking... How many people called what's happening in China a genocide and nothing fucking happened? How much support goes to Ukraine when people are not accusing Russia of committing genocide all that much? Like, it's not like the Defend Ukraine people aren't setting up fucking purity test traps on everyone they encounter on whether or not they think it's a genocide. I don't think I've ever had a Ukrainian give a fuck about what I've said about whether or not it's a genocide. They just care about whether or not they think Ukraine deserves support. When it comes to Israel, the fact is that if you look at these reports that call it genocide, you can look at them saying, generally, people like Amnesty, B'Tselem, etc., they will say it's genocide, but then they'll also say that Israel has a legit target in Hamas, that Hamas are legitimate military targets. So even if you follow their logic, you're just saying, well, okay, well, you've got stop doing the genocides, but still fight Hamas if you want. It's like, okay, well, why would that be any different from my position? I'm saying stop doing war crimes and you can still fight Hamas. So, yeah, I don't know why you think people calling it genocide is going to fix fucking anything. It's stupid. I don't think Israel's doing anything that people are calling genocide that I haven't already opposed. The problem is that people who are pushing the genocide line harder than anyone else, these are the ones who just they don't want Israel to fight with Hamas at all. They just want Hamas to win or to survive. Wait. That block, bishop. Ah. I don't deserve this because I didn't follow this one through. No, I think it's just, is it that? And then you go back up here, but then what? Wait. This isn't over. This is not over. Oh yeah, no, wait. If I go here, you go up, I go here. Nice. Okay. Well done, guys. Well done. Okay, iDubbbz. You thought I had a sudden revelation about genocide. I love it when people with higher rating than me are like, dude, you're so fucking bad at this fucking game. Yeah, everyone's shit at chess until they're like a fucking grandmaster, okay? Yeah. There's always someone who sees you playing and they're like, wow, I can't believe he's not thinking about this mate in 17. What a fucking retard. Yes, I'm talking about you, Panagram. Yes. I'm going to find someone, okay? And I can because I've got a large audience. I'm a celebrity, okay? I have reach, okay? I know many qualified, learned... I will consult my learned friends at the Council of Important, Clever People, and I'm going to get them to review your games, and they're going to look at your position, which probably looks like this, and then they're just going to be like, I can't believe this fucking dick isn't even thinking about the following line. You don't even see.
E7, rook e8, bishop c4, d5 takes.
Imagine not even seeing that. What a fucking prick.
And then if queen e5 you take because you cover the mate. You cover the mate on the diagonal.
Yeah.
And
Imagine not even.
Takes bishop e6. If queen e6, you just trade. And then so when he takes and you go knight f4, if he goes check, you take the queen.
Yeah.
You take, you go
Yeah.
king h8. If he goes like rook g6,
Yeah, I knew that.
Go knight c3. If rook f7, you can play knight c3, rook f8, king g7 takes, and then bishop d7 or king f7, and it's winning. So it's got to be takes.
If you didn't understand that, it's probably because you're incredibly low IQ. Okay. Oh yeah, iDubbbz. So he has forgot to spell his name. Okay.
What do you think?
Okay, so the iDubbbz, he has retaliated in full force self-defense. IDF. Let's go.
I don't know if this is your own.
Coming clean.
I don't know if this is your own theory or if it's just like implanted in your brain from all the other hate videos. There was never a bonus. I never spoke to these losers about a bonus. If you're going to be a hater ass bitch, take it the full way. By the way, the background is a work in progress, so you can just tune that out. Today, I'm going to be doing the thing that everyone tells you not to do, and that is feed the trolls. One of the more important things that I want to talk about is my relationship with Anissa. I love Anissa. I love everything about her. I've only grown to love her more with time. And a lot of people online don't see it that way. For me, it's very obvious. I thought more people would be able to catch on. I am quiet, stoic, not talkative. She is the opposite of that. She is loud, very talkative, social. People struggle to understand that dynamic, I think, especially me being a person who has made a career of talking online. So yes, Anissa will...
You know what's funny about this is I think a lot of people are I'm probably going to be on iDubbbz' side for quite a lot of this. Because the fact is that the problem with iDubbbz is he's a fucking moron, okay? And he basically just got used as a useful tool by Hassan and all those people to attack Ethan or whatever, even though he clearly knows absolutely nothing about the topics that he's like treading into. But I don't know why people don't really talk about that though. People just talk about how his girlfriend hates him, and it's like, I don't know. It's just stupid.
Oftentimes, like in many relationships, be the more talkative one. We've been together for nearly 10 years, and all of it has been online for the public to see, and there are still people accusing her of cheating, accusing me of being in an abusive relationship. None of this is true, and there is no evidence for any of this, except, like, I guess body language experts coming on and being like, iDubbbz is being stoic here, therefore he's in hell.
Okay, hang on. Watch the change there. Watch the change there.
I don't know what the fuck that was. I have never
Body
gotten...
language experts.
Look at Ian in this moment. Oh my God.
Like, he looks sad. No, he is disgusted at her. He's depressed. He's so disgusted.
Working on...
He looks disgusted with this.
He looks so uncomfortable. He's like, should I be here? He looks so uncomfortable. Look at this guy's body language. He doesn't want to be there.
Look how miserable he looks. Dude, he looks miserable. Dude, he looks like he wants to kill himself.
I mean, I kind of want to kill myself now. Okay, so they're not a fan of the resting bitch face. All right, well, I'm not going to smile all the time, fellas. And even when I smile, you guys still, like, contort it into he's so uncomfortable or he's smiling through the pain.
Oh, he's so uncomfortable. He's smiling on his face, but inside his eyes, you can see his pain.
For some reason, well, not for some reason, for the reason of sexism and people's view on OnlyFans and them just not liking Anissa, they want to push forward a narrative that she is actively and continually cheating on me. And if you listen to freaks like this guy I'm about to show, it makes sense why. They are obsessed.
Anissa wants to have sex into having sex with Anissa. I think he wants to bang Anissa. Anissa was horny and wanted to have sex with this therapist. Well, Anissa figured herself to it.
Yep. Do you think that makes her pussy wet?
Buddy, was she getting plowed?
That's what I'm saying.
What we're describing here is two grown men who are fantasizing about...
Remember when he said that Anissa was Irish and Lebanese and therefore she understands the imperialism? That was fucking hilarious. Oh, God. But yeah, I don't think, have I ever commented on a stream about the relationship? I don't think that's the kind of thing I would do. Who knows?
A stranger and his wife and what they do in the bedroom or don't do in the bedroom. That is creepy, weirdo shit.
And here we have iDubbbz with the bull, folks. There's iDubbbz with the bull.
He's using sexualized terms to describe a picture of me and my dog. And what are we doing? So many people will tell Anissa and I, just like, don't feed into the hate. And it's like, okay, we're going to post some normal stuff. Anissa posts just me with a picture of my dog, and this is the type of commentary we get about it.
iDubbbz with the bull. Gorgeous Gabe plowed her in the back room of the salon. 3-hour bukkake session with all of the male stylists.
If you're curious about the hairdresser these guys are talking about, I will point you to my disgraced boxing coach, Michael Briggs. For some reason, this stupid fucking loser and his
I
dumbest...
watched this when I was gaming. What the fuck happened here? I can't remember.
Rock's wife decided to go on the H3 podcast. They already spilled their guts. They were getting paid like $5,000 to go on this podcast.
I'm going to be sending you guys $5,000 for the bonus that you never got.
I think they were maybe afraid that they wouldn't get the money if they didn't thoroughly trash us. So them maybe thinking that they weren't trashing us hard enough, Michael Briggs decided to invoke the name of one of his presumably friends and say that Anissa was like thirsting after him.
She definitely had a big crush on one of the guys that would come in and spar with them, because anytime they would spar, she would just be super into it and watch every moment. Yeah, even if he would like beat Ian up, she'd be very into it.
For whatever it's worth, every time Michael Briggs, my disgraced boxing coach, would reference Gabe, he would always refer to him as Gorgeous Gabe. He couldn't help but refer to him as Gorgeous Gabe.
Oh no, he's learned from Trump. No, he hasn't learned from Trump. He's learned from his son. Just keep calling him my disgraced boxing coach. Sex Pestany, disgraced boxing coach.
On the podcast.
I would call him Gorgeous Gabe.
He's a beautiful guy.
Yeah, he's got tattoos, he's large, he's tan.
I don't call him that. My wife doesn't call him that. If you have some unresolved sexual tension or fantasies, whatever the fuck it is, you need to keep that shit to yourself and not project it onto other people. I wish the best to Gabe. Michael Briggs, on the other hand, absolute fucking creep weirdo. Now, I know a lot of this is very grotesque and obsessive. I would prefer if people didn't talk about me and my wife or other people in this way. I briefly want to talk about the concept of being a lolcow, because these fucking losers, they love the concept of like labeling someone a lolcow and then like bullying them and watching their life spiral out of control. They won't, say as much. They'll just be like, yeah, we just do it for laughs. The whole thing's entertainment. It's just just innocent guys just having a laugh. Thankfully, Anissa and I are in a much safer and privileged position than many other people who are the targets of guys like this who want to bully them into submission. So now I want to look at two different clips from these guys. There is the fat one and his cohort who are listening to Anissa describe, like, essentially having a hard time online, seeing people mock and make fun of her dad with Alzheimer's.
They were laughing at my dad for getting sick on some of these forums. Like,
what did you think? What did you think about it? Because you shared it online?
Yeah.
I mean, like, that's what people are going to do because they want to get a reaction out of you.
Yeah.
I don't think they probably even really believe the stuff that they're saying, but they know because it's extreme and, like, edgy that it will cause you mentally spiral like this. So that's why they do it. And you're telling them that it affects you. So guess what? They're going to keep doing it. This is how the internet works. It shouldn't be, but that's how it is.
The whole time, he is not saying that he is a perpetrator of bullying her. What he's saying is that other people are doing that. But he is doing it actively. In this video, he is bullying Anissa.
Actively.
And in other videos, he's literally bullied and made fun of her dad who has Alzheimer's.
With a late-stage dementia patient who is an extremist Muslim.
Who are these guys? It's not Nick DeOrio, shut up.
And he sees his daughter covered in tattoos, married to iDubbbz the cuck, and he just freaks the f out. iDubbbz is having to take him on walks through the neighborhood, talk to this demented guy.
So this is something that he's very familiar with. But for some reason, in this moment, he refuses to take any ownership of the fact that he is part of the problem.
Like, that's what people are going to do because they want to get
fucking Worski. Is that Andy Worski? Oh, God. I didn't know he was still around.
Reaction out of you. So that's why they do it. And you're telling them that it affects you.
He doesn't want to admit it. And it makes you wonder why. And we get a little window into that at the end of the clip.
This is how the internet works. It shouldn't be, but that's how it is.
He says in this moment, it shouldn't be. Why the fuck do you think he says it shouldn't be? Could that be because it's wrong and it's a mean, evil thing to do? To acknowledge that someone is suffering and deciding that you are going to attack them online continuously for the thing that they are, either insecure or struggling with? It's plain as day that he's part of the problem, but he fucking refuses, like a coward does, to take any responsibility for him being part of the problem. I don't think a lot of these commentary channels want to be held to a higher standard. I think they want to comment on the strategy of things, and they don't want to reveal too much of their own morals or principles. This next guy is the perfect example of what I'm describing. He is being very critical of me talking to a therapist. And by the way, that wasn't even a therapy session. I just happened to cry in that moment. And I was like, this might be able to communicate authenticity, so I'll include it.
And then Ian goes on a podcast with a therapist and gets extremely real with him, which is a profoundly stupid idea. Like eating with your mouth.
Yeah, I remember the disgraced boxing coach, Sex Pestany. They did ask to get some kind of support for the fucking victims of child marriage or whatever, but then they got left on red. Probably won't address that. I don't care about this video. This video is cringe. That's already almost half of it. Holy fuck. What's this? With a short memory, here are the leaders of Hamas watching the murder of our women and children on October 7th with glee. Oh no. Well, what are they saying? They're so happy. They're just happy, nice Arab men. Okay, what are they saying? What are they saying? Give me the power.
طلع جيب الاسرائيلي مدينه دخل على المنطقه سجدة الشكر ان شاء الله على هذا النصر اللهم اتم نصرك وعزك يا رب لشعبنا وامتنا الله اكبر
They're saying Allahu Akbar, God is great. Really, that's crazy. They're also saying Israel. They're just saying Israel. They're saying pray for Israel. This is bad. And subscribe to Learnerbox Live, top breaking news commentator. Nice Arab man. What? Does anyone know what they're saying? Where are my dudes? Ugh. Praying for the subscriber count to go up. Oh no. Let me see if I can get a hand here. Wait. Give me an edit. Once we're done with this shit, we can go back to watching Hassan. God is great. Stop. Stop it. Okay, we'll get help in a minute. I got someone. Wrong answers only.
I need...
Bah! No, no more Ethan Klein, please. Ooh. Let's see. Reddit post by Spider, the double standards in Loner Chord. In Loner Chord, the rules say no racism, anti-Semitism, or Islamophobia. Sounds fair, right? But the way it's actually enforced is a joke. When I say the N-word, it turns into this giant meltdown, like I just dropped a nuke in the chat. Meanwhile, people make anti-Semitic and Islamophobic jokes, especially in VC, and nothing happens. It's like those don't even register. And don't get me started on the so-called edgy humor clause. All that does is give people cover to drop offensive stuff as long as they laugh it off and say it's just a joke. Hate is hate, joke or not, but somehow it only gets treated seriously when it's me saying one word. If the rules are really about fairness and respect, then they should apply equally. Right now, it's just selective enforcement makes the whole no bigotry rule feel hollow. Either crack down on all of it or stop pretending the rules are consistent. I can't tell if he's like joking or serious when he says this. I think it makes sense. I guess it makes sense. Wait, what were the replies? What a stupid fucking post. This does it. Everyone but Spider can say the N-word. Oh no. Make Spider the head mod. Posts like this are why I never join streamer discords. Oh no. Crazy. Steve is taking a short break. Oh no, what are they going to do? What's happening in the agenda free sphere?
The United States ever
to be.
What if an agenda penetrates the discourse?
Hang on a moment here. Just before
I don't think he really caught anything that we didn't, did he? God, I'm so fucking tired though. What the fuck? Why? I need to go gym maybe. Maybe I need to go gym. I have streamed for 5.5 hours. It's a while. A lot of intense breaking news too. Don't forget that. Wait. Wait, what's this fucking headline? Wait a minute.
How much time, or how much of a heads up did the U.S. get, and does the president support the strike?
Sure. Well, I have a statement to read for all of you with respect to the Israeli strike in Doha, and here it is. This morning, the Trump administration was notified by the United States military that as Israel was attacking Hamas, which very unfortunately was located in a section of Doha, the capital of Qatar. Unilaterally bombing inside Qatar, a sovereign nation and close ally of the United States that is working very hard and bravely taking risks with us to broker peace, does not advance Israel or America's goals. However, eliminating Hamas, who have profited off the misery of those living in Gaza, is a worthy goal. President Trump immediately directed Special Envoy Witkoff.
How much money to get you to read part of Zachary Foster's dissertation on stream? $100. Maybe.
To inform the Qataris of the impending attack, which he did. The president views Qatar as a strong ally and friend of the
Yeah,
United
we watched this. Okay, it's just the title's just really funny. Okay, I'm gonna tweet. Translation. All good, but can I still keep my plane? Do you want to debate with Foster? Yeah, sure. I don't know what he wants to what he'd specifically talk about, but yeah, he's someone I would talk to. I don't care, but I'd like to keep my plane. Oh, God. Um, ooh. I think before I do like big debates like that, I'm probably still more interested in just continuing my research on Israel-Palestine history. But who knows? But I think I'd probably be okay for that one. He does like he's like a quote wanker, isn't he? He loves bringing out his quotes. Oh, Netanyahu speaks to the U.S. Embassy.
This action can open the door to an end of the war. End of the war in Gaza. Israel has accepted the proposal put forward by President Trump to end the war, beginning with the immediate release of all our hostages, which have been held in the dungeons of Gaza for 700 days. If President Trump's proposal is accepted, the war can end immediately. We can begin once again to pursue the expansion of peace in our region for the benefit of all. But I want to close by directing my words to the people of Gaza. Don't be derailed by these murderous terrorists, by these killers. They don't care a hoot about you. They live in sumptuous villas. You can't imagine how sumptuous. Away from this battle scene. Their partners in Gaza don't worry about you. They go to the underground tunnels and they keep you above ground so you serve as human shields for them. Don't be derailed by these killers. Stand up for your rights and for your future. Make peace with us. Accept President Trump's proposal. Don't worry. You can do it, and we can promise you a different future. But you've got to take these people out of the way. If you do, there is no limit to our common future. Thank you.
Wow. I'm sure all the English-speaking Gazans who watch I-24 will be taking that fucking call to action to heart. Okay. Bibi also has sumptuous villas. Yeah, but it's okay that he has them because he earned them fair and square through good old-fashioned liberal democracy corruption, right? Isn't that why? And then by fucking his own Supreme Court. Fair and square. No, I gotta do Wordle first, don't I? Fuck! Not bad, not bad. No big deal, boys. No big deal. Okay, connections. I could have got that quicker. No, I couldn't have because there was an A. Okay, it's fine. Slug lap over done. Egg snail under gulp. Complete watch through M&M. Bull belt. Hard taco. Shot. Okay. Goodbye, chat. Sorry. Discord. Over, under, through, done. What, like eggs? Oh, because there's a there's egg. I see. Clever. Complete. Done. Over. Through. You could say through, couldn't you? Maybe. Nice. Okay. Slug bull. Bullshit. Bull. M&M. Round. Egg. Snail. Watch. I'm thinking like for wristwatch. Wristwatch. Fuck. Lap. Could that be like racing or sitting in your lap? Under. Underpass. Gulp, swallow, shot, like a drink or a shot shooting. What the fuck is hard taco shell? Shell. Hard taco shell, eggshell, snail shell. M&Ms, I guess, have a shell, don't they? They kind of do. Yeah. Two hard ones. Okay. Well, you have a watch, a lap, a shot, and a belt. Is it for racing? No, not belt though. Is it for racing? Maybe for like a bullfight. You have a bull. You have a shot. You have a watch, a belt. Maybe you have a belt. Slug under gulp. Lap. Like you can lap it up, you can gulp it. No. No. Bullfight. Utility belt. Underpass. Underwear. Oh no. I don't know how any of these work together. You can watch like to look at something, I guess, but why would that go with anything? Watch. I think it's watch for telling time. You can stand watch. Shot. Gunshot. Lap to do with racing. Why do I feel like lap and belt have to do something to do with each other? Lap, belt, watch. It's like circles or something. But I don't know what else would be there. Under, gulp. Slug, bull, gulp, under. Gull, show, bell. Not even close. Okay. Undergarments. Lap dog. Pal, words backwards. No. Anagrams. I don't see any anagrams. Buckle. Belt buckle. Okay, why do I want belt and watch? Go down. But ooh. Is this one that I just have to guess and not get it? Or do I just have to sit here and I'm trying to go through all the different things. So like associations, like categories, first half of the word, second half of the word, first two letters. I don't think I see anything there. Umbrella categories that I wouldn't be aware of, like sports teams is always a thing. Can't think of anything there. For first parts of words, there is gull, bell, what, I guess. They're all spelled differently. Show, but nothing to do with each other. Incomplete words. Bullfight. I don't think I see anything other for fight. Shot, watch, belt, shot, bull. Slug. I don't think slug's pace. Slugs leave a trail. Trail. Oh! Slug and lap. What else leaves a trail though? I don't know. Because I'm thinking like slugs, they leave like a thing, but same with laps and same with belts. But nothing else. Watch, overwatch, overshot, overslug, overbelt, underpass, underwear, down under. Gulp, swallow, down, lap, sit in lap, lap in a race. Lap is like a circuit, slug, lap, belt. Watch. Not even close. Belt could be like a title belt. Could be the shape of it. Belt buckle. Conveyor belt. Fuck me. Belts like a conveyor belt would what like clockwork, but nothing else. Lap. I don't know. Mechanical, maybe? Mechanical bull, mechanical fucking belt. What? I don't know. I don't know. Already guessed. Okay. Ah. Slug, gulp. Under. Shot. No, it wouldn't be that because I already guessed these ones, haven't I? Wait, okay, let's just think outside the box. Okay, okay. Why would slug and watch have anything to do with each other? I don't know. Lap and watch is like trail. Slug, lap, watch. I'm just going in loops now. UN. GUBUSL. Slew? Show? Oh, it's going to be something really dumb, isn't it? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to associate these two with drinking. Is slug like an American thing for drinking? Belt. You belt it with your voice. So it's something to do with your throat. Under. Like down the hatch. And slug. 3 out of 4. I think it's these. I think these are to do with drinking. Americans have a billion fucking words for drinking though, don't they? But why would lap no, watch no, under no, bull no, belt no. Fuck my ass. Fuck me in all the ears. Dude. Oh God. Lap dog. Gulp dog. Shot dog. Underdog. Bulldog, lap dog, under. What the? What is belt and shoot and slug and gulp? if this is drinking, I'm gonna fucking kill myself. There's no way. There's no fucking way. It is. Okay, okay. Is there such a thing as fucking... Is Lookner still watching the skyline? Is there such a thing as like a connection that's not for fucking yank cunts? Where, since when? Belt drink. $19.20. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Chat. Fuck. It's from the 20s. Belt. Fuck me. I should have got the dog thing, but because I was saying lapdog really early on. Oh god. It's not the New London Times. Really? That's crazy. Sudoku next. Oh, you know. No, I will not admire the puzzle. I hate that puzzle. No, I want to fucking archive. All right, where is it? Stop asking me to admire your gay puzzle. Okay, we need to improve. Fuck off. Okay. I think I'm just gonna give up earlier, but I want to keep my what's our win rate? Like above 2/3 or 70%. 2/3 or 70%. Mousse, hair, not mousse and wax, spray, gel. Fingerprint, tire mark. Bear. Exhaust fiber. Okay. Exhaust bore. Tire. Ooh, pun. Drain. Hey. Bare, plain, simple. Spare? No. No, why? Okay. Oh, austere. Okay. See, it's not that bad when you just... Okay. That was an easy one, to be fair. Clues at a crime scene. Nice. Okay, one more. We should only do it 3 because if I do any more, I get tired and cranky and stupid. Massage, percent, combo, chef, times, shock, lock, minus, ruffle, meatball equals tuft, tacky, thatch, goldfish, fish, tacky, tacky, tack. A thatch is like a lock, isn't it? Like a thatched roof. Minus equals percent. Combo. What? No. That. Comb. I think there's a split words here. Maybe? Hatch. ball, fish, scent, sage, bow. Never mind. Shock. This is like a video game thing. Shock combo. Shock trooper. Minus equals percent combo. Would that really make sense? Goldfish. Tuft. Oh, wait. This is to do with hair. Tuft, ruffle. No. Times. Oh. Okay. Is this gonna be like a like Thai massage, Thai fish, Thai taki? Okay, I don't know. Thai chef. The fuck is a Thai chef? Okay. Ruffle feathers. Ruffle. Oh, you can ruffle. You can shock. I don't know what else. Lock. What the fuck is this? This seems like it's going to be a part of a word. I don't know what taki means. It could be a Thai thing. That's why I'm thinking of fucking like this, maybe. One away. Oh, meatball. Ah. This was 3. This was 3. Fuck. I don't know. Oh wait, on the thatched roof, it's like on the top. Tuft, thatch. No, I don't know. Fuck. Let's leave these ones out. So we had massage chef, meatball, taki, fish. Okay. This was 3 out of 4, and so was this. Does that mean it's like one of these other ones? Is that how that works? Is that the only way it could work like that? Or it could be 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and this one's actually the odd one out, right? That could be that too. Okay. Whoa. Oh, wait, massage therapy, shock therapy. Meatball therapy. Based. Combo therapy, lock therapy. Tough therapy. No. Stop. Ruffle, thatch, shock. I don't know why. Just a guess. Oh, fuck me. Why is it 1 away? Why is it 1 away? Wait, why? Why? I think ruffle, thatch, and tuft is all like. Would combo be like that? Maybe, because like a tuft of hair, ruffle, feathers, thatch. I can't remember what fucking thatch means. I thought thatch was when like thatched roof is just a bunch of fucking hay bunched together. I don't know. Let's just guess. I don't care. Fuck that. Fuck you. Jesus Christ. Amounts of hair. Excuse me. What? Wait. What? A shock of hair. What? Why? Why is it? This is not a thing. This is bullshit. Salty snack. Why would I fucking know that? I'm not American. Dick. Swedish fish. What, when they make it rotten on purpose? Okay, I don't care. If anyone's pretending to have known that, you don't deserve to live, okay? A shock of hair. A shock of hair. That's okay. We're doing one more. I don't get anything. Glen, gray, rust, color. Loop. Shade, hollow, hope. Genre, dole. Tone, del. Hugh, Dre. Dale, malarkey. Oh, Marley. I guess these are doctors. Dr. Dre. I don't know the other doctors though, and I never will. Fuck. Bob Dole. Glenn, Gary, Rob. Dude, this is all just. Okay, wait. Color, hue, shade, tone. Fuck. Thank you. How am I supposed to. Bob Marley. Bob Marley, Bob Dole. Bob Ross, the painter. Bob Hope? Is there a Bob Hope? Who's a fucking Bob Hope? Dr. Dre. Dr. Genre? No. Wait. Del Genre. Gary? It might not be because we've already done the Bobs. We've already done the Bobs. So we've already done like a Bob, like a something something. I don't know if it'd be something Dr. Dre. So Del, a Del and a hollow is a thing. Those are both things. like a kind of location. A genre I don't think is, nor is lube. Why the fuck is lube there, bro? Excuse me. A glen, that's where water comes out of, I guess. You know, water in a glen, I think. Or is a glen like a hill? Or is it a hill with water? It's a Scottish thing. Your wee bit hill and glen. Fuck me. Sleeping hollow. Sleeping lube. Sleepy hollow. Hologram. It could be this, but this is just like, it's just names. Dr. Gary, Dr. Dale, Dr. Glenn. What, Dell, Hollow, genre, and lube. What would that have to do with each other? Dell, computers, Hollow, dunno. Genre of music, lube. Let's just eliminate one. No, not even close. Okay. Dell. Dell and I think it's Dell and Hollow. I don't know. Oh, Dell, Hollow, Glen. Is a Dale a thing? These are all like geographical things, aren't they? A Dell, a Hollow, and a Glen. But what else would that be? Not a Gary. Definitely not. A Dale? I think it might be Dale. Hey. It's a valley. Okay. See, the only reason I got that is because I'm Scottish, though. Anagrams of color. Okay. Sure, dude. See, at least this is British. That's how I knew that one. Red, gray, green, blue. Okay, clever. Fucking lube. We knew what a Dale was. Well done. I like this. I like playing this shit. What are you talking about? I'll go away again. Springboard, vacuum, spark, summertime, wintergreen, witchcraft, fallopian, bubblegum, autumn leaves, cinnamon, launchpad, inner, menthol, unforgettable, test, catalyst, tubed. Spring, summer, winter, autumn. I mean, there's no fucking way it's not that, is it? Dude! Fuck you then. What the hell? Too easy, eh? Fallopian tube, test tube. Inner tube. I guess there are some inner tubes. Not to be confused with the outer tubes. Vacuum tube? Are you serious right now? Spark tube? Dude. There's definitely like a split word thing going on here. Like come. Board, green, leaves. No, because it's a second word. Board, green, gum, thyme, cinnamon. Bubble, spring, launch, meant, which. Unforgettable. I already know fallopian and test are going together. Okay, there's no other way around it. But winter green. When? Spring, bubble, in, launch, fall. Are you fucking kidding me, man? No, wait, because this wasn't 3 out of 4, was it? Because this is fall, and it's all in one word. There ain't no way. There's no way. I didn't get 3 out of 4 for this one, though, did I? It has to. What else would it possibly? Bro, fuck you. Fuck off. Obviously, fallopian's gonna use the tube. Shit! Cat. Some. Spa. Win. Hot. Men. Okay, I need to think about different uses of these words. So different use of springboard. Springboard is like a momentum. Okay, so wait, fucking hell. Springboard. Launchpad. Catalyst. Spark. Okay. Now that we're not caught up in the winter, summer, autumn shit. Autumn leaves. Wintergreen. Maybe they do go together because maybe it's a kind of leaf. Who knows? There's also, well, there's songs, but I don't know. I don't know jazz standards. I don't give a fuck about jazz standards. Unforgettable might be one. Autumn Leaves is a jazz standard, but I don't know if Wintergreen is or Summertime. I think Summertime must be the name of a jazz standard. What else would it be? Yeah. Or Cinnamon, or could be a lot of them. All right. Well, menthol is to do with mint, cigarette, menthol, flavors, menthol, cinnamon. Oh God, it could be like a candle thing or like a fucking vape flavors. Is wintergreen a fucking vape flavor, or is autumn leaves? It's gonna be one of those stupid shits. I think autumn leaves is might still be jazz standard. So what the fuck is wintergreen? Okay, gum flavors. Okay, sure, bro. I don't know what wintergreen is though. Okay, test tube. Fallopian tube, unforgettable tube, inner tube, must be inner, right? Witchcraft tube? No, vacuum, surely. And these can be songs. They all sound like songs. Okay. Sure, why not? Great American Songbook songs. Okay. Easy, no problem. Like it was nothing. What is this? Amps have vacuum tubes. Yep, and I have never... Have I heard them called vacuum tubes? I've never heard them called vacuum tubes. They're just called tubes, dude. They're called valves. We call them valves here. You Americans call them vacuum tubes. Dicks. Hey, you know that massively popular streamer who's beloved by millions and resonates with Gen Z? Didn't someone talk? I don't know if this is true, but I thought people spoke about Hassan's viewership and it seemed that there was more likely that there were like millennials. I think Hassan's audience, or at least the politically active ones, I think they're more likely to be like millennial burnouts than they are to be Zoomers, but whatever. Bit goofy. Nah, he's a terrorist, dude. He's a fucking terrorist. What do you say? Supporter, I should say. Terrorist supporter. Isn't this the guy who literally... Okay. You think it's primarily 40-year-old women? Okay. Good game, guys. Good game. 2 tons the only Zoomer in the Sounds audience. Nice one. Okay. Donos. MH, thanks for the $5. Lawson Harrison, thanks for the $5. He's not coming back. Same thing my last father figure said, going to get milk, be right back. Wow, I'm so sorry. Drakan88, thanks for the $2. No, I see. Wow, fuck you, dude. Cunt. Okay, big breaking news. Tomorrow, we're probably going to learn more about what those Hamas targets said. or did, were about, etc. Actually, what's this? What's this? Fix your collar. No. Has Queeman just got a special interest in Hutch now? I guess he does this. Like he just kind of like turns his sights to what was it? He had a big fucking deal with Erudite. Saltman at times, H3, obviously Destiny, and now it's Hutch. Every time I flicked onto Queeman's stream, he's like fucking smacking at Hutch. Oh god. Guy's got a bone to pick. When he hones in, he hones in. What is this? It's just the two fucking pictures. Bro, these little zoomers next to them. Is this Cuomo's kids or something? I don't even know. Yo. Hutch might have accused Queeman of being a Kiwi Farms doxer snarker type. Oh, I don't think I've seen evidence of that. Whatever. I know his chat are kind of fucking mental, but who knows? Not that you guys are much better. Fucking animals. All right. Let's go Hutch. Okay. I will see you guys tomorrow and we will yap. We'll find out what happened to those Hamas leaders in Qatar. God, what if they survive? That would actually be so funny. Fuck. Okay. The state and National Democrat leadership are still dragging their feet to endorse Mamdani and condemn Cuomo. You mean dragging their... I'm autistic. Does that mean that they're still not doing it? Or... I imagine the Democrats, because they don't have a party line, are probably split on those two, aren't they? Oh, Iran and the IAEA signed a new agreement. Okay. Whatever. We gotta get out of here. Get the fuck out of here! All right, bye. Love you guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye.